Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland, and to the far right, JD Hoag. JD, how you guys doing this morning?
Excellent, Jay. Excellent. You got a new background there, looks like, but very excited to be back here on Monday in the markets. Looking forward to an interesting and challenging week. Special day today. How you feeling there, JD?
Feeling good. Good morning, Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Happy Monday, new week. Feeling good. Yeah, we got a special day planned for everybody today. We'll get into that in just a minute. Let's do our normal routine, though. How are we feeling about this opening range trading gold before we go any further? Yes or no?
Hey,
high level. What do you think?
I like it.
You like it?
Same.
Upper extreme of balance, weekly kickoff in play, overnight inventory a little bit long, maybe opening with a gap. Why not? As long as the risk is manageable, I'm in.
Yeah, I like this trade too. We're kind of sitting right above overnight VWAP right now, 51.69. We'll take a look at those charts, but feels like it could go either way. I think we take the trade as it sets up. We've seen some of the liquidity come back into the gold market, so we're pretty good here.
Yep, the ladder is looking a little more beefed up than it has in the last couple weeks. A little more liquidity in there today. There's still a bit of a gap, a couple of tick gap on the dome. I'm looking at the micro contract. We'll put a couple of micros on for this opening range breakout if we get it. Again, we're going to be looking at the 1 minute opening range breakout. The goal here is to catch the high or the low for the trading session, right? Did it a couple times last week.
Gold opens up at 7:20 Central Time, so we got about 1 minute and 45 seconds until that. Right now, up 1.86% on the day, and we'll take a look at those charts in just a minute here. JD, anything we have to look out for on the calendar today?
Eco calendar for today, pretty light. We've got Christopher Waller speaking at, he was scheduled to go on at 7 o'clock Central Time. I haven't seen any updates on that yet. I'll take a second look in just a minute. Chicago Fed National Activity Index at 7:30. Not much of a market mover, but we'll keep an eye on it just as well. 9 o'clock factory orders. Dallas Fed Manufacturing Index at 9:30 and 10:30. We got those 3 and 6 month bill auctions. For the rest of the week, there's a bit going on as far as talking Feds go. We already said Christopher Waller is going to be speaking and is scheduled to speak this morning. Tomorrow we've got Austin Goolsbee, Bostic, Susan Collins, Waller again, Lisa Cook. On Thursday, a couple of more sprinkled in. Thursday and Friday, a couple more sprinkled in throughout the week. I'm sure this calendar will be updating pretty much throughout the week. On the earnings front, big week for earnings. NVIDIA is out on Wednesday after the close. We'll be talking through that in just a little bit also. Other than that, we've got new home sales on Wednesday, durable goods on Thursday, then Friday, PPI, final, and construction spending. So pretty decent economic calendar this week, just a high-level overview, and we'll go into some more detail with that. We've got a special guest coming on a little later this morning, and we'll be talking the eco calendar just a bit also. Who's that special guest?
Yes, we do. Yeah, who is that, JD?
Who is that? Who's coming on later? At the top of the hour, 8 o'clock, we've got Jessica Inskip coming on. Jessica Inskip, Director of Investor Research at stockbroker.com, will be joining us for some equity analysis. We'll also be talking a little bit of Bitcoin or crypto, high-level crypto, some earnings. It's going to be a great morning here on Topstep TV. Make sure you're sticking around. This is happening at the top of the hour. Special guest Jessica Inskip will be here with us live on Topstep TV. It's going to be a great morning, guys.
Yes, it is, JD. Let's take a look at this gold opening range trade. We got the first minute closed. I got a high of the range 51.75.80, low of the range 51.75.90. Looks like we may be triggering a short here if we get that candle close outside that range to the downside. Again, we're waiting for a 1 minute candle to confirm. Yeah, getting a little push to the downside here in gold. That Chicago Fed activity also
in a long time.
It is. It is. JD, you mentioned that Chicago Fed activity. Hogue mentioned my new background. I am in Chicago for the day, so if we need an early update on that Fed activity, I can walk down the street. But it looks...
There you go. Right across the street. Don't forget to get some shredded bills on your way out. They're free. They give away souvenirs.
Looks like we might be getting into a short here.
I think we are.
So I look back.
We did trigger short. We're getting a pop here.
25 days.
All right.
25 days,
We
Hogue?
got a decent. We are in this trade.
In 25 days.
What's that, Hogue?
You in?
Yeah, we're in. 51.75.20. 51.75.20. I got a great fill on that.
2?
A pair, yes. We're going to take, because we got in so much better, we're trimmed our risk. We're only taking about $60, $70 worth of risk on this trade, which is great. I think I sold the high tick of that pop there.
Nice. So I was looking.
Great.
In the past 25 sessions, only once has the opening range remained either the high or the low. And do you know what day that was?
What day was that?
Holiday. Last Monday.
Holiday. Oh, that's in gold, yeah. Crude oil.
Yes.
Crude oil has hit some decent ones the last couple of weeks, but yeah, gold has been a little off. So we've been pretty balanced, pretty even. We even didn't take this trade for almost an entire week straight, right? Just because it wasn't feeling good. Here we go. We got a nice move here.
So,
I'm going to peel one off.
With you saying that,
yeah.
In saying that, Hogue, do you think this is more of a see profit, take profit trade just because gold has traded both sides of the opening range so many times?
I mean, it would make sense. We get 2 to 1 on the one of these. I certainly would suggest taking one off, and then just let the other one fly. I mean, we are up against some resistance up here. I've got 52.10, which is the weekly kickoff high. We tested the weekly kickoff low last week. And the gold markets are seeking balance. They're seeking areas where two-sided trade can occur. We had very low volumes in these metals last week, partially because, well, basically China was offline for the Lunar New Year. They pretty much took the week off. That has something to do with the volume, but the volume has fallen off ever since the big breakdown in these metals. There's been a lot fewer participants. The shorter time frame have been in control, and if that's the case, then we're seeing overnight inventory, which is presenting as a little bit long. I mean, there's a lot of time up here to kind of consolidate a lot of that overnight inventory. We've got VWAP, which is flat. So I'm certainly of the frame of mind. If we get a decent profit on one of these, we take it, take the risk off, and see what happens the rest of the day.
And I just did
Nice.
that, Hogue. I 10% of this because we were seeing a little pop in gold, so I covered one at right around here, 51.69 even. Took one off, so we locked in some profit, and we're carrying a runner. We're holding a runner right now. Ooh, there's
All
some
right,
selling coming in.
Pretty good.
good. That's great.
Very nice trade here. House count short, one lot now from 51.7520. One micro gold on an opening range breakout trade to the downside, 51.67 last trade here in gold. We're going to take a look at those charts on a higher time frame, but before we do that, JD, any news we want to get to?
I mean, is this news? Here's our fluff piece for the day, guys. YouTube's very first video is being displayed in a museum. Can you believe it? It's been more than 20 years since YouTube came online. Run it. Show everybody that first video.
Huh.
A museum in London is preserving part of that history. The Victoria and Albert Museum is displaying a reconstruction of an early YouTube web page from 2006. It features the first video ever shown on the platform. Me at the Zoo is a 19-second clip of then 25-year-old YouTube co-founder Jawed Karim talking about elephants. The museum says it took 18 months to rebuild the page. Me at the Zoo, the very first YouTube video.
20 years. Seems like it's longer than that.
Right?
It does.
Me
It
at the
does.
Zoo.
I would
Gone
say
so
that's
far.
history, right? Without that video, where do we stream this show, right? So we're part of history. I think
Right?
that's my thought process now. How do we become a part of YouTube history? We'll make
We're
$1 million
there.
trade right now and go. We are here, Hope.
Right now.
200,000 subscribers. Started off with a zoo video.
We'll just hold on to this. Yeah, we'll hold on to this gold short for $5,000. We're selling the top, buying the bottom. YouTube history.
51.67 last trade there in gold. Let's take a look at the higher time frame chart, Hogue. We know we have that special guest coming in. Again, everyone, we have a special guest coming in to talk the equities. So we'll make sure we get these charts out of the way. House count short right now, one micro gold, and I am not still in Mexico. For everyone wondering, I was able to make it back safely. Not to my home, to Chicago. You guys can see the office in the background here. But the show must go on. Hogue, let's take a look at these higher time frame charts in gold.
All right. As usual on Mondays and Fridays, we like to go way out there. We're looking at the monthly chart in gold. Still see all that excess last month on the high. We're inside this month. Again, the market looking for opportunities to facilitate two-sided trade. How did it do last week? Well, last week we tested the weekly kickoff low, which remains the same. This week, the weekly kickoff high is exactly the same as last week. So what we're looking for this market to do is what markets typically do, is rotate from high to low, low to high, high to low, low to high. Take a look at the daily. There's our look last week below the weekly kickoff low, nothing but rejection there. And the market is doing what we might think it would do. It failed to hold below the weekly kickoff low. Buyers came in, and the market has been rotating back higher to that weekly kickoff high. We don't know if that level is going to hold, but it is, one of the more important levels, longer time frame levels in a market that has been largely short time frame controlled. If you didn't see enough evidence and examples of how we think this market is short time frame controlled last week. Maybe we'll see some more of those examples this week. So the weekly, what do we do on Friday, or the daily? What do we do on Friday? We added 14,000 contracts, new buyers, new money coming into the long side. Was that longer time frame? Shorter time frame? Volume remains relatively low. We did see a little uptick in volume on Friday on that push to the upside with some new buying coming in. Are these going to be the buyers that are going to get caught too long at the highs if this thing turns around? Quite possibly that could be the case. Jay, what are you looking at on the daily here, my friend?
So on the daily, I did miss a couple of days, Hogue, but I do like to see that we closed above 50% of this the major sell-off that we had. Right, the 20% move to the downside. We closed back above 50% of it from a technical perspective, but I'm still keeping in mind, Hogue, the fact that we've said that gold has the potential to trade in this range for a while now. We tagged the 5,200. Actually, we didn't even tag 5,200 in the overnight. 51.9880 is the overnight high. I wouldn't be surprised to see this market continue to range. I like the short that we're in here for the opening range trade. Looking at the daily, we're above the 20 moving average, which is at 50.45. Another area of interest, that 20 moving average above that 50.25 midpoint of the sell-off. But I'm not convinced about the metals trading too much higher right now. So again, I like the trade that we're in. We'll see some things on the shorter time frame, but this close above this 50% Friday was pretty significant here.
Halfway back from that big pullback, closing above that on some decent volume and open interest increase on Friday is encouraging for potential continuation. But again, we're largely in short time frame control. Let's take a look at this on the 30-minute chart and see what kind of evidence we can see for opportunities for today. So Friday, value was higher. We had the market push higher. We closed pretty well, adding open interest. And again, value moved higher. We continued to push higher after the regular trading hour close. And we opened. And what did we do on the open? Well, we found buyers here, and we're still kind of seeing those buyers at least holding at above that level. No weekend gap to speak of. This blue line here is the base of a late spike that we haven't checked in regular trading hours. This goes all the way back to the 29th of January. It was tested back here, the kind of the middle of February, the middle of this month, and we've just broken out above it. So do we see continuation above that level? I would be looking for meaningful buyers above that level, but if those meaningful buyers do not come in, maybe we'll get a test of that 52.10 weekly kickoff high. And that is where the rubber's going to meet the road, folks. If we do see new business, new buyers, longer time frame traders come into the market up against this level, whether it be liquidating longs or adding to shorts, or liquidating shorts, covering shorts and adding to longs, there could be some decent opportunity there. But as far as today is concerned, we've got the opening range at the high of the session, so that is still a valid trade. The concern, do we have any overnight inventory left? A lot of it has been reconciled in this consolidation, and we've got VWAP basically flat along with that 20 session simple moving average. So expectations for big opportunities, they're always around. Not really sensing an opportunity for a bigger opportunity here yet today. So we talked about that opening range being see money, take money. We saw some money. We took some money. We're still in it, still valid. We'll see how this plays out throughout the day. So again, yesterday's rally, Friday's rally brought in some volume, brought in some open interest. The gap, we can't close the gap relatively early. We're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap, but there's a lot of space for this market to pull back and not even get to the gap close. Jay, what are you seeing?
On the 30 here, Hogue. On the 30, we mapped out January 29th, one of the highest volume 30-minute candles that we've seen in gold, and we're testing that candle right now. The low of that range, 51.26, on the upper extreme, 55.23. But that 51.26 area, we can see we haven't had a ton of acceptance back inside this area here, right? There's been a ton of rejection. So what I'm looking at, Hogue, is, if we can continue to see price and volume trade above 51.20, then great. It's the pretty close to the low of the session so far for the day. What I also have here is this red line is VWAP from PCE and the Supreme Court decision on tariffs on Friday. I would look at that as a potential support. Right now, it's at 51.23. As we continue to trade throughout the day. If I was short, I don't know that I'd be looking further than this VWAP. Could it go? It could. But like you said, we brought in some volume. We brought in some buyers in this market. If they can hold it above 51.20s, then maybe we finally do get that rotation all the way through here. Right? Since that sell-off, we have not traded in the upper extreme of that imbalance for very long. And today could be, and this week could start to be price acceptance back into this range. Do we make all-time highs again in gold? I'm not ready to say that yet, but this is a good first step.
So 51.20 is where you're seeing the bottom of that bar right there, right?
Yeah, the low is 51.26 evens.
Okay. That late spike, that 51.37.10, off that same day.
Yep.
So that was when price continued to push lower at the end of the day, didn't give the market time to accept, and we've been trading below that, showing signs of acceptance below that ever since. Now we're above it. So I could see taking out that halfway on your chart and possibly seeing this market continue this push to the upside. It's been a while since we've been up here. Anyway, the profile on Friday, neutral day, traded both sides of the initial balance, neutral extreme because it closed outside of the initial balance. The push to the upside, the increase in open interest, and the increase in volume. Doesn't surprise me that the market is continuing to try and attempt higher pricing. Opening range still the dead high, still a valid trade. If we do take that out, I could see 52.10 weekly kickoff high being tested. Was tested. The low was tested last week. There it is. We've still got our island bottom. We're still seeing buying coming in, higher highs, higher lows. We'll see if this plays out for a continuation of the upside, or perhaps maybe we get the shorter time frame too long up here and we see some sort of a pullback. Anyway, that's our look at gold. We're going to take a quick look at silver now. And it's very much in the similar situation. I mean, we have the excess high last week. The market, with 1 week left in the monthly chart, is still showing indecision, no major changes. Weekly, we're still kind of showing the market in range and in balance, or at least seeking balance on the daily. You can see it here. Lots of areas where the market has traded from high to low to high to low to high. This market is seeking balance. I'm looking at $88 as the upper extreme of balance, which pretty much puts in our overnight high, not too far from that, which could be an interesting area. Again, still volume very low. Part of that because of this major pullback. Part of that because China celebrating the Lunar New Year, taking some of the participation possibly out of these metals markets. But here we are. We're above last week's high right now. We're above the 20 session simple moving average. Jay, very interested in seeing what you're seeing on this daily chart.
Above the 20, like you said, Hogue, since the sell-off, this was a 45% sell-off in silver that we saw. We have not traded above that 50% mark, which is at 96.46. Extremely range bound. I'm seeing volume continuing to decrease on a daily. You can see the slope of this volume pattern here. Maybe we're starting to pick up just a little bit of it, but I'm not very convinced about a directional move in silver right now. We've been holding below $89, and I do remember a couple of times in the past week or two. Anytime we get up to $89, there is a big seller on the offer up there. It's been about 150 contracts, 150 to 200 contracts, which is a ton for silver, right at that $89 level. So I'd be looking to see the market's reaction up there. So far, overnight high 87.68. There is still some room in a daily ATR move, but I would not personally be looking for breakout potential in silver right now. I think everything we're seeing is saying that if you're going to trade it, try to identify an extreme and fade that extreme for now. That $89 level, which is pretty close to the overnight high, could be interesting up there to see what's on the book when we get up there.
All right. Jay, taking a look now at the 30-minute chart, looks very similar to crude oil, excuse me, gold. Why do we always do that with crude and gold? I don't know why I always mix those up, but so on the 30-minute chart, we still have and are holding our island bottom reversal pattern. Well, look what's happened ever since. Higher highs, higher lows. Actually, silver has outperformed gold in the fact that it's kind of leaving some gaps. We're leaving some naked points of control down below price here. And it's just leaving breadcrumbs in case this thing turns around for short time frame levels to be targeted. But was a short time frame level targeted last night? Yes, there it is. February 4th, naked point of control tested in extended trading hours, now tested in regular trading hours. So the market is still seeking short time frame levels to target and use possibly for opportunities to limit risk. Overnight inventory is long. We had a rally on Friday that did include a gap to the upside, and we added 2,100 in open interest. That's a pretty good jump in open interest for silver. So what are we looking at? Gap rules, overnight inventory, pretty much flat and hanging around this naked point of control. What the heck do we do with this, Jay?
I wish I knew, Hogue. I wish I knew. Honestly, if I was looking at silver right now for a potential trade, I'd be looking for a very similar trade to what we're in gold here. A little bit of a pullback. We do have that similar anchored VWAP from PCE or the Supreme Court decision on tariffs. It's up to you to decide what brought in that volume. But that VWAP is at 84.83 right now, which is pretty much the 50 moving average on the 30-minute chart. It's an interesting one here, Hogue.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at silver to trade in almost a month. But it's still
Yeah.
moving, right? And I think technically it still moves pretty well. Obviously trading the micros I think is the smart move for anybody trading this market. There's opportunity
100%.
in it. Right now, in the overnight session, I think you kind of talked about this, but we have, this is almost identical to the gold chart here. We have flat overnight inventory, not really giving us much as far as direction goes. That could change throughout the day. And I think at that point, then we reassess, but I would be looking at the lows here, 84, 83s, looking at that VWAP from PCE and the Supreme Court decision as an interesting spot. If we sell below there, this is silver. We've seen huge moves in silver. Right now, it's up 4.5%. We've seen, silver swing 5% in either direction. That 200 moving average on the 30-minute, it's kind of out of the way at this point, but maybe that's a target for the week if we can't get this breakout above $89.
Yeah, well, I mean, looking at it similar to the gold, yes, the opening range is the dead high for the regular trading hours here in silver. And looking at the profile, there looks to be some iceberg selling here at 86.20. and a half, $86.20.5. Big volume right at that level, and all of it, almost all of it, trading on the offer. So definitely seeing some early selling and early selling control in this. So do we see if we can't get some sort of a gap close? If not some sort of a gap close, look for some sort of basing for a move in the opposite direction. But it's in a similar situation. I have not been confident to use the weekly kickoff levels that I'm developing for silver just yet. But if we were looking at, we'd probably be looking at right around $90 for the weekly kickoff high in silver.
Nice.
Again, not confident in putting them out there, but I have been working on it. It would be very similar to where it is in gold. So we'll keep working on that. Maybe one of these days I will be confident and be able to put those out for everybody. But that's what we're looking at for silver.
Some stuff. We got Dolby Time in the chat says Hogue is in the lab working on those silver levels. Uh, what Hogue, what gives you the confidence in those levels after after a while? We know with the equities you put them out there, right? It's, hey, this is what I'm seeing. We see how often the market responds to those levels. What gives you the
Yeah.
confidence in those levels over time? Is it just time?
Time. I guess a little practice, but I mean the main goal for anything that I do and that I put out for traders is I don't want them to harm. I don't want them to hurt anybody. So I have to have the confidence that to say that if these levels were levels I would use,
Yeah,
then I'm okay putting them out. And there's no guarantees that they're going to be a high or a low or a good place to take a trade. They're just levels that that I'm research, and I say these are levels that I believe longer time frame traders will need to or want to adjust their inventories, and it's those longer time frame traders adjusting inventories. I mean, they're the ones that can really move price. Short time frame can move
right.
price in small ways for small periods of time, but when you see longer time frame traders adjusting inventory, those are the ones you want to join. Don't fight,
For
and
sure.
then be watching to see when your direct competitors end up the wrong way in and around those levels, and that's where you're going to get your biggest bang for the buck. But I will let you know. Well, it shouldn't be too long. I'm doing my research on it, and I'll get them out there sooner than later.
There we go. Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. We are going to take a look at crude oil. Again, we are switching up our scheduling today, everybody. We do have a very special guest joining us to talk about the equities. So we're going to get crude oil out the way here. Maybe we'll take a look at that crude oil opening range trade. It does open up at, sorry, I'm in the wrong time zone. Crude opens up at 9 a.m. Eastern time, 8 a.m. Central time. Got on a flight, woke up in Chicago, and it's an hour behind everything that I'm accustomed to. But crude oil does open up at 8 a.m. Central time, so we'll be looking at that crude oil opening range trade. JD, any news we want to get to before we get to crude, or should we just get right into the charts?
Let's just roll right into crude oil, Jay. Thank you.
Let's do it. What are we seeing here, Hogue?
All right, Mondays and Fridays, we always like to start with those longer time frames, and this is the monthly chart, and you could basically say for the last few months there has been very little change. It is largely very range bound, with some pretty obvious extremes. We're in the middle of those extremes. Weekly, okay, largely the same. There are some changes in shorter time frame in this market, and we'll see these in the shorter time frame charts. But overall, I mean, we're still looking at relative even highs, even lows. The market really range bound in longer time frames and has been for some time now. To the daily, so when you get into the daily, you start to see areas of previous balance inside of longer time frame balance. And just a few weeks ago, we kind of broke out above an important level here. We're keeping 6220 as the weekly kickoff low here. It's changed a little bit from last week because again we started to see the market break to the upside. Where we've got $70 as the weekly kickoff high. That's more than just a big fat round number. It involves a measured moves and a little bit of math. So what did we do? We had the breakout of this pennant formation, 1, 2, 3 points of contact. We broke out on Thursday. We tried and had some attempted continuation to the upside on Friday. We added 13,000 in open interest on an overlapping to higher day session range. Market is continuing to try and push to the upside as we speak. I do believe that the auction process to the upside still has some teeth in it, but it is very news sensitive to anything that comes out about Iran. So we got to keep our kind of eyes on the ditch, as JD likes to say, because at any time somebody may say something, something may happen that could drastically change the current shorter time frame market state in crude oil. Again, adding 13,000, we'll get a better look at that on the 30-minute chart to see what kind of direction that new open interest may have brought into the marketplace. Jay, how are you feeling? What are you seeing on this daily chart?
On the daily, crude looks promising, right? Maybe for direction to the upside, right? And like you were saying, Hogue, it's a headline-driven market. Unfortunately, when some of the headlines that come out that move crude oil are usually not the best headlines. Sometimes there's negative headlines, but it is giving us some price action here. If I'm looking at the low of the year, January 7th, and attaching a VWAP to that, that has still held as a support this entire way up. Last week we had rollover in crude oil, which we talked about why that could have us establish a range for a week, but rollovers over at this point. We can see volume starting to pick back up. What I'm interested in here, Hogue, we had June 23rd, 2025. We had a major sell-off in crude oil, and you can see it here. We haven't traded back above 50% of that imbalance since we printed it. It's the midpoint 69.28, right below that weekly kickoff high that you had. I think that's the target for crude oil this week and maybe even today. Crude right now is up 0.56% on the day. We have a daily ATR of $2, and so far we're at $1.50. So there's still 50 cents available in an at-range day. Of course, if there's a headline that comes out that we could see a range expansion day. But crude looks pretty bullish on a daily time frame here.
I'm definitely inclined to agree with you. And yes, anything can happen, baby. ACH. We say it all the time. So, all right. Adding 13,000 contracts on Friday. What direction did those contracts come into the market? I mean, value is pretty much the same as the day before. It's very, very difficult to kind of look at this and say, okay, it looks like new longs came into the market, or it looks like new shorts came into the market. The only thing that I'm happy about is that we did add open interest, so that's going to bring more energy, if you'll pardon the pun, into crude oil and any moves that may happen away from this. You're seeing more interest, you're seeing more money coming into the market. Direction somewhat unknown on Friday, and yes, we are at the end of rollover. Thank goodness we are finished with the monthly rollover in crude oil. So do we have any overnight inventory? I mean, we opened kind of flat. We are getting a little bit long as far as overnight inventory is concerned. We're also looking like we are going to be opening with a gap. Gap rules. If we can't close that gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. At the very least, that might offer us an opportunity to do what's most important in day trading, and that is to limit risk. We continue to see buying coming in. If Ray were here, I know he'd be talking about this ADX, which is right about $34. That's pretty good activity. You've got the DI plus above the DI minus, and they are divergent. They are moving away from each other. So the ADX is saying that there may be some decent participation to the upside in this move. Again, ACH, anything can happen. We are keeping one eye on the ditch to see if there's any news that comes out that could affect crude pricing. Jay, What do you think?
So looking at the 30 Hogue, this is something that Coach Paul and I have been looking at. When does the volume start to come in crude oil? And it's during the London session. We can see London set the low again. And from that point, we have an upward sloping VWAP, right? 66.29 is that price. I would be looking for opportunities to maybe buy this market. Do I want to buy at highs at, the high of the day, the high of, the range that we've seen for the last couple of months? Probably not. But if it does present an opportunity for a pullback to that VWAP, I think it does, allow us to limit some risk and try to get into the trend here. I don't know that I'm super eager to sell this market until we start reaching a daily ATR range, so another 50 cents or so to the upside, 67.50s, or maybe even a rejection at that $68 level. But I think the way I'm looking at crude right now, and the way I've been kind of looking at it all year, is looking for opportunities to get in long. We understand that headline risk, more often than not, headline risk right now in crude oil is going to move us to the upside. So I'd personally rather be long this market. Trade location matters though, right? Especially for day trades, we have to close the trades by the end of the day. I don't want to be buying the high of a market that's already pretty close to its daily ATR, right? So if we get a pullback, 66.29, 66.30, I'd like an opportunity to buy there.
All right. We're at levels we haven't seen in a little while. In the longer time frame, we are still largely range bound. And when we look below this market, there's a lot of weaknesses in structure. There's session gaps. There's naked points of control, session gaps, naked points of control. We broke out last week above this trend line. The market is attempting to continue to hold above that trend line. My question is always, obviously, the market is attempting to go higher. Obvious enough, I guess. But how good of a job is it doing? And we added a bunch of open interest on Friday. We didn't really move price. We're trying to move price today. Last week's high, 67.03. I don't see that this upside auction is performing any better than maybe a C. Maybe a C. I mean, it's holding, it's spending time, but we're not seeing the directional activity, at least not yet. So, I don't know, opening range trade. Let's see if we do get the opening range at one extreme or the other and just take it. It looks like it's likely to be relatively small. Opening ranges have been much smaller. We'll see what happens here. Overall, the way things sit, I like the move to the upside. I think the market is attempting to go to the upside. My only question is how good of a job is it doing getting there? And I don't think it's doing that good a job. That's just
Do
me.
better, crude.
That's my
Do
story.
better, crude oil. That's what Hogue is
Do
saying.
better.
Do better.
That's right.
Do better, crude. All right. Let's we're gonna take a look at that crude opening range trade. Again, crude opens up in about a minute and 2 minutes. 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Crude oil opens up. House count is still short 1 micro gold. Let's bring in JD for some updates on the equities overnight, and then we're gonna bring it back to our special guest. What do we got, JD? I got your $5, JD. Don't worry about it.
Mute.
Of course, Monday mute fine. There we go. Stocks in Asia closed a little bit mixed. Hang Seng Index closed up 2.53%. The Nikkei closed down 1.12%, and the Shanghai Composite closed down 1.26%. Stocks in Europe currently trading a little bit mixed this morning. Also, DAX is down 0.35%. The FTSE's up 0.16%, and the Stock 600 is down 0.15%. U.S. dollar index marginally lower, 97.661 last on the dollar. VIX is back above 20. VIX is up just over 6% today, 20.28 last on the VIX, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note down just a couple ticks, 4.061% last on the 10-year. All right, we are still in this gold trade. We peeled one off in profit. We got a risk-free gold trade on right now. Keep posted on how this goes. All right, Jay. You know what to do.
Let's do it. I think we are ready. So we are going to bring in our special guest, Jessica Inskip. Jessica is the Director of Investor Research at stockbrokers.com and a leading voice in financial education. With 15 plus years in brokerage firms and as the first female on Fidelity's active trader desk, She empowers self-directed investors. Her insights are cited by Jim Cramer and featured on CNBC, Fox Business, Yahoo Finance, and Bloomberg. Jessica is the co-host of the award-winning Market Maker podcast. She reaches 520,000 followers by translating Wall Street into human. Chat, do your thing. First-time guest here on Topstep TV. Let's welcome Jessica Inskip to the show. There's that doorbell.
Yeah,
Jessica,
thank
how
you
you
so much
doing?
for having me.
Yay!
I'm great. Excited to be here. Let's talk equities. There's so much going on right now.
Let's talk the equities. Jessica, welcome to the show. Good to have you here. And we have the equity charts up right now, but we're going to let you cook. You said there's a ton of going on, some stuff that we have to look for later in the week. What are we seeing in the equities right now?
Yeah, I love that saying, "Let me cook." I've got a 14-year-old son, and so that's happening.
Okay.
His voice is in my head right now. Nonetheless, but we talk about the markets a lot.
That's fire.
So what I'm looking. Yeah, yes, they're fire, aura points, all the things that they say. I try. But with the market right now, something that the way that I look at the market and the way that I study it is when we're talking about even down to what's happening with oil, what is happening with tariffs, what is happening with the 10-year, even currencies, all go into this math equation that really tells us what earnings is for the broader markets. So the dollar, for example, if it's weaker, that actually helps tech companies. So what I'm trying to do is look at how do all of these inputs really affect earnings potential, because the stock market or the equities are forward looking. We're always trying to understand what is this company actually worth. So that's the lens that I'm looking at almost everything through. So I always want to preface that. So when I'm thinking about the current setup of the macro view with the S&P 500, we are stuck in that trading range and we're having trouble hitting more all-time highs above that 7K level. I've got my hat from Peter Touchman on the NYSE, and I really want to put that one on, but I haven't been able to yet. But what I find is interesting, though, is the equal weight is reaching all-time highs. And when I'm looking at this from a technical perspective, I like to look at usually 2 to 3 year charts, and I layer on the 13-week, the 26-week, and the 40-week moving averages. And the reason is the 13-week represents 1 quarter worth of prices, 26 weeks is 2 quarters, 40 weeks is 3 quarters. So now I'm looking at really an earnings cycle and if price is rolling over. So I believe technicals are fundamentally driven, and if you study that, there's so many different methodologies. But nonetheless, what I think is interesting, if we look at the earnings picture, we're seeing it broadening. And you can also see that across the technicals and with the equal weight index, because we're reaching all-time highs with the equal weight, but we're not so driven by AI or the Magnificent Seven, even though the Magnificent Seven is still the key driver from an earnings perspective, which just leads me to the big thing I'm watching this week from an earnings perspective is NVIDIA, obviously, because that could help us drive the index higher. It represents almost 20% of earnings growth for the fiscal year. So it's very important that NVIDIA continues to deliver. And they have a moat, they have a great profit margin. I'm a big believer in the AI story. So that really is the big important catalyst for me this week. Talked a lot there.
We call NVIDIA the Super Bowl of earnings, Jessica. So Wednesday we'll have a watch party. I don't know if you're free, but I'll send the invite. I'll be hosting the NVIDIA watch party here on Topstep TV.
I'm definitely going to join.
We'll, because we trade the futures markets here, but and you just said it right. It's 20% of earnings, right? NVIDIA is the heaviest weighted company in both the Nasdaq and the S&P. So as NVIDIA goes, the Nasdaq and the S&P are going to go as well. I do have a question for you. I know our chat is going to ask. You mentioned a couple of moving averages that you look at on a higher time frame. Could you just repeat those one more time for our chat? I know they're going to ask those higher time frame. I actually took a look at them, and they're pretty flat right now on that higher time frame.
They are. So the 13-week, the 26-week, and the 40-week moving averages. So they need to be weekly when we're looking at our intervals. And I prefer about 2 years, 1.5 years normally is what I give to those TV appearances so we can zoom in. But it is interesting because if you were to pull that on the S&P 500 or the equal weight, whatever you're analyzing, you can see I utilize it as a means of support and resistance. We look at the slope of the line in addition to where the underlying is relative to it. And we can see some flattening out, which means, but it's still acting as support. That 26 week is acting as support, but we need a catalyst for it to go higher. That's with the market cap weight S&P 500, but the equal weight is a different story. The 14 week is acting as support. So it just tells you that broadening, which is healthy, that's healthy for the overall market picture. However, this rally has been, at least previous years, not this year, has really been led by that artificial intelligence story. And we're seeing that diffuse across a lot of sectors. Even Caterpillar stated that a reason for some of their really great earnings is the way that they're utilizing artificial intelligence. And I think I like to go down rabbit holes, which can be good and bad. But
Right.
thinking about how the internet, we didn't understand it when we brought it to Wall Street, if you will.
Okay.
We could not assign valuation to it. So the way that we assigned valuation to it was with eyeballs. So if you had a .com website that you made in your garage, but you had a lot of viewers doesn't equal revenue. But we didn't know that at the
Right.
time. And I always like to compare it to an air fryer because I do not understand how my air fryer makes crispy chicken. It just happens, but I don't need to understand the mechanics.
Right.
But we didn't with the .com boom. That is very different now. We are not assigning valuation to something that we don't understand. We are assigning valuation to real revenue and to real profits. And that's what makes it different. You think about NVIDIA, Google, Microsoft, the hyperscalers, they're so much bigger in comparison. And the rabbit hole I went down is how it really helped e-commerce. Something so simple like barcodes. Barcodes increases productivity, but we couldn't have that without the connectivity that was the internet. So we don't even know the amplifications of artificial intelligence, just like we didn't know the internet would give us barcodes. So I think we're still early. If we were to put it on a time frame, we'd be in the 1996 time frame with an easing Fed on top of that. So healthy market is what I see.
Awesome stuff. Hogue, I want to bring you in here. We do have Jessica's chart up here. We've been talking about Hogue for the past, we haven't made an all-time high in the NASDAQ futures for 4 months, right? Talking about this consolidation range. What are you seeing as far as prices go in relation to what Jessica was saying here? I have another question for Jessica. I think you kind of alluded to your answer here, but what are you seeing here, Hogue, on the S&P charts?
Well, first of all, Jessica, I appreciate you kind of validating the fact that I missed the whole .com bubble thing because I didn't get it, but I'm doing a much better job of maybe catching some of the AI things that are going on now because I already missed one of those. I'm not missing this one. At least I'm going to try not to. But as far as what we're seeing, I love the fact that on your weekly chart you've got the quarterly moving averages on there. I'm certainly going to take a look at that. That just makes too much sense.
It's crazy
as
when
to
that
why
happens.
yeah, right. As to why the chicken fries in an air fryer, I can't help with that either. But I mean, we're looking at weeks now, even months now of the market just kind of consolidating. And I think this consolidation is eventually going to be a good thing. We can look at the monthly and what we're seeing here on the monthly is indecision. We're seeing long, very small candle bodies, long wicks. This market is just coiling up, looking for the new information, whatever that information is going to be. Hopefully, it's NVIDIA on Wednesdays that for the next opportunity to move away from this area. The market is consolidating. It's not going to consolidate forever. If there's no bad news, to me, the equities just have the tendency to continue to push to the upside as when there's no bad news. And there's always uncertainties in the market, but I don't know about you, Jessica. Traders seem to have a very short memory when it comes to these things. So as soon as
They
these,
do.
any scary news kind of goes to the wayside in the back of their minds, the market has a tendency to continue to push to the upside. Nobody knows what's going to go on, but I'm just looking at this as just a nice little rest before the next leg to the upside, and I'm hoping you see the same thing.
I do, absolutely. And I like the word that you use, that you're seeing within a technical basis, indecision, because that is exactly what I'm seeing as well. Uncertainty leads to higher volatility. We see that with the VIX just expanding and contracting, expanding and contracting. And then that leads to higher term premium. If you have higher term premium, then that leads into just models that adjust earnings potential. So that's what I mean by how everything can flow into earnings potential. And it's so interesting if you look at the market through that lens. But what we need is certainty. If we don't know the impact of tariffs, if we don't know the impact or how that's going to impact inflation, if we don't know how that's going to impact the consumer, we're just guessing. And so therefore, the more information that we get, the better decisions we can make. And we need those catalysts to push us out of that range bound. So certainty to move higher is very important, and a little more predictability.
Awesome stuff.
You mentioned the U.S. dollar. How are you kind of feeling about the little recent pullback in this? Do you think that we can find some support in the U.S. dollar, or do you not want support in the U.S. dollar? What's your thought on that?
I do want support. So anything that moves too far too fast in either direction causes a shock, and it's to the upside or to the downside. So support and stability is extremely important, regardless of whatever I'm analyzing or looking at. A weaker dollar, something that just is so under realized if we go deep into the earnings of the hyperscalers and the big tech companies, because they have a lot of foreign revenue. When they make iPhone sales, for example, overseas, we can convert back to the greenback. They have a higher dollar on their balance sheet. So just purely from a lower, weaker dollar perspective, it is good for the overall tech sector. And if it's good for the overall tech sector, which makes up more than 30% of the S&P 500, it is good. It is better for the overall market, just from a mathematical perspective. However, it is something that I just need to see stability. Do I want to see it strengthen? Do I want to see it weaken? That's not really what I'm concerned with. What I'm concerned with is it's not moving too far, too fast, and it just finds support right now. That's a great question.
Nice, even keeled. Yes.
Even keeled for sure. So Jessica, we have NVIDIA earnings coming up on Wednesday. We have PPI coming out on Friday. If the PPI number comes in hot, does that change anything for you?
It can. Yeah, it can. So right now, the thought is that tariffs are going to have a one-time effect on inflation. So what that means is, and I see this a lot from my followers where, and I'm sorry if I'm going down to the basics here, but when we say inflation, we mean year over year increase isn't going to be as high. So again, to that too far, too fast. So PPI, since it's the producer perspective, tends to lead CPI, but the Fed likes to look at PCE, which is what we had last week, which was just an interesting dynamic. It's going to be important to see how that's ticking up, and we have to look underneath the surface with all of the data. So if we see a one-time increase in tariffs, what Powell said in his last speech is he has this new model. It's very specific to goods, so not services, but goods specifically, where those tariffs would be, where we just start seeing it trending down. So one data point doesn't make a trend, three makes a trend. That is Powell's pattern. He sees three pieces of data points. There is an act that happens with the inflation picture, that happens with any of the employment numbers. That tends to be Powell's pattern, if you will. So now we need to look for the same pattern that's happening with the FOMC committee is taking actions. And so what I'm looking for is anything specifically in the goods sector just starts trending down. If so, that tells me he was correct with a one-time impact on tariffs, which means they're going to raise the prices one time, and then it's not going to be raised as much overall. And then that would be very, very good for the consumer. But tariffs is, we have a certainty that was introduced with the decision last week on Friday. Now we've got uncertainty with what the repercussions are of that, which of course leads to volatility, more term premium, everything we're looking at. So PPI is going to be ever so much more important in understanding the impact of the inflation picture. That's why we have a lens on it now.
Awesome stuff. And that is Friday this week. Let's take a look. We got couple minutes before the equities open here. We got about 15 minutes before we get into fast markets. I got one more question for you here, Jessica. NVIDIA. If NVIDIA accelerates their revenue, do you see that as an expansion for tech or just sustaining the current levels that we're at right now?
Oh, that's such a wonderful question because of the earnings that we're seeing more broadly. So, and sorry, I'm giving you a longer answer, but with the earnings more broadly, we've actually had higher sales revisions than we've had earnings revisions, and we've had record profit margins, which is healthy. We want to see record profit margins, but the reason why sales revisions, and so when you say revenue, that's why my mind went there. That tells me that it's from actual demand and customer demand. They're selling more things. It's not from cost cutting, which is the fear with artificial intelligence. So yes, that increasing revenue, but that diverse revenue is going to be extremely important from NVIDIA. But if you look very deep in their financials, they've got such a moat with CUDA, and they are more than just a chip company. There is layers upon layers of you have to utilize NVIDIA to not only get the chip to train your models, you need the software to train your models. Then you also need the services to keep it going. And then now they're expanding to data centers. So they're trying to make themselves a one-stop shop for those large language and even small language models, because that is a thing. And so revenue growth, just like you stated, I think is actually more important because that tells us the demand story, but it puts numbers behind it.
Awesome stuff. I know some of the demand for NVIDIA chips is probably coming from some Bitcoin miners. I know you have a Bitcoin chart that you wanted to share with us as well. You said you saw some interest in Bitcoin. Do you want to cover that for now?
Sure. Yeah. I just think it's really interesting. If we go back to, and I did the same thing with the S&P 500 and tariffs, which is an interesting one I'll share with you at some point. But if we go back to April 2021, there was a cup and handle that formed. We had that period of consolidation, and we couldn't overcome that. I believe it was around 68,978. So we'll call that around 69,000. We weren't able to reclaim that level until the week of November 4th of 2024. That, of course, was election week. And that tells me we had price move in anticipation of a policy or an environment where it was very conducive to tokenization and in all of these Bitcoin and that we've seen happen. So the Clarity Act, the Genius Act. What I find interesting is the second leg of that drawdown happened around the week of January 14th, when the CEO of Coinbase publicly withdrew his support for the Clarity Act. And then last week, there was some World Liberty Forum at Mar-a-Lago where they were talking about the US dollar and how it needs modernization, and how talking about stablecoins and how that's creating structural demand for US treasuries, and more of that angle of what's needed from Coinbase. So the point that I'm trying to make is we have fallen below that around 69,000 level that we only overcome over years because of policy, which tells me fiscal policy is what's needed to overcome that large area that is now supply. I think the demand would come in if we get some clarity from the Clarity Act, complete pun totally intended there, just to help us understand what's happening.
Yeah. From a technical perspective, we have broken, some levels that were clear support. Jessica, have you heard where Saylor said he was comfortable?
I have not. Where did he say he was comfortable?
8,000.
Oh,
8,000.
no.
I don't know if you see the rate. Yeah, 8,000. I don't know. I don't know how many hodlers can sustain that, but that's where he said he was comfortable too. So we might have a little room lower. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll cause
what
a
are your thoughts on
meltdown. The meltdown,
Absolutely.
a leverage is what concerns me. Now that we've got ETFs that have Bitcoin, there is a lot of retail that owns it. And there's a part when we have massive drawdowns where we just have to meet margin calls. And that would cause a very volatile sell-off mechanically.
Absolutely. So we
kind of
saw
like the
something
yen carry
similar.
trade. Yeah.
The yen carry trade, the metals a couple of weeks ago. Do you think that a volatility event like that would have effects in other places, right? If we see a liquidation event in the Bitcoin market, especially with more institutional money that we've seen coming into crypto recently, Does that have an effect in the equities or in other markets, in your opinion?
Absolutely. Money flows somewhere. We have to understand where it's going to
Right.
go. So it could absolutely have an impact on gold. I think there's an interesting correlation that happens with the dollar and gold that I've been watching. So there could be some buying into gold to see if that's the safe haven. What's interesting is traditionally the safe haven would be US Treasuries, but there has been some interesting components that are happening within the credit market that we need to pay attention to. And then also if we move into consumer staples, we've actually seen more of a rally in consumer staples the past couple of weeks, which tends to be more of a defensive sector. So I see Bitcoin as a measure of risk on. And if risk is off because of a broader sell-off, then I want to see are we going into this de-risking type of trade, which would be gold, treasuries, and staples, or if it's rotating into something like artificial intelligence, well, then that would tell me that it's not necessarily risk off. There is something deeper there happening with the structural demand for Bitcoin that would warrant further investigation. So where money flows is extremely important in my practice.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Jessica. Hogue, you got any other questions for Jessica while we have her here?
Coinbase, the CEO jumped out of everything. Is it a buy? Is it a sell?
I think it would be a buy at that point because he is really involved within the Clarity Act. So it would tell me that we got clarification within that. And his big issue was stable coins within the Clarity Act, because they're backed 1-to-1 by treasuries, making sure that the consumer can offer yield off of that. And within the Clarity Act, they were removing that. And then the big fear was that banks wouldn't have larger deposits, and they always want money. But we have to remember, Venmo was a big threat to the big banks, and they came up with Zelle. So we are a resilient consumer. We are a resilient economy. We've learned a lot since the great financial crisis, and we have technological advancements behind us.
Nice.
Good question.
Nice. I don't Zelle, and I don't Venmo. Not on my phone.
Cash only.
That's
Hogue.
right.
I'm still stuck
Cash
in
only.
cash.
Cash only.
Cash is king, they say.
Well, it is. It absolutely is. Jessica, I got a couple more questions for you. Probably one selfish question, but where can our audience find you? I see a lot of love for you in the chat, and they're saying, "Hey, bring Jessica back." Extremely informative way to start the morning. Where can our viewers find you? Any social platforms or anything like that?
I appreciate that very much. I am all over social media. Just search Jessica and Skip and you will find me. And then I did recently relaunch my podcast. It's called Market Make Her. So MAKEHER. If you search that on any streaming platforms, you'll be able to see it. But we did kick off our series, or our season, if you will, with a deep dive into the .com bubble, so we can draw some comparisons. And we're talking about the history of the Fed, which is interesting in these times.
Yes.
Awesome stuff. Market Make Her podcast. Make sure you check that out. Selfish question, Jessica. We are on YouTube running a live stream, and we make the joke all the time that they pay us in likes. So could you ask our audience to hit that thumbs up, like, and subscribe?
Absolutely. Yes. If you are enjoying this, please hit that like button. Please subscribe. Please share it with someone. Put in your comments. Give that algorithm, feed it what it needs so we can bring this to more people. Thank you.
Awesome stuff. We appreciate that for sure, Jessica. Anything else that you want to share with our audience? We're going to get ready for fast markets here. Our market's opening up in a couple of minutes. House count is, I think we got stopped out of that gold trade.
We sure did,
trade in crude oil. Anything else you want to share with us, Jessica, before we head out for a little bit of a break here?
Yeah, just watch NVIDIA earnings and then PPI on Friday. What we're looking for is the earnings story, but also from a Fed perspective, is the risk on the employment market or is it on inflation? That's the question we're all trying to answer, get clarity on that. Then we can have some more predictability going forward.
Awesome stuff. Well, Jessica, we appreciate you joining here as well as our chat. Hopefully you had a good time, and hopefully you come back and join us sometime soon.
Yeah, I had a great time. Thank you so much for having me. And again, hit those like buttons. Thank you.
We appreciate you, Jessica. We
Thank you,
appreciate you.
Jessica.
We're going to, JD, we are going
What's up,
to
guys?
get ready for fast markets here. That was pretty awesome. That was pretty awesome. I learned a lot.
That was great. That was
Got to go
excellent.
back
Yeah.
and rewatch that segment for sure.
Yes.
Let's take a
All right.
quick look. Yeah, go ahead, JD.
Let's go through our schedule for the rest of the day. We've got a big day of tradertainment coming your way right here on Topstep TV. We just finished up the opening call. Fast markets coming up next. Jay's going to stick around for a little bit. Jack and Hogue will be here also. I might be in there for just a little bit too. Dakota's going to be here from 9:30 to 11. Make sure you're here for fast markets. During the morning highlights, Hogue's coming back at 11 o'clock Central Time to go over the trades that we took here during the opening call, any potential trades that we might take during fast markets. 11:15 Central Time, Power Players. Our buddy Diamond Hands George is back. I'll be in here with Dolby Time. 12 o'clock, Group Coaching. We're going to pin a form to the chat in just a little while. Grab that form, click the link, fill out the form, click submit, and we're going to answer your question live here on Topstep TV. Group Coaching today is with Gabe, Deanna, and Anne Marie. I will be back for Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock with Hoop and Gabe, and then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Jack, our man Muhammad, and Dolby Time. It is Monday. That means our man Mo is here for Power Hour. On this Monday, folks, again, we got a whole day of Tradertainment coming your way live right here on Topstep TV. Make sure you're sticking around.
Let's take a quick look at some prices. Yeah, go ahead, Hogue.
Did we do the checklist?
Ooh, I suppose we should do the checklist.
I think we didn't.
We don't have to, but
I think we have to.
All about. Here it is. There's your daily checklist. Pre-market research. We're doing pre-market research, and some of the best pre-market research I think I've ever seen. We had here with Jessica. That was fantastic. Morning checklist. You got your water, got your food, got your coffee, got your walk-in. What about mindset? Mindset is everything in trading. It's going to change your decision-making process. Make sure you're in the right place at the right time. Happy traders make better traders. Trade entry checklist. Why are you getting into these trades? Write them down and review them at the end of the day with your post-market checklist. You are going to be reviewing those trades, reviewing those thoughts, reviewing those feelings, and preparing for the next trading day. Sure, if we're having at the buzzer today, we got Jay here in Chicago. I'm pretty sure we're going to be having at the buzzer. Are we going to have at the buzzer today, Jay?
I think we are. I think we'll figure it out. Yeah, we should have at the buzzer
Coach
today.
Jay and Coach Paul. Awesome. There's your daily checklist. Make sure you get your homework done. Otherwise, you don't get to play.
There we go. Taking a look at some prices here. S&P trading 6906.75. We have the NASDAQ. I mean, Jessica was just talking about this range that we've been in. Hogue. There's opportunity in it, but I think what I got from what she said was I'm not looking for huge moves in the equities until there's a catalyst. And we've kind of been saying that, right? We haven't made an all-time high in the NASDAQ futures in 119 calendar days. So the opportunities have been range-bound opportunities. Right now, the NASDAQ trading 24,970. We got fast markets coming up here in just a little bit, but Hogue, you want to give a quick opinion on the NASDAQ, or should we just get right into fast markets?
If we're ready, it's we're getting late here. Should we go to fast markets? Are we ready? Looks like we're ready, Jay. So we're going to do the thing. Jay, JD, always a pleasure. Jessica, fantastic having you on with us here this morning. Looking forward to seeing you back again. But as always, we've got lots of folks here in the chat. Thanks again for the likes. Thanks for subscribing. First, today's Shubham. We have Dan Trader. We have Anastasios, Billy Joe, Tommy C., Alexis, Alex Las Palmas. We've got Coog. We've got Andrew Minder, Gorillionaire, and a cast of thousands with us today. Don't forget, folks, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. And it is time for fast markets coming in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Happy Monday, traders. Welcome to Fast Markets on Topstep TV. Yeah. Did you guys know, possible future guest on the show, the president of South Korea apparently was a day trader, and a very bad one at that. He lost a ton of money. So
Ooh,
there
whose
is
money?
hope. Their own, I suppose. I mean, even if this doesn't work out, you could always become the president of South Korea. Jay, how are
Exactly.
you doing this morning?
Great. I'm doing great, Jack. I'm doing great. Is there a way that we can get the president of South Korea a Topstep account? I'll cover it.
If you're listening, we will get you an account.
Awesome stuff. We got the equities opening up here in just a couple seconds. Got a little three-man weave going on here. J Crew, I'm Jay. That's Jack. That's JD. How are you guys seeing the markets right now? We got 30 seconds until the open. I missed a couple of days of trading. I did make it back home. Well, not home. Back to Chicago safely from Mexico. But how are you guys seeing the markets? What did I miss over the past 2 days?
Well, we're probably going to open up within striking range of the 6,900 and the SPX. We sold off last night with some of the tariff stuff, I guess 15% as opposed to 10. That's our life now. There'll be a lot more of that. But I'm just going to let things shake out. There's the bell.
And we're open. I mean, if you're looking at a daily chart, we've been, as I think Hogue would describe it, as violently range bound the last 7-8 trading sessions, right? And we're at sort of the upper end of that range right now. Does that mean we're pulling back? Absolutely not. We saw some strength coming into the market on Friday. We are sitting right at 69.15 right now. Jack mentioned that 6,900 or
We got there.
Yeah, we got there. All right. Pull up the ES ladder.
Seeing a push early here in the equities. NASDAQ trading 25,025 evens. We got the S&P trading 6920. House count is flat in that gold trade. 5189 last trade here in gold. Early push to the upside across the board here.
Nice rip to
I'm
start.
sure that most of our viewers are already aware of this, but we've really been in a very defined range for a couple months, but especially these last 3 trading sessions here, we have just been kind of bouncing back and forth between the 6850 SPX level and the 6900. We're on the high end of that right now.
Nearly made it to settlement price. 69.23 quarter settlement in the ES. Didn't quite get there. Missed it by a tick. I think we're getting another shot up there, though. It just seems pretty strong right now. Got that feel. Just reading the ladder, looking at the ladder, watching price action. I think a new high could be coming in.
Seeing a pullback here now in the NASDAQ 24,976. Took a quick look above those 25,000s. Really early rejection here. I'm trying to get settled. Normally, I'm not streaming from this office, so I'm making sure I got all my screens up before we start placing any trades or looking at any trades. But if you guys are seeing anything, any opportunities, let us know. Jack, we know you take a look at the options levels. That takes some time to develop. So we'll take a look there. I got the 4 equity markets up right now.
We are still cooking in stocks. S&P is putting in new highs right now, 69.25.75. We're through settlement price, continuing to tick higher. Relentless buying stepping in here.
So similar to Friday, there's a lot of skew in the options market, like the puts, with Iran, this tariff stuff and everything else. The puts for similar out of the money levels are much more expensive than the calls. And so conversely, to the upside, there'll be like some resistance. Like I'm not looking for a huge ripping up day, but I think it's most likely that we probably do drift up as long as nothing happens. But then below, if we start selling off, there's a possible trap door there. A lot of negative gamma down below. So I guess I'm cautiously looking for dip buying, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that makes sense.
69.25 last trade here in the S&P. Continuing to trade higher. The Russell kind of stuck in the mud right now. 26.57 last trade there. 25,010 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Let's see here.
Off this push, the VIX is below 20 now. It was above 20 earlier today. In the Mag 7 and Friends, not too much happening. We got Amazon down 1.5%, Microsoft down 1.3%. The pain continues there. Nvidia's up 2%, Tesla down 1.5%.
Jack, I was out Friday, but we finally, after 3 head fakes, got the Supreme Court opinion on tariffs. I missed Topstep TV. I didn't get to hear your opinion on it. What are you thinking now, Jack? Now that we finally got it, I was waiting to hear it, to be honest.
Honestly, that's an experience I don't wish to repeat. I was saying that's the first time I'm aware of that I've ever been trading, especially on YouTube, where a Supreme Court decision affects things. And it seems nobody really knew what the hell is going on. And it's not clear that we still do. This will be sorted out over a long time.
Right. Yeah, what I thought was interesting, and I wasn't fully tuned into what was going on, but I saw almost immediately after the president say he was increasing global tariffs another 5%, which I thought was interesting, but I guess I got to do more research on that for sure. 25,000 here in the NASDAQ, sticky number, 25,004 last trade here, 69.21 quarter last trade here in the S&P. Not a whole lot of direction so far. JD, we're out of that gold trade, right?
We sure are. Gold kind of ripped on us right towards the end of the opening call. Let me go back to my gold chart. Just took a minor paper cut. House counts up 11 bucks to start today.
11 bucks. Good.
We peeled one off at right around 1.5R. We held a runner. Looked like we were going to get some more downside price action there. We had a nice gap to fill to the downside. Didn't quite happen. Nice overnight gap. So that overnight inventory never really resolved in gold, and we're just seeing higher prices again.
Did we do anything in crude oil?
No, nothing done in crude. Did not take the crude. What is crude doing, though? Muted. Crude's making a move.
Yes, it is.
A little bit of a rejection here in the equities off the top of the range I was discussing. Also, last night's highs, but we've tested this level a number of times.
NASDAQ make new lows of the New York session. Yeah, go ahead, JD.
Looking at the 1 minute in crude oil, it would have triggered a short. We would have been short in the hole in crude oil. We might have low ticked this rip if we had gotten into the opening range breakout trade in crude.
Good no trade. Good no trade.
Good no trade there. Immediately in an about face and just rip. We would have been on the wrong side of that move.
We are seeing micro Bitcoin. Jessica was just talking about Bitcoin on the opening call, seeing a little bit of selling coming in there. Jack, you're seeing some resistance up here in the S&P. Anything you would be interested in taking a trade off of, or do you continue to let the options data develop throughout the day, maybe half hour or so before we're looking for a potential trade here?
That's where I'm leaning, although it is kind of playing out a little bit how I would expect it, with like grindier moves up, fighting through resistance. We'll see. I'd want to wait at least until we test it back to the 6,900 SPX, which is like 69.14.
Okay. 69.14. Taking a look at the tilt right now, 50-50 in the S&P, 57% long in the NASDAQ, and 65% long crude oil. Crude traders getting paid there. Ton of overlap. Jack, what did you take from the opening call with Jessica? We've been talking about potential catalysts for the equities getting out of this range that we've been in. She mentioned that equal weight, and you've mentioned this on the show last week. Equal weight, we're making all-time highs, but if we're looking at cap weighted, we're not necessarily. What did you take from that opening call?
Well, I was doing some research, so I wasn't able to check all of it. In what I saw,
Gotcha.
Jessica seemed awesome. Hope we have her back.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we've seen a lot of rotation this year. That's kind of been the story of it. It seems like it's
Right.
been forever since Nvidia made an all-time high, but it's probably only been what, like 4 or 5 months, something like that.
Right. Right. Wednesday might
When
be
is
the day.
Nvidia earnings? That could be your catalyst.
Wednesday.
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 We're having a watch
This
party
is
with Coach
your-
Jay at the buzzer.
Yeah. Your periodic reminder that Wednesday is the most important day of your life up to now.
Yeah.
Previous most important have been quarterly on Nvidia's earnings, but every new time is the biggest earnings report in history. Literally, your well-being depends on it. Whether you will be farming rocks in 2 years for
Farming
like
rocks. Nice.
for tokens. So pay attention.
Make sure you are pay attention. Make sure you are here for our watch party Wednesday. We'll be covering those NVIDIA earnings. Jack, always an open invite to you for At the Buzzer if you want to join us there. Seeing the tilt now, 65% short in the S&P, 55% short in the NASDAQ, 54% long in crude oil, so paring back just a little bit there. Again, pretty muted open. I'm looking at a 1-minute opening range in the NASDAQ. It's the high and low of the range pretty much. The S&P, we're kind of hanging out at those highs, but not really much as far as direction goes. Still fairly early in the week, fairly early in the trading session, so don't have to jump into a bunch of trades here. But if I see anything, it's a range-bound trade for now.
I was going to answer a question from chat about what is equal weight when we're talking about the S&P 500. But I'll start by going what the S&P 500 is. So most indices, besides the Boomer Dow that you see, are market cap weighted. That's true for the S&P, the Russell, the NQ. What that means is your market capitalization is the price of the stock times the number of shares. All right. Something like Nvidia is close to $4.5–5 trillion in market cap. And basically your weighting in the index is proportional to what your market cap is. That's why Nvidia is, 11% of the NQ. We're selling off. We're actually back to my 6,900 level here.
This is a
Get back to
monster
the-
move we're seeing.
Yes, it is. 24.
It was a decent move we're seeing.
I mean, biggest move of the day so
Monster.
far here. 24,930s. Last trade in the NASDAQ. 69.14 was that price Jack was talking about. That lines up with 6,900 SPX, kind of where we're trading right now. Let's see. Does look like there's potentially
Love how
some
you refer
room
to
low.
that. Love how you refer to the Dow as the Boomer Dow, too. Boomer 30.
I mean, they've made a lot of money from it, so it's all good. I have respect. So the equal weight would be if instead of weighting by market cap, we just weighted all 500 companies the same amount. So if the equal weight is rising, it means more companies are doing better, but not creating, proportional market cap amounts. It's an increase in breadth. We're selling now.
Yeah, we are looking at 24,874 here in the NASDAQ is the 200 moving average on the 30. That looks like a potential area to kind of sell into here. 24,898 last trade, 69.06 last trade in here in the S&P. It's a pretty nice sell-off here.
For headlines, I don't
Trump,
see.
a few minutes ago.
Oh,
Any
there it is.
nation, I think this is Truth Social, any nation that wants to play games with the Supreme Court decision will be met with much higher tariff and worse. So what he's
Worse.
referring to, by the way, is that this Supreme Court, like most of these trade deals that were negotiated, were based on the IEEPA sanctions. So they're technically not valid anymore. So we'll see what happens there.
Any nation that wants to play games.
Mm-hmm.
And worse. And worse, that really gets you, right?
What's
Yeah.
worse than playing games?
Not playing games.
Yeah.
Playing stupid games, winning stupid prizes maybe. 24,893 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 69.05 last trade here in the S&P. That 69.14 level, Jack, on a retest of that. I know we're kind of selling off here, but looks like an interesting spot there.
Dolby said, "Congrats, Jay. You win a 20% tariff." No more discount codes. Just simply tariff codes. Yes, you can play regular price or add a regular price or add 20% from now
on. I think one of the big uncertainties, Jack, the tariff refunds, right? Is that a thing? Is that happening?
Well, you got to sue. You got to sue and find out.
Okay.
That'll play out in the courts. Microsoft's getting hammered.
I know what won't happen. Refunds to consumers, whether these tariffs are paid back or not. Don't expect it. Don't expect it. What's Microsoft doing right now?
Microsoft's getting murdered, and they have been for a while, but they're down 2.25%. As I mentioned last week, Microsoft is actually getting reasonably close to its 200-week moving average.
That does not happen often. That does not happen often. I know the equities during the tariff sell-off last year traded down to those 200. The Nasdaq did traded down to that 200 weekly moving average, which I don't think we hit. It was years. When's the last time Microsoft was at that moving average, check? Seen some more selling coming in here.
So if we get down to about 375 in Microsoft, we're trading 387 right now. 375 would be the 200-week moving average. Last time we got to that in Microsoft was in January of 2023.
Okay, wow. It's 3 years. Is that a dip buy opportunity? We are seeing the Nasdaq now trade at that 200 moving average we were talking about, 24,874, 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. I do have the Nasdaq. I did get access to a Topstep live account. Shout out to the team for getting me set up there. But I have the Nasdaq locked out. I can only trade micros, but I would be potentially looking for an opportunity into this 200 moving average, but not just a blind buy, especially with the selling pressure that we're seeing coming in here. 24,860 last trade there in the Nasdaq, 69.02 last trade here in the S&P, making new lows of the New York session. Looking at the Russell, pretty range bound. Gold continuing to rally. Metals rallying. Gold up 2.66% right now. Silver up 6.5%. The money flows somewhere. Right now it's into the metals. Go ahead, Jack.
Yeah. I will buy some Microsoft at that. Just once again, following the Charlie Munger playbook. Force myself to do a little bit at 200-week moving average. I also just closed the last of my Carvana. I am flat Carvana, boys.
There we go.
How did it go?
It went well, but was an absolute disaster, and then went well.
There you go. Nice trade there, Jack. Nice trade.
I never had to see the red prints. I had to imagine them because the options market was closed.
That was a wild move, right? It was down 25% and then right back to flat on the open.
Pretty close.
It was a crazy move. Yeah.
Right. You were going to say, JD?
I was going to ask you a question, a travel question. Have you ever taken an Amtrak ride?
Yes. Yes, I have.
Just looking at these headlines, that might be your only option of getting back to New York City anytime soon.
Man. Yeah, so
American Delta, JetBlue, and United and others are possibly extending cancellations through Tuesday.
Nice.
Well, be tough. You can stay in my basement, Jay.
I might have to. Right now, I'm staying at a hotel not too far away from the Board of Trade, but we'll see here. Yeah, my flight is booked for tomorrow at 6:50, but it's still snowing in New York right now. I think it's supposed to snow until 6 p.m. So, yeah, it is. Will be interesting for sure. You mentioned Amtrak, JD. I was traveling with a couple of friends, and one of my friends, he's a GI doc, so he's like, I got to get back to my patients this week. So he's flying from Chicago to Philly and taking a train from Philly to Jersey and back up that way. So we will see. Good thing about working from anywhere, you just as long as we have a internet connection and a computer, right? We can jump on the stream, take some trades.
Yep.
I don't know what that train ride is from Chicago.
I bet it takes a good 8 hours.
At least.
To where?
From Chicago to New York on the Amtrak?
8 hours? Way longer than that.
Oh, really?
You wish. 8 hours? No.
16?
Stand corrected.
Sounds like a full day.
That's if you don't get caught. The problem is we don't have dedicated rails, so it's like I bet you it takes at least 20 hours.
Oh, okay.
Huh.
I suppose it's not nonstop also, right? Yeah, got to factor that in.
Yeah, I don't want that train ride. I'll stay in Chicago. I thought about it, honestly. I thought about just canceling all the flights that I had, letting the snow do what it's going to do, and then just going home Thursday. But we'll see what happens here. A little bit more selling coming in to the equities. S&P making a new low of the session, 68.9750 last trade there in the S&P, 24.890 last trade in the NASDAQ. For reference, that 200 moving average on the 30-minute in the S&P is all the way down at 68.80. So that could be a potential spot to look for some buyers to maybe step in here. The NASDAQ is holding that 200 moving average on the 30 for now. Gold continuing to push here. Crude oil pulling back a little bit. Yeah, go ahead.
As mentioned, there's all that, put skew, put buying. If we start breaking down here, then I would be very careful about buying dips unless they look really good, like a failed breakdown at a good level or something like that, because it could get rolling.
Someone in the chat says, it looks like I gained a couple pounds. I don't know. It might be a different camera. I did go on a taco tour of Mexico City. So it could be I just put on some weight as well. We'll be back in the gym as soon as I get home.
You guys are ruthless in the chat.
I know,
right? Today. Man. We got a band,
nice bounce
we got a band of people left and right during the opening call.
Oh, bouncing.
Crazy. Yeah, there we go. Nice little bounce there. That 200 moving average in the NASDAQ did hold for now, 24.874. Last trade, 24.940. Just a reminder to everyone that this is Fast Markets. Hashtag Fast Markets. Tag us on your favorite social platform, preferably X, and we'll bring them to you in the show later in the day. Share us your trader wins, your setups, your trading buddies, whatever else you want us to show on the show. Tag us at Topstep TV on X, hashtag Fast Markets, or hashtag Power Hour if you're going to tag us later in the day. Nice bounce here in the equities.
Guys, we got so close to rolling into Fast Markets with 3,000 concurrent viewers today. We were within 150, I think. I think that was the closest we've been. Almost did it.
Oh, got to thank Jessica for that. Great having new guests on the show, different perspectives on the market. Especially with her higher time frame macro analysis, kind of puts in perspective what we're doing here. We do get very zoomed in, right, on day trading charts. But good to have that perspective. Also great to have this guy's perspective. Let's bring him in. John the Goat Hoagland. Hoag, welcome back to the show. How are you seeing the markets right now? First 20 minutes after the open.
Well, let's start with the S&Ps. So this is the 30-minute chart. We had an afternoon pullback low on Friday, 69.0875. Wasn't looking for any meaningful buying above there, and we didn't see it. We looked up there, but we've rejected rather stiffly in the day time frame here. We traded right down to VWAP. This is going to be a little bit of a stumbling block, but as long as we hold below that 69.0875, I can see this market rolling all the way back to value low around 68.90 or even points lower. We've got that 200 session moving average down below here in the S&P's J, 68.80. can see that also being targeted. We were just a few minutes ago, and Jessica was looking at the cup and handle in the Bitcoin, and we had a cup and handle kind of getting set up here for the S&Ps, but all this rejection up there isn't looking very good for continuation. Of course, ACH, anything can happen. What about the Nasdaq? Nasdaq kind of similar. We were looking for meaningful buying above Friday's afternoon pullback low, 25,014. We did not see any meaningful buying up there. So we're looking for this market to possibly continue to roll lower. We've already tested down to that 200 session simple moving average down there, Jay. I heard you mention that earlier. We're still largely in range and value, just kind of looking at a violently range bound market here, at least for the early session here. Opening range is neither the high nor the low. So just kind of being patient, waiting for some sort of extreme, some sort of setup to look for an opportunity. Gold is very interesting. Gold not done. We've got the weekly kickoff high, 52.10. It walked right through it. All right. Well, what's that tell us? Maybe some longer time frame buyers coming back into this market, because this is on the daily chart breakout above short time frame balance. We saw some pretty good increases in open interest on Friday. We're seeing continuation up against an important inflection level, 52.10 weekly kickoff high. Be interesting to see how this plays out, how this market resolves for the rest of the day. We've already got I don't know what's the daily ATR was about $2, right? 174 bucks. Where are we at now as far as the range for the day is concerned? We've got space, folks. We do have space for continuation in the upside as long as we hold above that weekly kickoff high. Coming back to it now could be a decent opportunity there. And crude oil continues to push to the upside, up against last week's high right now. Last week's high, 67.03, $67 last. Just trying to stay patient here, looking for if we're going to see continued rejection above those afternoon pullback highs in the equities. I can see this market rolling over to the downside. As Jack has already warned, if we continue to push to the downside, things could get a little bit slippery here. So we will keep an eye on there. Just looking for the right opportunities here.
Thank you for that. Oh, good to have you back. 68.99 last trade here in the S&P. 24.922 last trade in the Nasdaq. 52.19 in gold here. Seeing a pretty nice push. We heard Jessica say that the money has to flow somewhere. Right now, for the session, it's flowing into the metals.
Yeah, I don't like shorting it here up here in gold. As long as we hold above that 52.10.
Yeah,
we left the opening, we left the initial balance, single prints, very strong move above the initial balance high here. So don't fight a directional market, and don't fight this one, folks. At least not now.
DFADM. JD, we're going to let you get out of here. Anything you want to say before we head out? I think we're going to see you back on the show in just a little bit, but anything you want to say before we head out, JD?
Yep, I will be back at 11:15 for Power Players. I'll be here with Diamond Hands George and Dolby Time. Until then, keep it clean out there. Trade safe. I will see you in a little bit. Thanks, guys.
I'll miss you, JD.
Bye, JD.
Later, JD.
We're testing.
Jay, we just
silver
might keep you in Chicago. We just may have to keep you here.
I gotta get back home to my dog. Oh, he's staying with some friends right now, and they've been sending pictures every day, and he just looks more and more comfortable there. I think he forgot about me at this point, but
keep him out here. We'll take care of him out
right.
here.
We're testing in silver. The
okay.
Some prices we haven't seen since back all the way on February 5th, but kind of testing the highs from after one of the wildest trading days I've ever seen. That
yep,
big dog candle right there.
What a wild move that was. That $89 level is, if we get up there, we just rejected right at $88, but $89 in silver is very interesting. There's been seller up there. Every time we've gotten up there, some pretty big size on the offer. I saw Coach Hoop mention that we had that new silver contract that went online February 9th. It traded 10,000 contracts the other day, so maybe starting to see some volume come into that market, bringing some liquidity in. Again, that big silver contract is pretty expensive to trade, so more options there.
Look at this range. I kept the day candles up, but man, the ES. Where are my range traders at?
Yeah.
For what it's worth, we're kind of in the middle of this larger range right now.
Seeing a little bit of a pullback here in the Hug. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, it's back to weekly kickoff high. 52.10.
52.10.
Yeah, if we see excess above that, that might be an interesting opportunity. So
To sell it
kind of
back into
rich
the
in
range?
the yeah. Not really seeing any rejection up here just yet. I'm watching it.
A little hesitation, but not rejecting. I see what you're saying there.
Yep.
We got the initial balance is already set here for gold. Hogue, do you take a look at that initial balance high, which would be much lower than where we are right now? 51.86 is where I'm seeing it.
Yeah. Well, the 720 to 820 initial balance high is 51.80.30.
51.80.30.
So
we're seeing some extension here. Equities trying to sell lower here. S&P just made a new low of the New York session. We got the Dow selling off as well. 49,250, 260 last trade in the Dow. Nice movement over there in the Dow. See if that is a leader. We got the Russell and the Dow making new lows of the session. Nasdaq still hanging on for now. S&P just made a new low as well. Are all the equity markets going to move in the same direction? Right now, the S&P down 0.4%, the Nasdaq down 0.6%, the Dow down 0.83%, and the Russell down over 1.1% on the day so far.
74% short in the tilt on ES. As someone pointed out, yes, the VIX is back above now 20.
Okay.
We'll have to open a drop below that, but we're still, fairly high volatility.
Yeah. Some movement here. I think we've been talking about it for the past month. It's felt like there's opportunity in the equities, but it's range bound opportunity, right? So are these 68.90s an opportunity to buy here for a scalp? I got a New York session VWAP 69.10 quarter in the S&P. Top of the hour just came and went. Yep.
You see a 3-bar reversal in gold on the 5-minute
yes.
chart? Yes.
I do hope.
There it goes.
Want a short one?
There it goes.
Short micro?
Oh, you kind of missed that already here.
Yeah, a little bit, right? Let's see. Where's VWAP right now in gold? I have it at 51.77. So there's room. There's room to the downside here. We had that initial balance high, 51.8 in the 51.80s. I got a VWAP 51.77. Would be fighting the trend for the day, but I think smaller size, wider stops, maybe above that high. I don't know how expensive that stop is right now with a micro, but I do see that, Hogue. Russell continuing to sell, Dow selling. Crude oil on its highs. As always, we are on headline watch just in case something does come out. We heard some comments from the president a little bit earlier on Truth Social. Make sure you get your post notifications set up there. Never know when something's going to come out.
We're just gonna try this here.
All right.
Short gold.
Yeah, just one micro, 52.06.90.
Okay.
I'm not gonna risk a lot on this. I want to see it hold below 52.10. I mean, this is definitely contrary to the trend here.
For sure.
We will have Trump speaking shortly, it looks like. So heads up.
Russell is just getting smoked right now. The Russell down 1.25% now, 26.35.60. Let's see if we see that replicate in any of the other markets. Nasdaq still holding above those 900s. Russell and the Dow though getting sold off pretty aggressively here. House count short, micro gold. Like that trade, Hogue. Micro Bitcoin selling off a little bit as well.
And to answer the question, Trump is speaking. I don't know if he's here. Let me see real quick. He is not speaking at the moment. Scheduled to speak 5 minutes ago. So.
Gotcha. Seeing some selling now in the Nasdaq and the S. Here we go. Now we're selling. That short tilt in the S&P is getting paid right now. 68.83 last trade. There, 24.870. We're seeing a selling across the board. It started in the Russell, but it's starting to pick up now. The Dow selling off 49.167. Micro Bitcoin selling as well. The S&P making new lows. Nasdaq hasn't made a new low of the session so far.
Tesla, Microsoft, and Amazon all down 2%. Broadcom's up slightly. Google's basically flat. Nvidia's up 1.4%. Going into their earnings on Wednesday. 10-year yields keep on coming in. We're on the lower range. We're exactly right where we were when we announced the first rate cut in September. 4.056.
We did have that number at the top of the hour. Factory orders month over month actual came in at negative 0.7. Forecast was negative 0.7, so in line with expectations there.
We are not doing what we were hoping we were going to do in gold here. We're back above 52.10. We'll give it a shot here.
Still like it, Hogue. At 52.20 is up there. I don't know where you have your stop on this one, but
right now it's 1770.
Okay.
VIX up to 27.1.
You like a little further away?
I think that's fine, Hogue. I think that's fine. Maybe above the high of the day, but at that point, yeah, I think if we get back above those 15s, then we might just see it anyway. So I think you have it in a good spot. Jack, did I just hear you say the VIX is at 27?
Sorry, I probably should have put the decimal in there. 20, okay. The number 0.71.
Okay. I was about to say, did we miss a headline? Because how did the VIX just jump that much?
I would be much more excited.
20.7. Got you.
Yeah.
20.7. Seeing a little bit of a bounce here in the equity. 68.84 last trade in the S&P. 24.887 last trade in the Nasdaq. The S&P, I believe, just hit that 200 moving average on the 30. Yes, it did. 68.80. Finding a little bit of a bounce there. Let's see, that tilt got pretty heavy short. Right now, it is still 74% short in the S&P. Average price 69.01. Not as heavy in the Nasdaq. 57% short there.
SanDisk going crazy again. That's up 4.5%.
All those selling all those USB drives.
Yeah. Well,
SanDisk was a lot more than that.
The AI trade is on right now. So what I'm seeing across the board is software getting killed. We talked about Microsoft. Adobe's down 4.6%. Figma's down 9%. Some of the other risky stuff is doing okay. Oracle's down 4.5%. As mentioned, SanDisk is up. Broadcom up slightly.
Yeah, guys, the SanDisk USB drives was just a joke. I know they do more than that. 24,872 last trade here in the Nasdaq, 68.82 last trade in the S&P.
Should have cut
See,
this one. I thought I
Friday's,
wanted to.
yeah. Out of it now, Hogue?
Yep, we're flat now.
But no. Good idea. I like the trade. It looked like we had some hesitation up there at those 52.20s.
Yeah.
Actually,
The contrary 3-bar reversal, was worth a shot.
you don't put a ton of risk behind that trade, though, right? That's not something that you're going to lean into and say, hey, this is my A++ setup. I'm going to take it with the biggest size, take it with 1 micro, kind of as a feeler, which is fine. I think that's a big thing, right, for traders in general. Not every trade deserves the same risk allotment. And, if it's a cleaner setup, then yeah, maybe we lean into it a little bit, but not so much in that gold trade. And doesn't cost you as much. Seeing the Dow continue to make new lows of the session here. The NASDAQ as well just made a new low. S&P on its lows as well. Russell on its lows. Selling across the board here in the equities. Hopefully you guys are taking advantage of this in the chat. If you are, again, tag us on social media. Hashtag FastMarkets at Topstep TV. We'll bring those to you later in the day. 68.78 last trade here in the S&P. Jack, you were saying earlier, you had that 69.14 level. And below that, there's some room. Is there a target that you're seeing potentially to the downside here?
I mean, down to the other end of this range. So like 68.50 is maybe where I started looking for it. And so 68.64 or thereabouts.
Okay.
I've seen a couple people comment in the chat. Yeah, trading's hard, man. That opening move off the bell was brutal. If you were short, if you're trying to play that overnight level, it just squeezed and then let it dump.
Yeah. I mean, is that the case of give yourself a couple of swings at the plate, right? Where you might take it, that because the level clearly meant something to the market. It's just that initial flow right off the open is kind of tough to trade sometimes, especially with
really
no follow through there.
Selling off, I don't want to get into just bottom picking, but I'll usually give myself three strikes right. But being selective about the levels, we are going to little rebound.
Looks like the Nasdaq's the one that's trying to hold on here. The Dow, Russell making new lows. The S&P's stuck in the middle right now. It's like, are we selling off? Are we holding? What's going on here? The Nasdaq's trying to hold up here. 24,895 last trade there in the Nasdaq.
Still not seeing Trump at this event. Podium is empty.
Do we know what he's going to be talking about, or is just
they don't give a lot? I imagine tariffs will. It just says Trump at event.
Okay.
Might mention a couple of things about the State of the Union address tomorrow too.
Okay. 210s. Hogue, I'm looking at that gold chart. I don't know if it's trying to tempt us into a short, but it still looks valid here.
It's been telling me, try it again.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing as well. We did make a new high of the day there, lower high there on a 5 minute.
Let's try it again.
How many times you want to take it, right?
Short.
I think that'd probably be the last attempt.
820.
820. 68.80 last trade here in the S&P. 24,874 last trade in the NASDAQ. The Dow, 49.08. New lows of the session there. The Russell, right on its lows as well. S&P new lows. We are seeing some selling here. NASDAQ's down over 0.75%. The Russell down over 1.5%.
Wow.
Dow just
short 80% in the tilt, 78% NQ, 80% ES.
Ooh. How long do they get paid?
Well, we are We are just wrong.
Yeah. Yep.
I am selling it above this weekly kickoff high. Actually,
I think
below it.
I think we're seeing the hesitation up here, Hogue, for sure, which is why I like it as well. I think it's what we were talking about before, right? Is it a? I think the level is a good spot to look. It's the timing of the trade,
Yeah.
maybe. Still looks valid here,
direction.
though. Yep. Yeah. Right.
All right. New lows. Yes.
Continuing to sell there. 68.76, 24.870. We saw a very heavy tilt here in the S&P and in the NASDAQ, which means traders are getting paid on this short move in the equities. Let's bring in our top 5 live funded traders who are taking advantage of these markets as well. This wild start to this Monday. We got Nathan up $40,055. Sambat, $24,596. Julian K up $22,296. Chow up $19,767, and Mancha wrapping up the top 5 here, $19,262. All live traders taking money out of the real live markets. $40,000 a day for Nathan. Take most of that home. I know you all will, but seeing the market really well. If you continue to see it well, take advantage of it. So some big numbers there. Gold continuing to push here, 52.20. Nice out there, Hogue. Taking it with small size, they're paper cuts. And I think what you said there, we are wrong, right? And it's okay to admit that. I wish I would have admitted I was wrong in a lot of trades over my career, right? Just admit it. It's okay. You're going to lose eventually, but when you can't admit it, then those losses are usually bigger than you measure for.
Don't ever lose your sense of humor. Don't ever
Right.
lose your sense of humor.
Absolutely. Never.
Oh yeah,
Somebody saying
Pippin was posting more TA on Bitcoin. This is my new favorite category of social media posts.
what was it now? He had the Dorito pattern. I saw that one.
His Dorito failed. Now it's comparing the recent upside down U action to a similar move that happened in 2020, right before it went crazy to the upside.
Okay. There you go. Shout out to Scotty.
We should take all of his trades with like an MBT. It's small enough that we won't get dinged too bad. Could be a fun segment.
You think we could get him on the show?
If we pay him, probably.
Let the Bitcoin price drop a little bit more than pay him in Bitcoin. Maybe down to 8,000 there. Seeing the Dow continuing to sell here, 49,033 last trade in the Dow. Russell on its lows. The S&P on its lows. The Nasdaq's trying to hang on here, but we will see. Let's take a look at crude oil. 67.18 last trade there in crude, continuing to push higher. At 68 level, Hogue looking pretty interesting up there. %, short tilt still in the Nasdaq, 60% short in the S&P. Love to see traders taking advantage of this. If you're short in the chat and just letting this one work, let us know where you're short from. Crude oil new highs of the day, 67.26 last trade there in crude. Really nice push. Like JD was saying, on that opening range trade, we would have been triggered into a short, so good no trade there. As crude continues to push higher, 57% long tilt over there.
Adding another one of these levels. So down, I just added the 6840 SPX. There's some action going on there.
We've got traders short the Nasdaq from 25,000, short from 24,963, short the S&P from 69.26. Nice trade. Pretty much
Nice.
the high of the day there. The Dow continuing to sell here. Jack, do you know what was getting? Is there anything getting beat up in the Dow right now?
Oh, I off the top of my head, Microsoft
Yeah.
is in the Dow.
There you go.
I haven't even looked at the stock price, but I'd imagine Salesforce is down. That's in the Dow.
Okay.
Actually, it was a not a great move. The Dow actually replaced Intel, came out of it to make room for Salesforce. I saw an interesting chart as we're talking like software is just getting roasted and has continued this pretty much straight line down pattern for a long time. If somebody shared a chart of newspaper stocks. Now, I'm not saying this is a similar thing, right? But the fear is right now with software is terminal value. Like with the way that agentic coding is going on, is now you have to take into like, well, maybe these are essentially, zeros on a long enough time frame. But they showed this the newspapers, right? Their stocks started going down in a straight line in the early 2000s, and for 5 years while the stocks were going down, their earnings were actually still going up, and then it all fell apart. Right. So sometimes the market, the market's a forward-looking mechanism, right? The earnings won't save you. I don't know what they're going to do with these software companies to instill confidence.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, right? With these, I think you said agentic AI, right? You could kind of replace a lot of the software that's out there right now. That's it's interesting times. Maybe, right? Yeah, you see all the. Go ahead, Jack.
What it has done, like, do people really want to like code their own Slack? I wouldn't.
Right.
But what it has given, it's made like pricing and sales discussions more difficult because you have the threat of like, well, we could always do our own.
Right. Yeah. I was on Twitter over the weekend looking at all these what is it, Claude bot AI things. Yeah, we you see a lot of people explaining how to set it up, but not actually what they're setting it up for. Right? Like, oh yeah, you buy a Mac Mini and you do all these things, you sign up for all these subscriptions. Like, okay, what are you actually using the AI for? Nothing. No real concrete example. So maybe we are still far away from that. Hogue, nice out there in gold, trading above 52.20s now, 52.20.70 last trade there. Seeing a little bit of a bounce in the equities as well. 68.82 last trade here in the S&P. Hogue, you got a Delta update for us?
Yeah, S&P's negative right now, 2,400, negative 2,400, and NASDAQ negative 500. Gold, positive 144.
Okay. Buyers coming into the gold market. Dow traded below 49,000 for a second there. Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
They made a lot of Citrini released like kind of, I don't know what you call it, a research paper. It's more of like a thought experiment on Twitter that kind of shook people up. And it was imagining a future in 2028 where AI does deliver, like it works, but the market is still down 40% and unemployment crosses 10%. And the thought there is that could you see a future in which 70% of GDP is consumer spending, where, for instance, this AI stuff just impairs consumer spending, and it hurts the economy? Who knows? But I thought the most interesting part, they were talking about how if everyone has these, if in a couple of years everybody has these agents doing tedious stuff for them, you can see how it would hurt a lot of companies' earnings because your agent could be tirelessly negotiating insurance quotes for you, or
Okay.
you know, switching your TV provider to save a couple stuff that would be way too much work for a rational person to do on their own.
Right.
But just becomes sort of table stakes for everybody. Like the airlines would be the first to probably feel that.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yep. I will vouch for
I'll
that for
share
sure.
that
Trying to
article.
find a flight.
It's newsworthy.
Trying to find a flight back to Jersey was very interesting over the past couple of days. $2,000 to get back home. It's like no.
Are you
A train ride
serious?
doesn't sound too bad anymore. Yeah, some of the. I mean,
No, right?
yeah, it was so many flights canceled that they just start. You see
On
a
a
flight for
card.
$400, you try to book it, and it just continues to drive the price higher here. Driving price lower here in the Dow, just made new lows, 48,982. Russell on its lows as well. The S&P on its lows again. The Nasdaq trying to hold up for now. I think in the chat they said Trump is potentially coming up to the podium here. Just a few minutes, so we will bring you any market moving headlines from there. Taking a look at that tilt, it was 78% short in the Nasdaq. It's down to 57% now short, so pretty 50-50. 65% short still in the S&P. Crude oil still hanging out on its highs, 57% long there. Gold made a new high and then pulled back. I'm going to stop looking at you, gold, for a trade opportunity because it's trying.
Driving me nuts.
Try to entice us here. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Driving me nuts.
See what else we got moving here. The Russell down almost 2% on the day, 1.85% there. And let's take a look at micro Bitcoin. We got a guest coming up in just a minute here. 5 minutes, Hogue, also before the initial balances are set. Do you think it's safe enough to say that we have the IB high set in the equities?
Probably in the NASDAQ. S&Ps seem to be dragging the bottom here a little bit, but we'll take a look.
But yes, the high's probably in.
Yeah, highs are probably
Trump
in.
spits
Unless the president comes
serious
out. Yeah,
fire.
right. Yep. So I told you guys we were going to double the stock market. We're
NASDAQ
going to do it
IB
right
high.
now.
25,040. NASDAQ IB low 24,840 half for the next few minutes. We'll see if that holds. But S&Ps are hanging right at the bottom here. S&P IB high 69.30 quarter.
Here, Trump's
And
walking to the
IB
podium
low
now.
for now is 68.73 quarter. Hanging right along the bottom.
Thank you for that, Hogue.
There's any
still got a
change,
couple
we'll let you
minutes.
know.
Still got a couple minutes before those are set. About 3 minutes. Again, the initial balance. Saw a lot of traders on Twitter. Seems like finding out about the initial balance over the weekend. Seems like a lot of people have been using that in their trading now. But the initial balance, the first hour of trade in the market that you're trading. So for the equities, they open up at 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. We're looking at the range high to low from 9:30 to 10:30, and then seeing if we have any trade opportunities from there. Jack, you said the president is coming up to the podium now. So watch out for any volatility here in the markets. We're not sure exactly what he's going to be talking about, but anytime he has a microphone, there is potential for volatility. So just watch out there.
He's indeed talking now.
Oh, doorbell, who's that? What do we got?
New house, who dis?
Hey,
Here we are. Let's go.
Coach
Jay
Dakota.
in Chicago.
In Chicago, man. Unexpected. Was expecting to be home, but hey, things change. But how you doing, man? Welcome to the show. How are we seeing these markets?
Pretty good. If you tuned in last night for slow markets, we were talking about holding a long overnight. That paid really well. We came up, we tapped 25,000 here in the NASDAQ, but it looks like market's struggling to hold any type of bid here. Even this morning during the New York session, we tried to take a look above 25,000, completely rejected it. You can see I'm up green on the screen here in my live account, and there's a lot of weakness in this market. We coined that Tech 9 Jack, and once again, Mark, these individual stocks are moving dramatically. It's pretty mixed with something like where Walmart's up 2 1/3, Broadcom's up 1%, Apple's up 1%, Nvidia up 3/4, but the rest are just down, and they're down in a pretty big way, right? Palantir 4%, Netflix, yeah, it's on there, but 3%. Tesla, Amazon both down over 2%. Microsoft down 2. So it's interesting. I know Jessica was on earlier. That was that was enjoyable. I watched it, and similar vibes, right? Everyone's watching Nvidia coming out this week. It's the big Super Bowl for us to see how this market is going to react around the earnings. But VIX is up. It's above 20. I'm looking for two-sided trade. So I don't mind being long. I don't mind being short. Either direction is fine for me. How are you guys?
Good.
Doing well. It's been a chillish morning so far. I'm kind of just waiting to see if we can get down to the bottom of the range we've been in the last couple of days. Looking down around 68.54 to 68.64 kind of area. Maybe we can get a turnaround there. For those asking, Andre will be back tomorrow.
There we go.
Just chill. I see that there's that blizzard sweeping across the East Coast. A lot of people I know.
Man,
Is that you're supposed to head back over there, right, Jay?
that's why I'm in Chicago. Yeah, my flight from my flight just got canceled. It was initially I was not going to be able to leave Mexico until Wednesday. So it was either stay in Mexico for a couple of days or come to Chicago and maybe find an easier route to get back home. But tomorrow morning I will be flying from here to Virginia, then Virginia to Jersey, as long as everything stays as it is.
Hey, you look good there in the office, though. If you see Mick, shout him out.
Yeah, he's not here yet. He's not here yet. But yeah, Hogan's trying to get me to move to Chicago, Dakota.
Hey, you know what? I've been trying to get persuaded to move there too. Maybe we could hook up and go out there one day.
Yeah, for sure.
During the summer.
Yeah, during the summer. Not right now. It has to be during the summer.
Jay, do you feel like you have more of an edge with your trading when you're sitting in the board of trade?
I feel like it, yeah, especially with this this poster behind me. I feel like I can't make any silly decisions. But the walk over to the CBOT this morning, I felt like maybe I was back in the early 2000s and just walking into a trading day. Hogue, what was that like for you? Right, just like seeing this whole environment that we're here. Is there like a motivating feeling walking into these walking into the floor?
Yeah, it absolutely was. You knew you were going to be joining some pretty tough customers.
Yeah.
You had to kind of do your mantra and say, okay, I'm ready for this trading day. This is what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
It meant something, to be on the trading floor.
Yeah.
And, that Board of Trade building, I've been going there since I was like 6 years old with my dad. I walk in that lobby and just the smell of the building, it has a certain kind of smell to it. I don't know what it is, if it's the marble or whatever it is, but it's always had that. And when I walk in there, I always feel like I'm walking in with my dad.
Nice.
That's awesome.
If you're ever in town, anybody out there, I mean, it's open to the public. If you're feeling brave, there is a cafe on the first floor with very strong drinks called Series. Yeah, great, awesome food court in the basement too.
I might have to stop in there for lunch. New lows here in the S&P, 68.73.75 last trade here in the S&P, continuing to sell. The Nasdaq again still trying to hold on. 24.870 last trade there, barely holding on.
Yeah, the overnight lows that we were trading during slow markets, there's these lower 800s, 24,000 low 800s. I wouldn't be too surprised if we go test those, but
okay.
We're trying to hold. Buyers are trying to hold these 800s.
There we go.
It's
Stepping in a
it's
little
been
bit
while.
there. President is speaking right now. If he does say anything that could affect the markets, we'll bring you those headlines. But for now, he is not. Seeing the equities pop though, 24,893 last trade there in the Nasdaq, 68.78 last trade in the S&P, 52.1770 last trade here in gold. So Dakota, you said last night for slow markets you had a long in the Nasdaq. Is that correct?
Yeah. We were. I was looking for longs down here. I got in it, took some profit for one, got stopped out after the camera went off, but I got back in this trade. I was long from like 8:30s, 8:40, and I went to bed with it on. It rallied all the way up
Okay.
to 25,000. I was only looking for 24,900. I got that, but I of course, base hit, not looking for that big home run
Right.
hit, but the power of overnight trading is pretty sweet. Coach Jay, maybe you're going to be joining me tonight, just depending on how your schedule is. I've made a bet with everybody on the YouTube chat. If we get to 700 likes every single night on slow markets, and of course here on fast market, I might be able to start slow markets a little bit earlier. So depending on the audience, that's be interesting. We'll capture more of that majority move during the slow markets trade. But these are the type of moves that we've been seeing overnight. Price action can be very, very clean. Aaron, D, they're catching some of that. And here we are. NASDAQ headed right back down, getting hit. NVIDIA is starting to sell off here. Yeah, so
Continuing to
buyers
sell, new lows in the S&P.
They're coming.
Struggling.
New lows potentially here in the NASDAQ. Is there an opportunity to get into this here, maybe on a bounce? I could understand maybe the hesitation to sell the lows here just because of how reluctantly the market is moving in any direction.
Shorten the hole. There you go.
Yeah,
New session,
right.
New York session lows. I mean, we did get that bounce up to like almost 900 here in the NASDAQ.
900s, right.
We're 60 points lower already.
24,842 last trade there in the NASDAQ, 60% short tilt.
You know what it
has
is
been
up,
getting
though.
paid all day.
Every time I look at this market, it's up or down at least 5%. That's the silver.
Yep.
Silver. It's still not done. I mean, Chinese New Year, markets are back, Asian sessions back, and I thought we'd get maybe a more things to settle down. No. Silver's up 5.5%. Gold is up 2.5%. We've surpassed the 5,200 level. Maybe these metals are right back on the march towards, dare I say it, all-time highs?
All-time highs, potentially.
Well, they got a little more heavy lifting to do. The VIX is up to 21 now. The high print from Friday was 21.21 or something like that. So we're close to Friday's highs in the VIX.
There we go. Bitcoin getting smacked, man.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it is. You have a Delta update in the equities?
Yes, of course.
What
S&P is negative 55,000, negative 5,000. S&P is negative 1,100 in the NASDAQ. Flat in gold.
Okay.
Flat in gold, and gold has been pretty flat since the equity open. I keep looking at it, Hogue, and again, that 5210. That 5210 that you saw, there's clearly something happening in that zone there, right? We see the market was rallying up until that point, and then we get there, we see the hesitation. So this is why, price-wise, I like it for a trade. It's the timing and location thing, right? Timing, location, direction.
There you go.
We
have more
potential
speakers. Right? This is going to be a very busy week for these markets with Fed speakers all over today and tomorrow. And then we got NVIDIA earnings, inflation, jobless claims, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. And yeah, this is going to be a busy week for us.
Busy week for sure. Which means if you didn't see your trade opportunity. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was going to say, is Trump still speaking?
I think so. I think he just got to the mic about 10 minutes ago, so we probably got another 20 at least.
Fair enough.
No market moving headlines just yet.
All right. If we didn't get to our trade, did we miss it, Jay? What were you saying?
There's more opportunity coming up later in the week.
Oh,
for sure, right? Potential volatility for Nvidia, the inflation data that we have coming out. So there is more than enough opportunity for you to trade, and opportunity for us to bring in our tip of the week. Trade what you see. Trade what you see. Base trades on charts, not your bias. Avoid predicting. Follow the price. Adapt to changing market conditions and let the market confirm your idea. Our Topstep tip of the week this week: trade what you see. Which one of those do you think is most important? Dakota, I'll throw it over to you.
man, all of those.
Base your
They're
trades,
pretty equal, right?
all of them.
How many times have we been in a situation where we're trading what we think and what we want is going to happen, and then we're watching the market just sell off, and we're like, yeah, I think we could recover here because XYZ, and so I buy it, and then it just keeps going down. Right? Those are just some of the nastiest type of days, mentally, emotionally, and then obviously for accounts P&L.
For sure.
Trade
what you see. My trading mentor used to say all the time, avoid what you just said, avoid predicting, right, and having a bias. He would remind us all the time, the market doesn't give a shit what you think. So trade what the market is saying, and that's where your opportunity comes from. I think, to me, the biggest tip there is adapting to changing market conditions, right? With trading what you see, sometimes you could see the wrong things, right? And
correct.
I think when you hold that bias loosely and adapt, then that's when you're really trading and not trying to think about what should be happening and just trading what is. But good tip of the week there.
Yeah, I like it. Now,
knocking on the doors of new lows in the ES. We're pretty close to the 6850 level, although it looks like there's more positive gamma at 6840, which I also marked there, which would be down around where we've twice tried to break below this and bounced hard on the 20th.
Yeah, NASDAQ had a little bounce up to the 70 and right back down. These bounces have been getting sold off pretty strong.
What are those bounces looking like? Maybe 30 to 50 points, Dakota?
Yeah, exactly. But the question is, do you sell it? I know you said this earlier, where if you don't see your trade today, there's more opportunity this week. One thing that I think I'd love to see more of in myself and in the community and with day traders on social media in general, trading less.
Yeah.
Some of the better traders myself, and some of the better weeks I have, 5 trades a week, maybe. Now you tell that to someone, they're like, "Oh, that's crazy. That's how many trades I do an hour, or, a day." Well, is there really that many really solid
great
setups?
opportunities?
Maybe. But making that transition, being a lot more patient, because trading is just watching markets, watching the charts most of the time. Very little decisions. I'd be happy with 5 trades in a week, and if all 5 of those trades are just really good A+ setups. Here we go. Marcus, NASDAQ pushing right back down to these. Yeah.
Still hanging out on its lows here. Hogue, you have any downside targets you'd be looking for in the equities here? I'm looking at. Oh, you see where we're sitting, Hogue, in the S&P? October 10th high.
Yes, right there.
Cannot leave that thing behind.
And we've looked into it like 1, 2, 3. The last 3 regular trading hour sessions, we've looked into it and rejected.
It's been the spot. Okay. Find some buyers. See, maybe we get a prior day low sweep.
That's where we're at in the NASDAQ. This is where we were last night. These 820s. The low of session is going to be right here around 810. 810. It's a zone. It's not exact numbers. So around this 810 zone. Is this one big? Yeah, this is not looking too hot for the equities. I know we talked about it, Jay. I don't know if
Yeah.
Jessica. This is an interesting thing about zooming out on that longer time frame picture.
Yeah.
You're looking at October 10th, but it just seems from a technical perspective, it would only make sense to sweep these lows that we've been in this big range for the past. I mean, since October, you could even say since September, we sweep these
Yeah.
lows down towards 24,000 before we find some type of reversal. I'm curious if is Nvidia going to be the catalyst to move this market if they miss on earnings, or if it's anything less than what people are expecting. Can we run down there and sweep them?
I think the forward guidance will be the only thing that matters, given what we already know about the CapEx spending from other companies. Like, it's impossible for me to imagine that NVIDIA could miss earnings, given that every company has essentially said, "Oh, we're going to, Google $180 billion,
Right.
Amazon $200 billion, and NVIDIA is getting a nice slice of those pies."
Yeah, that forward guidance. But here we go.
Yeah, I think
right back
from what I got from what Jessica was saying, right, we could potentially see that, and I think Dakota, I agree with you on the from a technical perspective, it seems like the Nasdaq needs to sweep that 24,000, right? We've had a couple of tests now of the 200 daily moving average, 24,551. I think what she was saying though is we could see that sweep, but just and Jack's been saying this as well, right? Just the breadth that we're seeing in the markets, it's more widespread. Like last year, we were talking about NVIDIA runs the world, and that might not be the case now. So that could be, NVIDIA could be the catalyst for a quick sell-off, and then we just get right back to BTFD.
BTFD.
Interesting.
I mean, the stocks are supposed to double, but after they have, is that what I was hearing? They have to cut in half first.
Cut them in half first, and then we double them. Right.
Yeah. That'd be the easiest path.
Yeah.
Path of least resistance. We'll be right back to where we were. I mean, Nasdaq looks like it's going to sweep these overnight lows. It's looking very heavy. Broadcom about to turn red.
We're 15 minutes after the initial balances are established. Right now, we have downside auctions, successful downside auctions.
Right.
Another 15 minutes or so before you confirm this. How would you be looking at this initial balance, Hogue, as far as framing out a potential opportunity here?
Well, I mean, if we're going to look at the S&Ps, we can see. All right. So we're inside the range from Friday. We just swept the overnight lows in the S&Ps. We can't hold below those overnight lows. Then I could see maybe creating a failed downside auction and a push to the upside. But the way this thing is just hanging at the lows here, it's looking more like we're going to open this next 30-minute bar below the initial balance low, which is all sells to me, as long as that holds. But we've got a little bit of time to wait. If you want to preempt it, your stop's above the initial balance low.
Nasdaq pushing it. Yeah. We got to like 814 here in the Nasdaq. That's
what's the overnight low? I know we just 814s
right there. Yeah. It's the very low is like 807.
807.
But we're like in that zone already. So we're testing it as we speak.
Still some room down to prior day low. 24,678.50s yesterday, Friday's low in the Nasdaq. S&P trying to figure out what to do about this October 10th candle high. Yep.
Yeah.
They like this area on a higher time frame.
Do they sell it? Do they sell this off? Hoop says bonds firming up. Sellers trying to sell that pop. That was a 40-point pop right there.
Dow continuing to make new lows. Micro Bitcoin making new lows. Interesting spot here. Are we in a range bound market? Is this the low of the range, or do we see some extension here?
I could see some extension. I definitely could see some extension. Zooming out, always like to zoom out. I could see us testing 24,600s, right? If we're going to be in a range bound market in what we've been in the past week or two, then Yeah, I could see us extend down here, maybe test these 24,600s. I mean, this is a big level that we're at right now. This 24,700, right? Just looking at these nice level of support, and if we could break through this, the next stop is going to be 200 points lower than where we're at right now, which is possible. And we're down 230 points today in the Nasdaq from settlement.
68% short tilt there. JG in the chat says, "You're the pro, Jay. Tell us." Well, anything we say here is for educational and entertainment purposes only, not any trading or investment advice. But I'd be looking for opportunities to maybe continue to sell this as well. Probably not at the lows, just because of the hesitation that we're seeing, especially with the S&P at the high of that October 10th candle. We can clearly see the hesitation there. But if we get a pop back up to VWAP, maybe looking for, and I got VWAP in the Nasdaq 24,912s. Maybe looking for an opportunity there. Range bound last hour of fast markets potentially.
Fair enough.
Mhm.
I see more room lower in the Nasdaq. I don't necessarily know that I see it in the S&P.
Well, we're hesitating at the 6850 SPX level, and things shifted a little bit. I mentioned now that 6840 is sort of like the line below which we talked about, like all the skew in the market, is that's where the trapdoor can really let loose. So that 6840 level is kind of like, for now, my one shot at a long if we get something to confirm it.
Okay.
6840. Seeing gold continuing to push here. New highs of the day there in gold, 52.22.80 last trade there. 68% short tilt in the Nasdaq, 51% 50-50 in the S&P.
Nasdaq's
Jay
still
did not
hanging
say
out
full
the
port
lows.
short. Yeah, it is.
Only if we sell off, then you can
Yeah.
go back and say it.
Then you can, yeah.
But shorts look attractive for the break of
They do.
overnight lows in the Nasdaq. If I was going to just close my eyes and place and pick a direction, for education, right? It would be to the short side, getting in with this momentum.
Agreed.
It's almost. I'm going to sell one in the hole.
All right. Coda getting a short.
Love the initiative.
Talk to us.
I'm short one from 821, looking for a test of 800. Practice what you preach, Dakota. Don't just say it, do it. I am short.
821 micro.
Traders in the chat would say Dakota is just short the low of day. Well,
Shorted the low. It's only
low
low
unless we
if
go.
we stop going lower.
Yep, if we stop going lower. Just like last night, slow markets, that's how it is. If you think the market's going to go lower, that's the higher probability trade. Getting in with this momentum, looking for a break of these overnight lows of 800. I'm going to look for 790s. Maybe we get some momentum through that and catch a runner down to this next level of support that I'm seeing here, which is going to be 24,770s, 760s. Remember, everything's a zone. And here we go. Let's do this. Thing is, at any moment you could get like a 50-point bounce. Same thing. If you're looking to buy here, any moment, market could just sweep these lows.
ACH, baby.
ACH. Let's get it. And here we go. Well, this one's getting going. We're getting overnight lows, new session lows. Overnight lows. We're going now. All right. I'm going to just see money take money right there. I'm going to be happy. Got out at 790. So, boom. That is a breakout trade.
Boom
It was a
indeed.
quickie.
Look at this thing just puke now.
Yeah, people had their stops below that 6850, it looks like. And now, we're getting close. But this is
70s.
looking.
Yeah, there's those 70s. Broadcom just went red. Yeah, I didn't take any heat on that Delta. Yeah. Sometimes it works like that. That's a true momentum and breakout trade. And that was 40, 50 points in a minute or two. Jay, you said full port short. That's what.
Mm-hmm.
That is not financial advice. But what did we learn today?
Pretty damn good, man.
You can sell the
We're right
lows.
We're right at this make or break level.
Mm.
Like 5 points above it.
Phoenix says it's a crapshoot. I don't see anything crap about that one. That was a pure momentum and breakout trade there.
Yeah. And I think with the time frame that most of us are looking at day trades, you may be able to consider any day trade a crapshoot, right? So most important thing there is the risk management on the trade, right? Dakota, I saw a bunch of questions in the chat. Dakota, why are you not trading, your max position size? How many trades really in the equities that we've seen over the past 4 months in a non-directional market have warranted max position size, right? It's you're taking your opportunities out here, but we're not seeing, in an environment where it's clearly directional. I think it's a lot easier to kind of lever up. Right now, a lot of these trades in the equities feel closer to 50-50 than they have been, just because we're so range bound. But a really nice trade you got going on there. 24,777 last trade here. Jack, I know you're looking at S&P level coming up on it here.
In 7 years of professional trading, I only max sized something once. And it was
And how did it play?
Oh, it was my best trading day ever.
Nice.
But but that was the level of confidence. So in 7 years, being in there 200 and something trading days a year, one time.
Right. And it pays, right? Like you said, best trading day ever. But I think what happens a lot, and I did this as a newer trader especially, is I try to make every day my best trading day ever, and the markets just don't facilitate that, right? And that's when you're in a world of hurt.
Exactly.
It's like that unfortunately does not work like that. Seeing some selling coming in here now though. Continued selling, 24/7, 6 keeps pushing here. 68. We're seeing selling in Crude also. 66.90 last trade there in Crude. New lows in the S&P.
Yep, we're going. Broadcom was green. We're now down 0.3. Nvidia's making a run back. I mean, we were up, decent amount, but yeah, these Tech 9 stocks are making a run downside. The only thing holding up is the Walmart. The tech,
VIX over 22 now. VIX over 22 yet?
2130.
2130. 24,763. Where might we be going here? Gotta zoom back out to the daily.
Yeah, I mean,
Prior day low.
This is a decent area where we're at in the NASDAQ. You're looking at the ES, right?
Yeah, ES and the NASDAQ. I'm looking at the Friday's low. So Friday low, 24,678.50 in the NASDAQ, and the S&P 68.47 quarter. So we're about 8 points off of it in the S&P. So it's been short all day. Nice job to the traders out there.
Yep. If we get through this level, I was saying, like, this is a key level right here, these 760s. Then the next level is going to be, basically 700 even. We get through all these. I mean, that's what I was referring to, is 24,600, maybe these 580s. It's just all signs. All signs are looking just momentum to the downside is pretty strong.
Pretty strong here. Darnell Price, $200 on the day. Nice job.
Nice.
Asking where are we going? Right now, it looks like we're going lower. I'm zooming out, looking at some higher time frame levels. On the higher time frame, I think the 200 moving average on the NASDAQ on the daily, 24,550. Looks like a decent spot. We'll see here, though.
Another bounce on 52.10 in gold. Another bounce.
Oh, you know when it's going to break? If we decided to buy one of those
I
bounces.
stop looking at it.
That's
Yeah.
right.
stop
Or
looking
we
at
stop
it.
looking at it. Exactly. Exactly.
You take the
So,
trade. It
Hogue,
breaks.
that's the weekly kickoff high, correct? 52.10.
Yes. Yep.
We're starting the week trading at that level. Do you then start to look at market's response? Are we holding buyers above that? You're looking at open interest and volume build above that level for potential continuation.
Yeah, I mean that would typically be what I'd be looking for, but from time to time, it takes some time for the longer time frame to make any decision at this level.
Right.
Right now, they're just looking at it, trying to figure out if they're going to adjust inventory. They may not. Sometimes, they just let it sit here and let it chop everybody up.
Yeah.
It looks like one of those days today. So, we took a couple of shots, didn't work. On to the next thing, but I'm keeping an eye on opportunity around it because
We're watching you
it's
go.
likely to change. Something is going to change.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
it's
when
not
you
going to
zoom
stay there
out
forever.
to like 30-minute candles here on the ES, you see what a kind of important level we are at. And we've just drilled down into this, but we've had 2, 3. This would be the fourth time we've bounced off of this level right here. Does it gun to take out the lows from Friday?
It's going.
3 points away.
68.47.5. So maybe wait for that. See if we can take out some stops below there, and then might use one of my strikes on a long.
There we go. 68.53 last trade here in the S&P. 24.745 last trade here in the Nasdaq. About 60 points off of Friday's low there in the Nasdaq. The Dow hanging out at its lows. Crude oil turning around 66.80 last trade there in crude. 68% short till now in crude oil. Was pretty heavy long.
Yeah, the hourly candle just closed. So the top of the hour, it's just closed, and it's a very ugly looking red candle on the hourly chart. I would not be opposed for this thing continuing to sell off. Nvidia is continuing to make a run down to settlement, so selling still in these markets in a heavy way.
I think a prior day low sweep makes sense, right? Or is it guaranteed that we're going to get it? No, but the closer you get to it, the more you think it acts like a magnet. And like Jack was saying, there has to be some stops below there, right? So maybe the market triggers those stops first before we see that turnaround. We could get the markets going and sweeping these prior day lows if we bring in Dr. Volatility for some announcements and some news. James, what do we got?
We got him on.
I got $5 for you, James.
Sometimes you gotta just hit the refresh button to start the Monday right. Hello, everybody. How we doing? Good morning. Happy Monday. I'm James Harden, and I'm here to tell you about the things that you need to know to stay in the know with Topstep TV, and that includes following Topstep TV on the X, formerly known as Twitter. You might call it Twix, but you can find us there on X, the crew that's got your back. I'm talking about Topstep TV, of course. You get highlights, best of clips when we have sweepstakes. You can find information there. And we also just got a whole new facelift on our X page. So go ahead and check it out. We are coming up with new ways to engage with you each and every day. We're running polls, we're replying to people, and we're having fun all over on the Topstep TV X account. If you're not following us there already, what are you doing? Go ahead and click on the link that we just dropped in chat. Thank you very much, Dolby, and give us a follow on the old Twix. While you're there, be sure to check out the core account at Topstep. Go to our help page at Ask Topstep and follow our news page at Topstep News for all Topstep related updates. Then later today, 12 p.m. Central Time, it's group coaching. That's right, group coaching. The point in the show where we sit down and answer your questions live right here on Topstep TV. Now, that image might feature Jay and Dakota. I've never seen them show up for group coaching, but you never know. What you will get, though, are 3 amazing Topstep TV personalities sitting down and answering your questions live. Today, we are joined by Gabe, Deanna, and Anne-Marie. So if you are a fan of Metal Markets or Market Kickoff, we got the 2 hosts sitting down in the chair today. Metal Markets with Deanna and Market Kickoff with Anne-Marie are 2 amazing supplementary Topstep TV shows that if you're not watching, you should be. And today, they are sitting down with Hogue sitting down with Gabe on their lunch break to answer your questions live. And if you want to get a question to Anne-Marie or Deanna, the only way to do that is to click on the link that is now pinned in chat, fill it out, click submit, and then be back in your seat for group coaching at 12 p.m. Central. That's all I got in terms of announcements. But before we go back to the charts, President Trump is doubling down on his tariffs after being handed a rare defeat by the Supreme Court. Reed Binion reports.
The whole thing is a farce.
Democratic California Governor Gavin Newsom reacting to President Donald Trump's Saturday announcement that he's raising global tariffs to 15% from the 10% he imposed a day earlier.
It was 10% 2 days ago, maybe 20% tomorrow. I mean, this is madness.
The back-to-back tariff announcements came after the Supreme Court handed down a decision Friday, ruling the sweeping emergency tariffs Trump imposed last year are illegal. But the High Court's ruling only applies to the duties Trump imposed using one specific law. And the president immediately responded by saying he will now rely on other legal authorities to keep tariffs in place.
Other alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected.
The law Trump is relying on for his new 15% global tariffs requires that Congress approve the duties within 150 days for them to remain in effect. As for the tens of billions of dollars U.S. companies paid after Trump raised tariffs last year, Democrats are demanding the money be refunded.
He needs to return that money, needs to refund that money with interest. He can do that in a nanosecond. They can do that electronically. They can do electronically. They have the tariff codes. They have the ability.
But Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says it's not that simple.
The Supreme Court did not address refunds. The Supreme Court remanded it down to a lower court. That could be weeks or months when we hear them.
I'm Reed Binion reporting.
Thank you for that, Reed. Thank you for that,
Dr.
James.
Volatility.
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah,
It
Here
worked.
we are.
New lows. S&P took out that
690s here
low.
in the Nasdaq.
Look at gold, Jay.
There it is, Hogue.
Yep.
There it
Did
is.
you
See,
buy
it's
it?
selling across the board. No, we didn't. Luckily, we didn't buy it. Right, we said it though. It was eventually going to break. Seen some selling across the board here. The
It was
Russell
gonna
on its
break.
lows. Crude oil 66.50 last trade there. The Nasdaq has not taken out that prior day low just yet, 678.5. But the S&P has. Really nice selling coming in here across the board.
Had the
Wasn't
VIX
on
touch
screen.
22 there.
There it is.
Don't ever lose your sense of humor. Don't ever
Exactly.
lose your sense of humor.
We had the right idea, Hogue. We had the right idea.
Equities.
Timing and location. We had the location as well. Equities
Nvidia's
continuing to sell
right
here.
now.
All right.
Nvidia's
Nvidia
red.
is
Eight more points,
We're-
and we'll have sold off 100 points in the ES from the high.
wow. What a move.
This is yesterday's
move.
low, right? Or Friday's low.
Friday's
We're through it
low,
in
yeah.
the ES,
678 F. Through it in the ES, yep. Dow's well below it. Russell's well below it as well. We got the Russell down 2.1% right now. The Dow over 1.5%. The S&P just under 1.5%. The Nasdaq just under 1.5%. The S&P down 1.17%. Really nice. It's been a kind of methodical move to the downside today for the first hour and a half. Of course, there's still a ton of trading left to do in the session. Dakota, nice short there. Looked like you were selling the lows until it goes lower.
Yeah. I mean, I got what I wanted. A nice 40 points out of it. If that's a base hit,
Yeah.
that's a good trade. It was a good trade.
Yeah.
I'm happy with it. Obviously, you
100%.
want to build into a position and have a runner, but look at this market, just so heavy. We break through this, I think we could just, it keeps tumbling. I was looking for 600s, and here we are, 690.
I mean, if we get through, I mean, the next stop on the pain train, 6,800 SPX.
I haven't, since I'm not home, I'm not looking at depth of market. Are we seeing any big orders? I see somebody saying 1,000 lot in the S&P, 6835. Is that right? Oh yeah, right there on the bid, 6835 in the S&P, 1,000
Yep.
on the bid.
Nothing on
They
the
might be
Nasdaq
trying to
right
save
now.
this. Nothing in Nasdaq.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on the Nasdaq. You know,
Look, this 5-minute bars is nasty work.
Yeah, it is. What is that?
Oh, those poor shorts.
8 in a row?
Yeah, it's accelerating.
Here we go. 68.35 on the bid in the S&P. Let's see if they get a fill here. 1100 on the bid.
Nasdaq just broke yet Friday's low. Yep. And strongest tech stock out of all of them today is Walmart. It's now
Walmart.
Is this going to be the number one market cap tech stock?
Oh boy, what? I'm trying to imagine what that environment would look like.
Just I don't know. It's closer to pass Tesla. It's 400 million to pass Tesla. Maybe we could
What are
pass
our friends
Meta.
at Tesla? Did we get through 400? Yeah. Tesla's on 3%. It cracked $400, trading 398.56 right now.
Here we go. Coming up on this bid here. New lows in the Nasdaq, 68.36 quarter low of the day in the S&P. And we got that bid sitting right there. Let's see if they save the market here. Oh, we still got a negative delta in the S&P leading up to this. I'm curious the delta
negative.
flip as we.
Nah, it's deeper. Negative 90s, 9,700, 9,800 now. Negative 4,600 in the Nasdaq. So it's congruent with direction.
Real selling.
Aggressive sellers.
Real selling coming here. 68.35 on the bid, 1,100 times.
So the only thing I see down below is last week's low and weekly kickoff low in the S&P is 67.96. Last week's low, 67.91. Going to go down and get this bid here, 1,100 on the bid. 68.35.
London closing in 20 minutes.
You get with them.
How? That's the difficult
Buyers
part,
came
right?
back in for gold down there.
Yes, they did.
Back above. Back above.
That's a tough trade right now.
People to ribbons today. They're just going to
yes, they are.
ribbons.
You can't feel comfortable in a long gold right now either. Oh, I wouldn't. It's not. It's stopped the directional move since the equities have opened. So for the last 2 hours, we've seen gold range.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. Just hanging around here looking for some decisions to be made.
Maybe a bounce here in the Nasdaq up to 130. Nvidia is starting to catch a bit again. So I could see maybe some buyers stepping in here to maybe a little bit of a pullback. Cautious optimism.
Looked like we're going to make a run at Friday's lows in the ES, but now we're still just back to a few points away from the lows of the session.
A bid's gone at 35s. They're no longer there in the S&P. That give us some room.
Yeah. Well,
when's the last time we
start going much. I was gonna say that if we start going lower, like we're really, there's a lot of negative gamma down here, a lot of puts people have had on.
When's the last time we had a 2% day here in the Nasdaq? Equities.
We had one this year. We had one this year for. I don't know if we stayed down 2%. I don't know if we stayed down 2%, but we definitely reached. I think it was 2.5 in the Nasdaq, to be honest.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I remember that, but I don't know if we just stayed and closed, right?
Yeah, I don't think we closed down 2%.
Oh, we're right now in the just the Nasdaq index. It looks like we're on the 200-day moving average. Pretty much exactly.
Yeah,
it's back in.
That's what the target. Yeah, they are, Hogue. 68.33 is 900 on the bid. Session lows there, and the Nasdaq session lows in the S&P as well. Dow making new lows. Russell making new lows. Selling across the board here in the equities. 960 on the bid, 68.33 in the S&P here. Let's see if they get that fill. Originally, they were at 635s. Hold it lower, giving the market some room. Continue to run.
Yep. Bitcoin continues to get hit, and gold's holding strong.
Really nice selling coming in here. Let's see, though. Is this another sell in the whole opportunity, Dakota, or are we a little too extended in your opinion?
I'm actually thinking the opposite is a bounce from this level.
Yeah.
You just see it's holding a little bit. I'm watching NVIDIA trying to find buyers at this 190 level, 189 level. And it looks like it's either some profit taking or some buyers trying to get in here. But no, the short in the hole was up there when it was breaking a major level.
Yeah.
This isn't a major level, unless maybe we get down to. Yeah, I could still see us getting down to 600, maybe even 580s, 590s. There's plenty of room to the downside if this market just continues to give.
Yeah, Jack was saying the Nasdaq is at its 200-day moving average, right? And that looks like a target in the futures as well, 24,550. It's another, 130 points from where we are right now, but it looks like a target. So far, high to low range, 388 points in the Nasdaq. The ATR is 462. So there's still some room to a full daily ATR move. It would put us right near that 200 moving average on the daily. Of course, ACH, but we are getting close to an at-range day here, which I think starts to make sense.
10-year yields are down to 4.03. So we're getting close to the big 4% handle. I wasn't paying attention to those really quick.
Yields down, prices up.
Yeah, just a complete change. Here's the 10-year yield. Just a complete change in expectations. February 5th, we were near 4.3, so we're off 25 bips in just a couple weeks here.
What's the Fed fund tool at?
It's had trouble staying below 4%. The white line on the bottom here was where rates were, I believe, when Powell announced the first interest rate cuts.
Interesting.
The S&P has moved down now.
They keep giving us more runway.
830. Yep.
They're just giving the sellers space to work right now. Good no short there in gold.
New highs.
Yeah, that bid in the S&P now is at 68.30. 68.30, so they keep pulling it. And there's another 700 at 68.29. So between 68.29 and 68.30 is about 1,500 contracts on the bid here in the S&P. We saw that initial 1,500 lot at 68.35, or sorry, initial 1,100 lot, 68.35. They moved down, and that is a passive buyer. We don't know what their intentions are, but that is a passive buyer that is moving their order out of the way.
Look at gold go.
What a move.
It's volatile.
That's where risk management is important there, Hogue. There's a trader trading gold right now that says it has to go lower and is in a world of hurt right now. We were not that trader, right? We took a couple of opportunities and said, nope, that's not it. That's how much I'm willing to find out whether or not that is the trade idea. It's okay being wrong. It's not okay to stay wrong, especially if it's going to cost you a whole lot.
Yeah. Experience, because we have been that trader. Everyone's been that trader.
Oh, so many times. So many times. Nasdaq trying to hold up here, back above these 700s here, Dakota.
Yeah, I see that. That's why I was saying I don't want to get in short. I would actually be looking opposite for a bounce here. And we're starting to see that bounce. There's a big order in the NASDAQ. I mean, it's 120 contracts sitting at 730. Maybe we can come up and tap into that.
Did you get a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute?
Actually, I've not been looking for a 3-bar reversal. Yeah, right there. That's as beautiful as it gets. That is a textbook 3-bar reversal, but it doesn't close for another minute and a half. But look, if you want to see a definition of what a 3-bar reversal is, take a look at the NASDAQ on a 5-minute chart. That is as textbook as it gets. Now, this candle that we're currently making, it's not done. It's not confirmed. We still have a minute, but yeah, that would be a textbook. What would make it even nice is if this was at kind of is at level of support. Friday's low. Let's see it. Let's watch it.
Seeing a bounce here across the board. 68.42 last trade here in the S&P. Market's definitely provided some opportunity today. Hopefully, traders, you're taking advantage of it. Again, tag us, #FastMarkets on your favorite social platform. We'll bring those to you later in the day. Share your trader wins, your losses as well, your trader setups. Maybe I'll take a look at my trader setup. It's pretty nice setup they got in the office here. All right, here we go.
I'm long from 716. It would be just not right for me to not get into a long on a 3-bar reversal right here off of Friday's lows. So I got these two things saying, this is the thing about getting in early, right? I didn't get in early. I sacrificed a little bit of trade location. So I sacrificed about 10 points, about 8 points. 5-minute just closed. 5-minute just closed. And let's see how this one plays out. I got my stop at the low of this candle and looking for this maybe a 1-to-1. Might be a little bit less than a 1-to-1 because I didn't get the best trade location. We shall see. The only thing I don't like about this is how much momentum we're getting today.
Acceptance back inside of it?
Not yet.
Friday's range? Not yet. I would think, Hogue, if I'm getting long here, I got to look at IB low as the potential target at a minimum.
Nope.
What happened to Cody?
That was a mini. That was a mini. Let me block those minis.
Oh yeah, I got those blocked on my live account as well.
That was good.
Happy mistake.
The winner.
It worked out pretty damn good. There's a good example. Risk management. Make sure you block what you don't want to be trading.
Yep.
All right.
Hey, that's
profit target hit on the micro. That was like 200 points on a micro. I'm gonna just set that trade right on up.
Yep.
There. That's what I was looking for. Oops.
It was the right idea. I like what you did there, though, right? It's like, hey, that is not the position size that I meant to be in, so I'm not going to just stay in it because it's working. How many times have you done that?
Even though I like the trade, right? I like the trade, and
it's a great trade.
Obviously, if I would have just held it, but I'm over here thinking, like, yeah, this is cooking pretty good. I look up at my P&L, I'm like, $400.
Wait a second.
Not in the NASDAQ. But yeah, double check your risk settings right here. You can block those symbols. Gold, I block those minis, so that doesn't usually happen.
Yeah.
Hey,
good out there. Again, I like the trade idea. That confirmed 3-bar reversal. That's the first one. Not the first one since the equity open, but maybe this one holds. Like you said, context matters, right? Where it's happening. We swept that prior day low, and now we're accepting back inside of it. The S&P doing something similar here. I hope I was saying earlier, I would think if I'm getting in long here at these lows, IB low is a potential target, right?
Sure.
Still take some work to get up there, but
NASDAQ, $100. It's 100 points.
Yeah.
That's proof that size is just psychological. Same process. It doesn't matter whether it's one micro or 10 minis, right? The size is psychological.
The initial balance low in the NASDAQ is 24,840.5. The initial balance low in the S&P 68.69.
Little bit of a
68,
pullback here in
69.
the
Yeah.
68.72
The question is,
quarter.
72 quarter. Thank you, Hug. I don't have my notebook.
Yeah, but I always put targets short of where I think it might go. So
Yep.
68, 69 works for me.
Me too, Hoke.
What are we talking about here? Crude oil back above $67. Gold continuing to push nice out there, Hogue. 52.35 now, last trade here in gold. We saw a quick little sell off, but no pressure below 5,200s from sellers.
It's gonna go.
Are we back to metals just rallying? Silver up almost 6% on the day.
Keeps putting up weak highs.
Yeah. Pretty good there. Let's take a look at that tilt. Got London close coming up in about 5 minutes. Taking a look at the tilt, 70% long now in the S&P, 66% long in the NASDAQ. Jack, I know you were scouting for potential longs down here. What does confirmation look like? Because
I was hovering over it and didn't take the trade.
Okay.
It's tricky because it got a little. It sold off a little bit more than I thought it was through
Yeah.
the Friday low, right? I still should just buy it right here. It's just that the stop's expensive now.
Stop would have to be low day.
Trump's done.
Yeah,
speaking,
probably before
correct?
it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So maybe these markets could rally.
Yeah, I'll wait a couple minutes until the euro close.
Gotcha. We got 1,000 all the way down at 6,800 now in the S&P. Another 700 above that at 6,801.
Man, that's some.
It's not spoofing. Maybe they just changed their mind.
There's been a $100 lot in the NASDAQ come in every once in a while. It's still there at 750. It was at 730, and they're actually getting filled at the ask.
On the offer.
Yep, correct. This 3-bar
sellers coming in there.
Printing.
Still valid. Where's the high of that 3-bar reversal, Coda?
Yeah, that the main reversal candle right here. The high is at like 707. The low is low of day, obviously. And look at this thing just go now. That 100 contracts about to get filled at 750. So, yeah, I think that was a successful 3-bar reversal for a 1-to-1 trade. Or a misclick and 200 points worth of value right there.
London close coming up here. Yeah, technically we did have a 3-bar reversal on the S&P as well, depending on the time frame that you're looking at, but I know Dakota looks at them on a 5-minute chart. We did get one there. New highs of the day there in gold, 52.39.30. Continuing to make new highs, 52.40.90 now. What a move in gold.
100 contract just
750s.
At 750. Yeah, take profit hit on that 3-bar reversal. Man, things are just run like a well-oiled machine tonight, to date.
And a turn around for sure.
Dobie, happy little mistakes. Happy little mistakes. Chat, you can lead a horse to water.
We'll be Ross.
Dobie.
Why is chat so dead today? I think everyone's taking advantage of these trade opportunities. We've seen heavy tilts in both directions all day. Shout out to the traders that are just trading right now. Trade first, type second, but hit the thumbs up button before all of that. We appreciate you being here. Like and subscribe.
Not as happy a thought, but I would imagine that the reason chat's a little bit dead is that on a grind down like this, I think a lot of people are probably done trading for the day. Maybe not by their own decision, if you catch my drift.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I do.
Yep.
FK Palmer, you're right too. You guys need to find Jesus. Oh my, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
30%
Or some grass.
for being creeps.
A little bit of both.
Yep. Yeah.
So, what was at the low of the day? This 3-bar reversal is cooking. Yeah, I wish I had that many on, right? But it's not the risk I was willing to take. It's easy after the hindsight, but no way I'm going to hold 10 times the size I meant to be in on a misclick. Just get out. That was worth 200-300 points. Yeah, I was at 150, so I made $300 on that, which would have been,
there you go.
Yeah, 300. Yeah, I would have needed what, 300 points, 150 points,
right?
But yeah, here we are pushing it. We're 100 points higher in the Nasdaq.
24,773, 68.57s. Maybe on a pullback here. Let's see where we got New York session VWAP 68.77 in the S&P, in the Nasdaq 24,838. Looking at those IB lows, potential targets here. Hope I know we're going to get you out of here in just a minute to prep for the morning recap.
We got
morning highlights.
18 seconds until the European close, and we'll find out whether this could be short covering into that. Let's see what happens.
Who caught that 3-bar reversal, chat? Let me know.
Somebody's catching it. The till is long.
In the chat. 3B, was it 3-bar reversal? Type W in the chat.
3BR?
Type something. Show it. 3BR in the chat. DBA concepts.
Can we get a PBR endorsement for 3BRs? Get a pour out a PBR for every 3BR.
If you did catch that trade, that's great patience on your part. Like, as I mentioned, I saw people very early in the chat being like, full port long, full port long. You had to wait a good long time for an opportunity to present itself.
Oof. Look at the traders just tearing it up. It's
nice
simplicity.
job.
I posted over this weekend. And let me know your thoughts, Jack, Hogan, Jay. One of the biggest lies in trading was it's not that simple. And in my opinion, I said, yes, trading really is that simple. It doesn't make it easy, right? Simplicity doesn't determine how difficult it is. It could be extremely, extremely hard. Just like quitting a bad habit, right? It's like, yeah, if you have, say you alcohol, people struggle with, an alcoholic. It's simple. Stop drinking it. It sounds simple, but psychologically, it's one of the hardest things in the world.
Very hard. Very hard to do.
That's the same thing. It looks so freaking simple with hindsight, but psychologically, it's one of the difficult things in the world is trading.
For sure. 74% long tilts. People are catching this move. 74% long in the S&P, 72% long in the Nasdaq. What was really nice to see is the heavy short tilt on the way down. So, tip of the week, trade what's in front of you, trade what you see. Traders are taking advantage of this for sure. Hogue, we're going to let you get out of here and prep for the morning highlights. Do you have one last Delta update for us, Hogue, before you get out of here?
Yeah, for sure. S&P is negative 8,200, negative 3,700 in the NASDAQ. Keep trading well, folks. We'll see you in just a few minutes for the morning highlights.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that. Hogue, we'll see you in a bit. Nice. London close has come and gone. Crude oil selling off a little bit here, 66.77 last trade there in crude. 24,765 last trade here in the Nasdaq, 68.56 last trade in the S&P. Somebody was asking before, why do I have so many DOMs on my screen? So you know what all the markets are doing, right? I'm not trading all of these, but when somebody calls out size, it's interesting to see it this way. But yeah, we trade off the charts. There are actually a lot more traders who have screens like this than we probably show. I know JD has one, Coach Robert has one. where he just has 10 DOMs on a screen.
Yeah,
usually not my main
especially
screen.
if you're trading spreads. Like,
Oh yeah,
especially I'm thinking like
you have to.
bonds. That's kind of how it looked.
Yeah.
Man Cave was in a runner. See ya, slow markets.
Mhm.
You know what? I first seen Jay. How many templates do you have?
Oh, don't worry about it, man. There's sometimes you got to put on a trader hat. Sometimes you got to put on a hosting hat. I think there's a hosting layout here. There's a bunch. I could probably get rid of 5 or 6 of them, but hey.
Okay. Hey, it just demonstrates you can have a lot of templates there on this platform.
Yeah. There's a lot of overlap in them though. 66.69, a little selling coming in here in crude oil, 57% short tilt there. Let's take a look at micro Bitcoin. What are we doing there? Little reversal pattern there as well. 65.580. Bitcoin just looks ugly, man.
It
just looks gross. Yeah.
Pippin, where are you?
Can we get
Yes,
Scottie
what I
Pippen
mean-
on the show?
Yeah, we should ask. I'll talk to Dolby about it. Let him talk Bitcoin. Give a little kickback to Pippin. We'll see where we can get.
Right.
Someone's asking what I mean by trading spreads. It just means you're trading 2 products, one long and one short. Like you can make a spread out of anything, but most commonly, at least in my trading experience, was bond spreads. We didn't like to take outright position risk, so you sell or buy some number of one, and then you, with the right hedge ratios, do the opposite on the other, and you trade the spread.
For that, Jack, taking a look at our quote board here, we got the Russell down 2% now. Micro Bitcoin down 3.45%. Micro Ethereum, our biggest percentage mover to the downside, down 4.13%. To the upside, heating oil up 2.24%, gold up 2.95%, and silver up 5.69% on the day.
ETH is getting
Gold, a little bit of a pullback. Cattle?
We did get a little bit of a pullback too in the ES right following the Euro close.
Yeah. Is there more room to the downside? We're back inside Friday's range.
The crypto
Did Tom
fear
Lee
greed
get
index.
liquidated? Didn't
this
Tom Lee
news?
have a big position in Ethereum?
Ethereum.
I thought his liquidation price was like somewhere close to this. Man, that's quite the sell-off. Chat, let me know. I don't know. Because we got MicroStrategies, and then that's for Bitcoin, and then we got this Tom Lee with Ethereum. Similar situation, right? Where he's just going all in on Ethereum. I'm curious. Chat will know.
Bradson saying
Chat
no,
definitely knows.
Nordisk is $4 away from its 200 monthly moving average. Wow, that is
Oh, wow.
monthly.
There's some selling pressure here across the board.
Tom Lee's consulting. Yeah, it's Bitmine.
All this happening, and I
See
can't
what-
get quantum stocks to sell off a cent. Come on, guys.
You're short quantum, right?
Yes, I have been quite short. I am now only moderately short because I've covered quite a bit of it. But I still have a lot of not lottos really, but I would love if they could get crushed by April 17th, let's just say, for no particular reason.
Okay. Just keep an eye on that date. April 17th. Seeing some buying stepping in here again in the equity 68.59. Nice call out on that 3-bar reversal. Dakota in the Nasdaq, it's holding up pretty well right now. 24,772 last trade there. Did we get down to? No, we didn't. That was it. It was just a sweep of prior day low.
Yeah, we're starting to settle down a little bit anyway.
Yeah, for sure.
Settle down. I wouldn't be surprised if buyers come up and try and push this thing back above 2,000 or 24,800, or maybe just kind of go sideways for a little bit.
Yeah.
We've got Nvidia now back up 0.5%. So things settled down. Temporary, right? It might be temporary. It might.
I would almost be ready to set a. I know we wait for Power Hour to do this, but set a above below in the Nasdaq for the day.
Oh, geez, I would have no clue, man.
24,815.
Okay. All right.
That's gonna be my guess. 24,815.
That's as good as a guess.
Have you guys heard the theory that we've been sideways for these last 3 months because all the hedge fund managers are on GLP-1s right now, and it's reducing their risk tolerance?
I have not heard that. I have not heard that.
I saw an unsubstantiated rumor that some firm put out that they wouldn't allow their PMs to take GLP-1s.
Interesting. I have one of the friends I was traveling to Mexico with, Jack, is a GI doc in Westchester, New York, which is pretty close to Connecticut. So I'm going to ask him how many of his patients, or if he can get any insider information, if any of his patients are hedge fund managers.
I mean,
interesting.
Gone are the days of fat cat renegade capitalist with tremendous appetites for risk and what have you.
GLP-1. Buy airline stocks then, right? Because they're going to be saving a lot of money.
There is nothing in the world that could convince me to buy airline stocks.
No.
GLP-1.
Where are they from the COVID crash? Because I know they were down big. Did they?
Oh yeah. They've rallied dramatically off the COVID crash. At least some of them. I don't think I've ever owned a airline stock.
I did. During COVID, I feel like everything was so cheap. Everyone just bought a little bit of everything, and obviously, it's pretty obvious which stocks are most affected by that. So, I for a while, I had some, nice. Disney, American Airlines, stuff like that, but I wasn't trying to be a long-term holder.
Yeah, I have a couple.
It's such a tricky industry.
Bought some of them and they did really well. I'm like, good for you. I didn't have the guts to buy an airline stock in the middle of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
Airline stocks literally like buying dirt. Buying dirt could be a great investment, right?
Fair enough.
You consider buying land, the real estate play. Coach Vince still long Delta Airlines.
From the pandemic times. Can you guys believe it? 6 years ago. COVID was 6 years ago.
Yeah. Seems like they hit the fast forward button on time since then. It's crazy that was 6 years ago.
I know.
Yeah, time flies when you're on YouTube all day.
Yes, it does, Jack. Yes, it does.
Buyers stepping in. Look at this. Yeah, this is kind of what I was thinking, right? Things are settling down. Buyers stepping into the market. Traders taking some profits. Maybe we are in a holding pattern and can push up towards those 24,800s. Nvidia's catching a bid.
If we hold up here, I mean, we're right at the level I talked about wanting to buy before puked through it. We're right at 68.40 thereabouts in the spot market.
68.53 half. There was a question in the chat. Why did the volume in silver, and I think we could apply it to the metals, to gold as well. Why did the volume drop off? I think after a 40% sell-off in 3 days, there's just a lot of shock in that market. It's going to take a little time for that volume to kind of step back in. I'm sure there's a bunch of liquidations there, and maybe some fear even that's keeping volume out of that market right now.
Both and margin, right? Because CME kept
Right.
bumping up margin and increasing volatility. A lot of retailers got rinsed. I mean, that's with any
Yep.
dramatic price movement in any market in either direction. I haven't heard anything on those nano silvers.
Coach Hoop was saying
trading.
Friday they traded 10,000. Yeah, let's take a look, see if we can get a volume. Actually, I think I could probably get it over here. How much volume they
imagine
traded
once
today?
start to settle down, maybe, because every single time I look at silver, it's up or down 5% still. It's insane
Yep.
how volatile it is. Now, volatility does not mean volume for those.
No, sometimes it means the exact opposite. Sometimes there's so little volume that the traders that have to trade or the market participants that have to trade, you got to find somewhere to go. Jack, that silver contract is sick, right?
Yeah.
100 ounce.
Mm-hmm.
See how much volume that's trading right now.
Sick. Jimmy says 8,700.
Oh, there you go. Thank you for that, Jimmy. 8,700 is pretty good.
Yeah, and because it's not it's a new product, but it's also, a derivative, essentially the other two. It should pick up pretty quickly because it's like you have the micros and the full, so they're not going to diverge. Even if there's not many trades going on, they're not going to diverge far because there'd be arbitrage opportunities otherwise.
Right.
It's not like when they launched Bitcoin futures, where it's an entirely new underlying
product. Right. Interesting point there. We're seeing the Russell maybe going to go take out its low of the day. All the equity markets, I'm seeing 3-bar reversals on the 5-minute. The Russell, which has been the weakest of the day so far, still down over 2%. Looks like it would be the first candidate for maybe making a new low of the day here. 26.12 last trade there in the Russell. 48.947 last trade in the Dow. 24.756 in the Nasdaq, and 68.51.50 last trade here in the S&P. Tilt still long, 64% long in the Nasdaq, 64% long in the S&P as well. Volatility has definitely slowed down in the last half an hour or so.
Yeah, it has.
This
buyer's still stepping in.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at the crypto fear and greed index, and it's
an
interesting snapshot into how they're feeling in crypto. Today we are at extreme fear, 5 out of a possible 100. 5. Yesterday, extreme
5.
fear, 11. Last week, extreme fear. Last month, fear. How you long for just that fear and not extreme fear?
Do you buy it?
Could it all be considered? Could it all be considered greed in Bitcoin?
I'll be honest.
Or in crypto in general?
Maybe. I still don't know what crypto does. I still don't understand it to the extent. Like, say I own a Bitcoin. What do I do with it?
Yeah.
What does it do for me?
Yeah.
What can I do with it?
You hodl it.
You hodl it. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's me just not knowing enough about it. I've never owned crypto.
Okay. Well, have fun being part of the permanent underclass, Dakota. I'm just kidding, of course. Although it's tricky for Bitcoin because I don't own any Bitcoin, but like the prices it's at now, at least for me, and I assume there's other people like me, is not enticing me to be like, oh, it's sold off. Maybe I'll get some exposure to Bitcoin. Maybe I would, but it would be like way lower than here. So we'll see.
Yeah,
way lower as in 8,000s.
I don't really agree with a lot of the comments in the chat. It says it protects your money from government devaluation. the government money is devaluing a lot slower than Bitcoin's valuation right now, and
Right.
still, I mean,
Yeah,
that's what
I think that argument is like the longer time frame argument. Like all empires come crashing down with the devaluation of their currency after a while. I think that's what a lot of Bitcoin people say, right? Like at some point the dollar is going to
right.
be worth nothing, right? But
Right. But then you have to say, is it going to be like Bitcoin or like commodities, right?
exactly,
Gold, silver.
exactly.
I think there is real utility to Bitcoin beyond, purchasing narcotics in that, if I think it does to an extent protect you, like, if you were in Venezuela or some country with very poor like structural stuff, is you can have a Bitcoin wallet, and then when you leave the country, it's still there. You still have it. So there
Right.
is. I'm not saying it's not worthless. We just got to figure out as a market, all of us together, what it's worth.
Yep.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
In a little bit more selling. Physical assets, right? You can.
Yeah, you can hold it.
Can't hold a Bitcoin in your hand.
Eventually, I hope something comes about it. Until then, we got these precious metals on a rally, ripping.
Yeah.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Gold trading 52.31.30 right now. Seeing a little bit of selling coming in here in the equities. Again, those three bar reversals on the 5 minute are still holding for now. The Russell's here on the bottom of my screen. That's probably the weakest for now, but you can see that 3 bar reversal mapped out on most of these charts, still holding up for now. Still a lot of time left in the trading day. Dakota, how do you approach the rest of your day? You wrap it up, you lock out, continue to look for trade opportunities?
I'm gonna be honest, man. No, not probably. I am going to just wrap it up. So call it good.
Okay.
3 trades today, which is, had that overnight long, worked out pretty well. Had that nice little scalp short for 40 points. Not too bad. And then a 3 bar reversal. Sure, I fat fingered a mini, but even if it was a micro, it worked out.
Yep.
So 3 for 3 today. Not too bad. Call that good for a Monday to start this week. And we've seen a lot of volatility with VIX hanging out above 21, and we still have NVIDIA earnings Wednesday, jobs numbers Thursday, inflation Friday, Fed speakers sprinkled in throughout. So there's still a lot to go in to this week. Lots of opportunities for sure.
Nice trading there. Dakota, seeing a little bit of selling coming in here in the equities, 24.745, 68.49.50. Jack, we're about 2 hours into fast markets, 2 hours into the trading day. Any interesting levels as far as options go from what you're seeing, what's developed so far today?
Yes. 6,800. So 68.14 in the ES. A lot of negative gamma down there, where if we break through that right now, if we were able to hold that, maybe that'd be a spot where I would take one chance at a long. But if it gets through this, we're breaking out of this huge range. I mentioned the option skew, like it could really tumble hard. Like it could kind of like it did back here. It could get to that 50 points below in short order. That's sort of the do or die place for me. I'll be back for Power Hour today. Might feel a little more comfortable trading then with the backstop of the close. So that's what I'll be looking at.
Right. Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Jack. 68.53.75 last trade here in the S&P. 24.755 last trade in the NASDAQ. Dow 48.962. The Russell's 26.1280. We got gold right off of its highs, 52.35.10. I haven't taken a look at silver really all day today. Where's silver trading at? $87 even.
Yeah.
87 evens.
Hanging around there. Hanging around.
Definitely seeing markets chill out for a little bit. But make sure you stay tuned into Topstep TV. I'm going to go. Actually, I got one more question, Jack. Any lunch suggestions? Should I just go to series?
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, the food court seller's market in the basement is really good. If you want to stay in the
Okay.
building, yes, series is fine for food. You're probably not going for cocktails right now. Ben Jehuda is good. It's around
Okay.
walking distance.
Yeah, Ben Jehuda.
I haven't been there for lunch in a while. I've usually been out for like happy hour or something like that. But there's some good places. Do not eat at the sub shop next to the prison. I won't name it. I don't want to.
I didn't know there was a prison down here, but I'm going to try to stay out of there.
Hours, man. I had to, nothing more depressing at like 3 a.m. on a Monday, walking out of your office to the only place that's open, which is that place next to the prison. So good stuff.
Right, there was a ringing de-endorsement.
WSP got it.
Yeah, disendorsement. There we go. But good stuff as always, guys. Nice trading there, Dakota. Jack, we're going to see you back on air in a little bit. I'm going to go try to find some lunch. And shout out to our production team for the great show this morning. Shout out to Chris Poole in the office with me right now, getting me set up, being able to stream here from the office. So great stuff as always. We got morning highlights coming up with Hogue. And then after that, we have power players, JD, Diamond Hands, and Dolby Time. So stick around, stay tuned to Topstep TV. Again, hit that thumbs up button if you haven't done so already. It's Topstep TV. Let's go.
Let's go. Let's go.
One.
All right, it is time for the morning highlights. Great job, new Jack, bringing this in. Good job. Happy Monday, everybody. Hopefully, you are seeing a lot of green on the screen as usual. A couple of things that we did in gold today. We did not take the opening range trade in crude oil. However, we will take a look at it. We did take the opening range breakout trade in gold this morning. Looking at context, we opened with some overnight inventory to the long side with a gap. Gap rules. We should be looking for opportunities for longs, and those longs have been paying out here since the open pretty much. Here's the 5-minute chart. Let's look first at the opening range trade. So, a lot of balancing, a lot of consolidation prior to the open. I did like the idea of the opening range trade because, again, we did open out of range and out of balance. So it did break us to the short side. We got signal to the short side, short 2 micros, 51, 75, 20. We did take one of those off at a profit, kind of see money, take money, because we did see a kind of a breakout on Friday with some decent open interest, right? So uh, took the short, got out of one at 59.69. We got out of the other one at our stop. We got out of the first one at about 1-1 because after we got stopped out of the second one, we were still up $11. Now we have 52.10, which is the weekly kickoff high. We kind of looked at maybe some kind of reversal patterns up here. We took a couple of shorts based off of that weekly kickoff high. We did take a couple of losses on that. Then the market really just kind of has centered pretty much around that weekly kickoff level. So these weekly kickoff levels are meant to show us areas where longer time frame traders might decide to or need to adjust inventory, and sometimes it takes some time for them to make that decision, which obviously it did happen for us today in gold. So a little bit of choppiness. We did take one look back down below rejection. We see continuation to the upside. The initial balance, I mean, the original hours session for the range for today was relatively small, and it broke really nicely right off that 820 close on the 5-minute chart, and it really had a pretty decent drive to the upside. So we start looking for some that potential reversal pattern in and around this weekly kickoff high. It just didn't play out for us. Took a couple of trades at it. Took a couple of small losses, but that's all right. Let's take a look at crude oil, which we did not take the opening range trade for a couple of reasons. We did have Jessica and Skip on Topstep TV this morning, so a little bit distracted there as far as the opening range trade in crude oil, but it turned out to be a good idea not to take this trade. So the market did open with a gap above Friday's range, but pretty quickly traded both sides of the initial balance of the opening range. So not even sure we necessarily got a signal. That's how quickly the market looked above and looked below the opening range. So no opening range trade for us in crude oil this morning. S&Ps. So here we go. S&Ps opening in range and in value. This afternoon pullback high was an area where I would have been looking to see if we saw some meaningful buyers above there. We did take that good look up to the high from Friday, I should say, basically last week's high, but we were unable to maintain price above that afternoon pullback high. Sellers came in, and we've been pushing to the downside, largely still in range and in balance for the last few sessions, with a pretty good look below Friday's low here so far, only seeing rejection at that level. See if we find some basing here for some opportunities later on in the session. The initial balance high 69.30 and a quarter, initial balance low 68.72 quarter. The market did break and open the next 30-minute bar below that indicating as long as we continue to maintain price below this initial balance low, we should probably be looking for opportunities for continuation to the downside. ACH, anything can happen. And of course, this is not financial advice. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ. We did have Dakota on for the part of the fast market segment. And again, the market opened in range and in value. With the afternoon pullback low, a little bit better situation here in the Nasdaq than it was in the S&Ps. 25.014 quarters, that afternoon pullback low. The market opened, pushed higher. The afternoon pullback brought us right down to that level. The market opened, looked above it, rejected it. Market's been driving lower ever since. But again, largely maintaining inside of ranges and inside of balance for the last few sessions. It took a look down below yesterday's low, but we did see some rejection. We do have an excess low there. So we are going to keep an eye out for opportunities here as the day goes on. Let's take a look on the 5-minute chart. Now that we've taken a little bit of look at the context, Dakota came in as the market was breaking below the initial balance low. Look on the 30-minute chart. Okay, the market, a clean break below the initial balance low and an open of the next 30-minute bar below that. That is the market telling us it is attempting to accept price below value. Take a look at the 5-minute. Dakota got short one, MNQ 24,821. Got out of that at a decent profit, 24,790. Then he started looking long. Why? Well, look at how beautiful this 3-bar reversal is. 1, 2, 3. The top of this bar gets closed above on the 3rd bar. This is a really good looking reversal, 3-bar reversal pattern that Dakota took advantage of. Kind of made a mistake. He got in NQ instead of MNQ and got out of it pretty quickly with a pretty decent profit. So as Dolby was saying in the chat, that was a happy little accident, but still a pretty decent opportunity. Was looking for the market to maybe push a little bit higher. But again, as long as we're holding below the initial balance low, in the NASDAQ, that's 24,840 half. We should probably be looking for opportunities for shorts. Again, ACH, anything can happen, and that's not financial advice. Just looking at context and probabilities. That is our activity here for fast markets in the opening range. Let's take a quick look at today's quotable quote, and I think we talked a lot about this or something similar when we were trading today. Let's take a look. Mark Twain has some really, really charming and funny comments and quotes that he's been quoted over for many years. And this one is: a man who carries a cat by the tail learns something he can learn in no other way. We were talking earlier about having a bias in the markets or demanding something from the markets. And when you do that, you kind of learn something you can't learn in any other way. Sometimes we talk about how many times are you going to put your hand on the hot stove, which is also something that you really can't learn any other way. So be flexible. Take what the market is telling you. What the market is telling you, try and take advantage of it and profit. So I'm sure that Dolby will probably agree with this, because you can't carry a cat by the tail because you're going to get shredded. You can't carry a market by the tail because you're going to get shredded in that too. All right. So we are looking forward to, we got Diamond Hands coming back. Topstep TV along with JD and Dolby for power players. Diamond Hands focusing on putting up base hits, continuing to build his live funded account. Great stuff here on Topstep TV. This is Topstep TV. Make sure you stick around. We'll be right back.
we live? We're doing it live. Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time for Power Players. The man in the middle, the man of the hour, our man, Diamond Hands George. How you doing, George? Oh yeah, you guys know Dolby Time too. My other bookend over there. So he's got the keys to the house account. George, how's it going this morning? We were talking in the green room. Tell the people what happened.
I'm doing good. I just got chopped up with M and Q today. I know ES had a cleaner move. So I take losses on my account. I did take one last trade. It was on EMES, which is just based on IB, and I was able to make up on my losses. I'm only down literally almost pretty much break even, -$8. So I guess
That's a
I'll call
win
that a
in my
win.
book.
Yeah.
That is a win. That is a win. Yeah. When you can walk away down $8
That's
after taking some wild swings, that's a win in my book.
Yeah, -$8 is can mean a lot of things. Were you down 10,000? Now you're -8, or did you start up plus 5,000? Now you're down -8. But either way, it's not too bad. Not too bad.
Not too bad at all.
Here we
Let's
go.
take a look at these markets. I'm looking at the E-mini S&P 500 right now. I saw some bids stacking up below on the ladder. I was looking at a 15-minute chart. Let's go back to it. Down below, and it looks like it might have pulled. Nope, down there, 68.10. We got a 650 lat down below. 68.
Hello.
68.10. That's been moving around a
Oh
little
yeah.
bit. And then there were some 500 lats stacked up above too in the ES that I've been keeping track of. Right now, 68.78. There's about 250 offered, and then where is it? 68.99. There's another 500 offered up above. So somebody is stacking bids and offers off the market, way off the market right now. Those could be decent targets on either side for the moment. Let's see what this market wants to do. Looking at this 15-minute chart, it's like selling pressure might be dying down just a little bit.
Yeah.
But how are you guys feeling about this?
Big ass range. That's all I'm seeing right now. We had that wedge for Dorito the chip is still in the bag. So we're still in like this weekly Dorito pattern, but man, has the NASDAQ gotten locked up recently. I got a daily chart open right now. We got what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days. That's all kind of within the same range, give or take. About like 300, 400 points, and it's gotten very, very range bound. So maybe it is going to be Nvidia that's going to shake things up, because we thought tariffs was going to be the thing that's going to get us out of this range, but I think that actually got us more questions than answers. Everyone's trying to figure out, like, IEEPA, what are the other tariff things that he could use, and he just went ahead and just raised everything up to 15% anyways. So that was interesting. But I mean, that's how that goes, I guess. But I think it's looking for longs here. Initial balance lows in. That's first hour of trading. I got that at 24,738. Initial balance high, 25,039s. I'm kind of just batting back and forth. Got some nice wicks forming at the bottom here. Diamond hands. What are you seeing here so far?
I do see some orders still down there on Bookmap. I know we're trying to retrace a little bit back. But I do see what JD was talking about on the ES. I see those 68.10s there. 68.35 as well. Has some orders. I'm still I might look for one downside move. Let me see. I'm probably on MES myself. So maybe if we break 68.47, which is yesterday's low, maybe we could see some continuation back to 635. I don't know. Maybe potentially end of day 68.10s.
I do subscribe to the theory. You could call it conspiracy theory if you want. I'm going to put on your tinfoil hats. But when people put big orders like that visible on the ladder, I feel like prices just have a tendency to gravitate towards them. Like the market's always looking to to seek out liquidity in the market. Does that make
Yeah.
sense?
Mm-hmm.
You put a
That,
giant
yeah,
bid or
that,
a giant offer in, and people see it, and they want to make their move there.
yeah.
Just something I've noticed over the years, and that's the market's job, right? To provide liquidity. If somebody wants to fill a giant order, that's what the market is there for. At the end of the day, it's not for us to sit around here, buying ones and selling twos. There's a lot of other uses for these financial instruments that we're trading, right? So when the market sees liquidity, it gravitates towards it. I shouldn't say it does. It has a tendency that I've noticed to gravitate towards those orders. But maybe somebody else sees it different. How do you guys feel about that? Toby?
What?
Are you muted?
No. No, maybe not. Maybe not.
I saw his mouth moving.
Who knows? Did you say that you switched to the MES? Because I've known you to be trading primarily the micro Nasdaq. So how often do you switch it
Yeah.
up?
Probably like, I don't know, maybe 3 times. I'll do one trade off the MES. I mean MEQ, either ES or MES.
Mhm.
Not often, but yeah, sometimes I will.
Okay, cool. That's a cool adjustment.
Yeah,
I think it's the first time
I did trade gold yesterday.
Ooh.
Yeah, and I was up like, I don't know, like $200, I think, on that pump. Yeah.
Nice. Nice.
Do you only trade gold on Sundays? Is that do you save that for the weekend or save that for the reopen? On Sunday night?
Yeah, I do like trading gold on Sundays. And I also like trading gold just right at open, CME open. Usually I'll trade gold most of the time.
Let's take
When
a
I
look
can.
at gold. It's been making some moves today.
Let's.
Yeah, I had that target of 5,225 from like 5,140, but the market was just chopping. Like it was until like New York Open when it actually did it. So
yeah,
but I got out of the trade.
Cooking, just cooking.
Yeah.
We had that range from 4,900 up to 5,100, and broke out of the range, and now we're trading up in these 5,200s pretty easily. 5,237 is the high today, give or take.
Yep.
But broken out of the daily range. I mean, what's our upside? I think Dakota said new highs. I kind of got to agree with them.
New all-time highs in gold coming? I believe it.
I
We're actually
mean,
short on the opening range. We took the opening range breakout trade on the 1-minute chart. We opened with a pretty substantial gap to the upside in gold today, so we were thinking maybe we could sort of flatten out some of that overnight inventory. The 1-minute opening range breakout triggered a short. We got short, and it looked like a great trade for a little while. Ended up scratching. We covered one at about 1.5R, and then we left our stop alone for the runner, and it came back and wiped us out. We made like $10 on the trade.
Okay.
$10 is $10, right?
Yes, it is.
But that rip was just relentless. It didn't stop.
I mean, gold
That's why
tends to do that.
It does. And that's kind of why it's good to trade multiple contracts sometimes too, You can take a partial profit, leave a runner, not adjust your stop, and just kind of like wait it out risk-free, or trail the stop. We did not trail the stop. We didn't get hurt on the trade. We're on the wrong side of this market. We did not get hurt. We actually made a little bit of money, and I mean a little bit of money.
That's all right.
But it's
we'll
a benefit to trade in multiple contracts.
Take something.
Yep.
We're just gonna range trade this Nasdaq here. This feels like 1 p.m. on a Friday now. It's kind of crazy, actually.
Right?
We got
it's like the move.
780s.
It's like
50-point range.
It feels like the move happened, and now everyone's just waiting around for something else to happen.
Yeah, let's see.
Some kind of catalyst. Spark some movement in these markets.
I mean, we're still down 1.2%. So, I mean, maybe bears are still in the house here.
Possible. 5-minute chart on the ES. we have gone flat in the ES. Volatility has died. Volume has died. We're dropping off. Is this a bull flag? Is this a bear flag? What timeline are you looking at?
Yeah, volume really has died off. I mean, if that's the case, then maybe we just head back to VWAP.
That's where all roads lead, right?
Someone of great importance would say that. 24,863. Let's see. What do you see here, George? How do you start? Do you play this range at all? Something look enticing here?
Not much. I mean,
right?
I like the 15 range. If we look at my chart on MES, you can see right there clearly that's a nice shorts. Once we broke that, same with MNQ. Let me see here. Yeah, same here. Seems like we bounced right at that. Let me see, was this purple line yesterday's low right there, 678. We broke that. I don't know if you guys use Topstep levels, but yeah, you could easily shorted this at 880 and taking it all the way to that 678 level.
Know the levels. I update them every morning. I'm on top of those levels.
I knew somebody was actually doing something.
Yeah, right.
Me and Hogue. It's a very manual process. Yes.
Do you have to like burn his notes or something afterwards, like a sort of burn after reading sort of situation? Or does he let you like keep the actual paper itself that he sends them to you on?
Wouldn't it be great if he like wrote it down on a piece of paper and sent me a snapshot of it? That would be great. No, we do. We work off of a Google Doc, a Google Sheet.
Oh, okay.
So I have the entire history of the daily levels going back to the beginning.
Oh, that's
Plus
cool.
We can just rewind. Plus, we can just rewind TV and see where they're at.
I mean, for this range in the Nasdaq, I'd be kind of intrigued to short 780s and then get long any stop runs below 730s. Like anything below the initial balance low here. That's actually just getting some orders.
Here we go. Last trade in the ES 68.49 half, 68.49.75. We're in a 4-tick range, guys. We're in a 4-tick range in the S&P right now. What else do we got? Let's take a look at some alternate markets. The Dow looking weak. Last trade in the Dow 48.882. Looks like the Dow is poised for another move lower, but volume has really dropped, falling off the cliff in that market too. I'm looking at a 15-minute chart there.
Yep.
It looks like it wants to roll over once again. We'll see what it does.
You know, I thought we were going to get a really big bid in Euro close. I really enjoy Euro close. I feel like it does provide a lot of information for us as traders. We did get our Euro close cover right at 10 o'clock, like 10:05, 10:10. You know, anyone who's short of the Euro session, you know, oh, yeah, I want to close my trade. And so they all become buyers, get this massive bid. I really do enjoy seeing what happens after Euro is done for the day. Is it like trend continuation? Are we going to retest some levels? We've just been kind of standing pat here. We do have our bids in at 730 and 720, just some micros. See if we can play this range trade here. We have some offers in at 780 and 789. It's a great range.
Obi is stacking the deck on both sides. Was that a race car? What was that?
Dude, I don't know. I don't know, dude. It's like the same time every day. This person just does laps around the block. It's just like some crappy Honda.
Yeah.
Someone
you can all
the cat by the tail.
Car. Yep. That's right.
They must have cut the cat or something.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Honda with a coffee can muffler.
Never change, neighborhood. Never change. Well, let's see what happens.
Right, let's take a look. Let's take a look at the tilt. We haven't checked in on the tilt yet. Let me refresh the tilt.
In the meantime,
for some reason.
Got VWAP George in chat. Let's go. Let's go. What do you
VWAP.
What do you do on the Nvidia earnings day, Diamond hands. You still
Me?
play it? Yeah, hands on. Run
I
the
play
same
the morning
setup.
session. I'll do like one
Mhm.
trade on the morning session. I'll try not to like trade after that because it gets really, for me, it's too choppy. Maybe I'll do maybe a power hour. I know that's when a lot of volume comes in because everybody's trying to get their stocks or options contracts
Mhm.
in and stuff like that for earnings.
Yeah.
But I
Yeah.
usually would trade like maybe Asia Open or something.
Okay.
CME.
Nice. So you
Yeah.
give it some space.
Yeah. I like to see
Nice.
what it does first.
Nice. Nice.
Pretty
Nice.
good.
Nice.
Fair.
Yep. This is. Wow, this is locked up right now, JD. What the hell is going on?
I don't know.
This is kind of strange, to be honest.
Eerily quiet. Eerily quiet.
Really
it's
is.
like we're the only ones that don't know that something's about to happen.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for it to happen.
Does someone know something that we don't? What is going on?
I'm looking at the news. I don't see anything.
60 to this is a 30-point range that we've been in since 10:45. We're going almost 45 minutes of a 30-point range in the Nasdaq. Dude, what time is it? What's going on right now?
11:30 a.m. Central Time. We should still have a little movement.
You would
just a
think.
little follow through off the open. Giving us something. Not happening. Russell looks like it's about to make a new low.
Okay, well then maybe Nasdaq will do something too then, although they're not very correlated markets. I had a hell of a time getting short Nasdaq this morning with the YM making new lows, RTY making new lows, and Nasdaq would just bid like 20, 30 points and just get you stopped out and then head over again later.
Oh, George, you can talk about that too. You can talk to that. You were telling us in the green room, you kept trying to get short, but it was difficult, wasn't it?
It was. I think I was waiting for news. Honestly, after 7. But yes, as you can see here, yeah. I was trying to. Oh, no, this is ES. We go on M&Q real quick. Oops. Yeah, it was pretty much over here. Yeah, so here I was trying to get short here underneath here. Kept going up. Same here again, chopped up. Again, it wasn't like till 7:30 that it started going. So yeah, that's why I took two losses. And then I switched over to ES. But I do like the shorts here on ES. I might try it.
Okay.
TP probably. Let me see.
Ooh, you got in. You weren't joking.
Just in right there. Just slam it.
Short, right here. Right
Slam
now.
it.
Profit target right at new lows.
Yeah, 60, 38, 35. We do have some orders there. 128 on Bookmap. Delta is at negative 3,800. Delta with NQ negative 4,700. Let's see.
Nice. Uh-oh. Car might be coming back for another lap here. I'll try to mute.
It's hilarious. Same guy, same time every day. Just does laps around the block.
Just doing laps, man. Trying to find. I don't know if I'm trying to find parking. It's good parking on my street. It's not even permit. It's amazing.
Don't tell anybody.
I'm not going to. Not going to try to dox myself on air.
Right.
Bad news. Well, so your target's new lows of the ES here. Okay, that's pretty. That is good.
What's your entry price on this trade, George? Is it right here? 45?
Yeah.
45 half?
Yeah, 45. Yeah, 45 half.
Got it. Very good. Very good.
Trading at MES.
I wanted to stay below yesterday's low or Friday's low. As long as we stay below that,
Understood.
I like it.
All right, we're in. We're playing this range.
Dolby's in too. Here we go.
Roll this range. Let us see.
Range.
One micro Nasdaq. Let's see if we can get like 30 points. 30 points. That would be great.
Yusuf in the chat.
What's up,
Ramadan and
Yusuf?
trading don't mix up. Is it still? How long does Ramadan go? I don't even know.
It's 30. I'm not going to say. I have no idea. I think it's 30 days. 30 days. 30 nights. Chat TST will correct me momentarily.
Mo was on talking about it last week. We'll have him on later today too. I'm sure he's still fasting.
Oh yeah, 30 days.
30 days. Yeah.
Got it. Well, decent bid here. Nothing crazy. It's kind of a do or die moment for volatility. It seems like. Are we gonna hold these ranges here? Or are we gonna roll over?
Feels like it wants to roll over, doesn't it?
Kind of. We'll see. We'll try to tighten up risk here if it gets a little squirrely.
Again, VWAP. I almost called you VWAP, George. Diamond Hands George is short. Obi.
You know,
I was looking at the
it's funny
VWAP on my
'cause,
screen when I said that.
True story. In my community, before I went Topstep, nobody knew what I looked like, right? So the first time that everybody saw me, it was Topstep, and for the longest time, when VWAP George will be on Topstep, they thought that was me.
Dude, that's awesome.
Solid.
So they would post
There
his
we go.
picture all over.
Yeah, we bumped our stop up a little bit. Went down from risking 50 down to 30. So we're not trying to get in the mess here. We wanted this to just bounce immediately. Nice trade there. Read the momentum.
Yeah. Where are you long from, Dolby? What's your price?
We were long like 24 730s or something. So right at the bottom of that range, but we got stopped out.
I moved my stop to 60, 50, half.
Nice
Only
job.
risking $50 for now.
Trailing the
Nice
stop.
job.
41
Finally
last
got the
trade.
action.
4 points in the money. Looking pretty good. So your profit target, just before we get to new lows. Why just before we hit new lows? You don't want to see
Because
new lows?
we have about, let me see here. We have 132 orders there at the COB. That's why. If we do break these lows, it can potentially go to that 68.10 that you were talking about.
Understood.
But I'll be happy with this for today. Protect your mental capital.
Get into tomorrow.
Yeah,
Nice balance.
tomorrow.
Yep. Nice stuff. I mean, you already had a hell of a day. Easy, just get your base hit. Nice price action so far to the downside. Finally got a little change in volume as well. Volume picked up, which is nice. Kind of broke that trend of lower and lower and lower volume. Seeing gold is pulling back. Here comes 700s. Got about a 40-point break here in the NASDAQ so far.
Let me see.
Here we go. We're getting close.
So if we're looking for cheap trades, there could be some cheap longs, which is counter trend around these 670s. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 5 points of contact.
I'm moving my stop to break even, pretty much.
Nice.
Here we go.
Nice trade.
George is trailing the stop.
Love a risk-free trade.
Risk-free trades are something else, aren't they?
Once you got a couple points, yeah, why
just
not?
Kind of set it and forget it.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta really like the direction that you're going, though, right?
All right, we're gonna move it here. We're so close to TP. All right, we got stopped. Yeah, that's it.
Nice trade.
68.
Way to go,
Got
George.
him.
Out.
He's up on the day. He is up on the day.
Look, I got daily payouts. I can take this out.
That's right.
I'm gonna go buy myself a latte.
That's right.
Daily payouts. You know what you got to do to get daily payouts, everybody? It's 30 winning days in the live funded account. daily payouts. Something to shoot for.
Oh,
The
yeah.
benefit of the live funded account. Daily payouts.
Nice job earning that. You know, a lot of people get into that live account or an XFA and blow right through it. 30 winning days in a live account is no joke. That is some serious trading.
No joke at all.
Even more serious discipline to pull that off. That's why you got that hat. It's a great hat.
Yep. How long do you think you've
Can
been
I
on
get
this
a
live
funny-
account now, George?
Since November. November. Since November, like the first week of November.
Nice.
Very nice. Very nice.
That is awesome.
Not in the XFA.
But
Question in the chat.
XFAs
No
were
daily
like
payouts.
May. So like, I don't know, probably like, I would say May, I think I had them of last year, XFAs. And then they turn into live accounts in November, like at the
Oh,
end
wow.
of October. Yeah.
Nice.
Mhm.
You spent some time in those XFAs then.
Yeah, because I was trading them one by one. So basically, I would like not copy trade them. I was
Mhm.
just trading like, I'll trade like maybe 2 accounts each. I'll take like 1 trade on 1 account, like maybe let's say Asia, right? And then I'll trade another account New York session, and then that's it. And then I'll trade my other 3 the next day or something like that.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
I like that too. Yeah, that's a great system.
Do you feel
How long
like
do
when
you think?
Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, going back to the trading combines. How much time do you think it takes you to pass it? You've been doing this for a while now. On average, if you had to go back to a trading combine, how long do you think it would take you to pass?
How long would it take me to pass? I'll probably say a week, maybe.
A week. Very
You know
good.
what? Depends. If I'm gonna do a 50K account, I'll probably say 3 to 5 days, maybe.
3 to
Or
5.
yeah, but if it's a 150K, I'll probably say 2 weeks. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you trade the 150K the same as a 50K? Do you like size up when you're trading the bigger accounts, or do you trade the same?
I do double size. If I usually do like, let's say 3 micros on a 50K, I'll do probably 6 on a 150K.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Very cool.
And then
Very cool.
Do you
I had
set?
2.
Okay.
I had, let me see how many. Let me see. I had 2 50Ks and 3 150Ks XFAs.
Okay.
And then do you set take profits on the day, or you just whatever you make and just let it play out?
Whatever. Whatever I make, I make. I don't like to sell a daily profit, due to the fact that it can really cost your mental game to go out. Because let's say you're up like 400 and your daily profit is 500. A
Right.
lot of people usually try to go for that $100 extra, right? And then they end up
Mhm.
going like, let's say they go on red or break even. Now they're trying to make up the 500 or the $400 they lost, right? And let's say they take another trade, and then now they're negative 400, right? So now they're trying to make that loss plus that 400 they were up, right? So they're trying to make 800, and that causes to oversize a lot of times, so and blow your accounts. So
Yep.
I don't have a daily profit. I only have like maybe a daily loss limit, but not a daily profit. Whatever the market gives me, that's it.
Nice. Nice. I like having a plan for profits. I don't know when to stop trading. Can't just be when you're red. You gotta have one when you're green too. I mean, there has to be some factor making someone to stop trading.
When do you stop? When I feel like stopping.
Yeah.
It's probably too
So I
late
hope you
by
guys
that point.
I hope you guys took that profit, because look, we bounced right at 68.35.
Yeah, nice
It was a
trade.
sniper exit. Sniper exit. Nice job in the entry. Nice job in the exit. Nice trade in general. All around
I
good
think-
trade. Thank you, George. What's up, Dolby?
You know, something that like Dakota and maybe Diamond Hands here have in common is that both you guys can hop into the market, get into a trade, and know when enough is enough, and you just take profit. And then the amount of times that just ends up being the bottom between you two is just ridiculous. It's like you
Mhm.
collectively know the market is like, yeah, this is enough money. Let's all just cover our shorts. And the market bids, 30 points. It's crazy. That's a good
Yeah.
skill to have, to know when enough is enough and not getting too greedy.
It really
Great
is.
trade.
Yeah.
Can't
Yeah.
tell you, dude. That's not
Yeah.
one of my
Some people
strengths.
don't have self control. Some people can't even see a red day. They'll blow their accounts if they see. Like I said this before, right? It's what's more scary is a winning streak than a red streak, because
Mm,
you don't know how to handle that red day when it does come.
yep. It's hard. Hardest thing in trading.
It is hard.
Small losing days. Find
You
someone
start expecting
who's
money.
yeah.
You start
Mhm.
expecting money, and then you go into a bit of a drawdown, and you start trying to chase it, and that's when the revenge trading starts, right? You're in the market just to be in the market,
Yeah.
just to be in the market. You're not paying attention to setups. You're not paying attention to strategy. Everything goes out the window. You just want to be in the market, try and make some money back, and that's
Yep.
when that's usually
Bad
when
things.
disaster strikes, right?
Bad things happen.
Yeah.
Feel
Especially if
that.
you're posting on social media that you had this like great winning streak, right? And then everybody's expecting you to post another green day, right? And you're like, nah, I can't have this red day, because then everybody's gonna say what happened, or like, So you get a lot of ego if you're posting your gains a lot every day, so you'll see it.
Are you doing that too? Are you posting gains online?
I
Are you
post gains
sharing?
here and there, Sometimes I forget, but I haven't done it recently with my Topstep as much. But I know people are like expecting like gains and stuff like that.
Yep,
I
it's a
usually just
slippery
post like
slope too.
gains
You
for my
do
my
you do it
community.
once.
Yeah.
You just do it once.
But
You
I
got to do it
was
every
when I
day.
was
You got to show it
you guys remember,
consistent.
like, was it August? Yeah, August to September I had 0 red days on my XFAs. I don't know if you guys remember
Mhm.
that. Uh
Yep.
yeah, that was a lot of pressure. I'm not gonna lie.
It's hard to do though. How many winning
Yeah.
days would you say you had in a row? Was it more than 30?
Yeah, it was like, more than 30. I
Wow.
think it was like 47, I think.
That's
Wow.
difficult to do.
Yeah.
It's
That
very
is
difficult to
incredibly
do.
We're
hard to
not,
do.
yeah, and I'm not talking about like $1, guys. I'm talking about like I was
Yeah.
trying to get at least $200 or $200 at the time, which was the minimum as
Mhm.
a green day.
Payout days. Payout days we call them.
Yeah.
$150 or more. Another step closer to a payout.
Yep.
Now it's
Hook in the
now it's
chat.
150. Yeah, a lot better. There goes that Honda. I think people are still
Still
listening
doing
to your
laps,
Honda.
dude. Still doing laps.
Someone's trolling Dolby. Someone knows
I
when he's
can see
online or
parking
on air.
spots outside my window. I have no idea what's going on. Like, where are you going?
They're actually
Like, you're
watching
not.
Topstep TV in their car to hear themselves drive by your house.
Maybe it's
Uh-huh.
it's a different type of race. I think it's a Daytona 500 laps around Dolby's block.
Yeah, trust me, those cars are not making it through these moon cratered streets of my neighborhood. I'll tell you that. It's like playing Mario Kart and dodging potholes out here.
Oh, woof. I know how you feel.
Oh yeah. Oh.
Bonds, new highs, says
Ooh.
Hoop. Which would mean, see what the VIX is doing. Give the VIX a refresh. VIX is up 13% today.
Whoa.
21.55 last on the VIX. VIX dipped below 20 momentarily. That's when we saw the rip right off the 8:30 Central Time open. And then VIX started rallying, up 13% right now, and we're seeing a nice move down in the equities.
Are we
The
going to get
correlation.
minus 2% today? Maybe we can get a chat poll up. Is NASDAQ going to
Minus 2%.
Minus 2%. We're about 0.53 away from minus 2%. So not too far. We're in striking distance, but also markets are kind of chilling right now.
Yep.
Will we get
Bit of a
down
holding
there?
pattern. You could call it a range. You can call it whatever you want. But we're not getting a whole lot of movement. We did see a little influx of volume
So some more traders were entering the market on that little dip lower, at least in the S&P.
Yeah, I mean,
seems to be balancing out though.
Normally I don't have a daily chart up as my secondary, but this sort of range that we've had going on here is pretty real. Are we going to break through that too? That's going to be very, very interesting. But some cheap longs are definitely down here, the 670s. I mean, clearly other traders saw the same thing. They had about a 40-point bounce from 680s. So buyers were kind of preempting the daily lows. Or do we find momentum back to the downside?
That is the question. That is the question. Where do we go from here?
Either continuation shorts or daily range longs. Probably have to put in a bid. Saying no. I don't think we're getting to minus 2% today.
No?
I don't think so.
Close.
They pulled those orders from 6810.
Did they?
Let's see. Yeah.
Still a couple bids stacked below. Yeah, the 10
Not
bid
as
is
big as it
gone.
was.
Yeah. 175 on the 20 bid.
Yeah,
6820
6820
on the
has a lot.
25 bid.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6820 looks a lot more appealing.
Upside 6878. There's about 2.25 offered. And then at 899 all the way up top. 59.60 points away. 530 offered at 68.99. Well, if we don't go down 2%, Dolby, can we reverse and go up 2%?
Ooh, the old V bounce. Get back to like initial balance high or something. I don't see why not. That's
The old treasure map pattern.
Yep.
Ye old treasure map pattern. Not out of the question today. Nothing's ever out of the question in these markets.
Not with the NASDAQ.
We do anything.
Not with the tweeter in chief, especially with tariffs being recently talked about. I do wonder if like the algorithms have to get maybe adjusted, just because like the whole tariff chatter is kind of in season right now after that decision. So I wonder if Trump starts mentioning tariffs more frequently in some of his speeches, are the algos still going to lose their mind, or if they've been dialed back now? I don't know. It's a good question. But he did set them at 15% globally.
Yep. There's a hell of a quote he put out this morning, too. The "and more" really got me. Or "and worse." And worse.
Yeah. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive public speaker, JD. He's a man of words.
Man of words, a man of letters.
Mm-hmm. All right. Bull's back on the house here. Hitting up the discount bin. I like those 680s. Daily range held. Now we're just kind of chilling. I mean, Diamond Hands, you caught like the only break of the last hour. That is crazy. Good work. Good work. Now we're just back to chilling, I guess.
Question in the chat from Do You Think? What is the treasure map pattern? Well, that would be the textbook V formation recovery. And I believe it was the trader-in-chief, Mr. MP himself, that labeled
Yes, it was.
The treasure,
yes, it was.
Treasure map, live here on Topstep TV. We're in the midst of a V bottom. And he just came out and said, look at it. It's like a treasure map. It's so easy to read.
Yep. It was an all-timer. You just draw it.
It was an all-timer.
Just draw it in.
Draw it.
I mean, if there was like a week or two, JD, where like the V bounce was just textbook, you could almost set your clock to it.
And it was happening often. Yeah.
Often. It does feel like there was a little bit more optimism back then, doesn't it, though? It's like, this sell-off is fake. Everyone's still feeling good.
Wooden sellers. Is that what Moa comes?
Yep.
Is wood strictly reserved for buyers, or can there be wooden sellers too? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I don't know if we can say that the optimism is there like it was once before. But Nvidia, you know, if they keep on
Mhm.
making their billions, maybe everything's
Wednesday,
gonna be
Wednesday,
okay.
Wednesday.
You guys want some inside
Wednesday, the more
information on Nvidia?
Ooh,
Yes.
Go ask.
yes.
Sure.
Not financial
Sure.
advice. What is it?
I can no, I live like 10 minutes away from the headquarters, so I can go ask them.
Oh, do you? Can you get us a
I do.
sneak peek?
I live in Silicon Valley, so like I got Apple here, the Apple spaceship and the Nvidia headquarters too.
Wow.
Wow.
How much is your home
I
worth,
live-
George? How much did you pay for your home?
I'm trying to get out of here. Taxes are a killer.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm
Isn't
either
like
gonna
a,
move to Florida or Puerto Rico.
Were you in Silicon
Isn't like a
Valley
one-
before it was cool? Or did you move
Before
there
it
like,
was
for
cool.
work or something?
No, I was born and raised here.
Oh man, they all moved in and ruined your hood. That sucks.
I did, man.
right?
And then Tesla was here too, the headquarters before they moved
Mhm.
to Texas. You can imagine how traffic is here.
Well,
You're
then
gonna
I'll be
cost
self-driving.
like you're gonna cost like 10 grand a month to rent like a 300 square foot studio apartment.
Oh yeah.
Alto.
I see. Oh yeah. Yeah. All those gatos.
That is silly. Well, nice bounce in the Nasdaq. The range be ranging still. Daily range held around the 680s, 670s. Took some cojones if you wanted to buy them, but buyers got rewarded
Post-mount.
taking the cheap trade. Nice cover, diamond hands. Ridiculous. You'd be break even by now, I think.
Yeah, if I didn't take TP, yeah, for sure. But now
I guess-
I got enough money to go buy me myself some breakfast. Or brunch. It's only 10
Well, yeah,
a.m.
what'd you make? $50?
I don't know.
$60?
What is-
Probably what you're gonna need.
What is
83.
avocado
I made
toast? What does avocado
83.
toast cost in Silicon Valley? Are we
$20.
looking at like
Oh,
a
man.
75?
Avocado toast, like probably like $12, $13. Yeah. I used to play poker at Bay 101. Oh, I know where that is. Yeah.
Every time we're on air now, I'm going to compare prices with you, George.
Yeah, that's right.
What do I pay for a slice of pizza versus what do you pay for a slice of pizza in Silicon Valley? Curious about these things. Good to know. Good to know. All right, guys, that's time. That's all the time we got for Power Players. Thank you, Mr. George. Diamond Hands George was here, put on a nice short trade, got out pretty much on the low tick of that move.
Incredible.
Excellent job.
Great stuff.
Back in the green. Green on the screen for today. We will catch you next time. Mr. George, thank you so much. Dolby time. I will see you in a little bit. We're going to step aside. We got group coaching coming up next. Gabe, Anne-Marie, and Deanna are here. I see Anne-Marie in the green room already, ready to go. Get your questions in. There's a form pinned to the chat right now. Grab that link, fill it out, click submit, ask your question. We're going to answer it live right here on Topstep TV. All right, guys, that's it for Power Players. We're stepping aside. Group coaching coming up next. Topstep TV, let's go.
right, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. It is time for some group coaching. I am here with Anne-Marie and Deanna. How are you two today? Deanna, what's going on? Good morning.
No, it's just still messing with my computer. I'm being tortured by natural gas at the moment. I'm trying longs. So I'm trying longs in the zone between sort of 3 evens and 295. So we'll see whether they can push it up. We do have blizzard over your side of the world. So we'll see whether that's going to bring us some longs into the end of the day, because from a macro side, it should be kind of like moderately bullish. We'll see whether that hypothesis holds.
Okay.
No, that's
all right.
That's interesting.
Well,
I would
we
have
got a trade
thought
cooking.
I figured it would be a long already, but it's
Oh,
really
this is
doing
this
that.
is the Widowmaker. Widowmaker. That's what it does.
Interesting. Yeah.
You said you're long 5 micros?
5 micros. Yeah.
Right. Keep an
Sorry
eye on
about
that. What are you doing? What are you saying? Got the sniffles?
I apologize about the sniffles. I was going to say there's nobody that gives a countdown quite as good as James. I'm going to tell you, he wins whatever it is that we've got to give him as
Congrats, James. You win nothing. You win nothing.
Yeah.
Well, Anne-Marie, aside from the sniffles.
I'm waiting for this long here at 68.40. I tried to be too cheap. So I had it down at 68.46, and it came into like 68.47 3/4 and ran without me. Yeah. So, in times past, I would chase this sort of run, even though it feels like it does have a little bit of legs. We've got cumulative delta sort of reversing a little bit. It was all the way down at about negative 10,000, and now it's like negative 5,500. So they are unwinding it. We'll see what gives, but I wouldn't want to jump right in at this juncture simply because you never know. Plus, 68.65 is a big number that we've all been watching. That was sort of the number that we tried to bounce off of a couple of days past and should have held as frontline support.
Okay. Well, will the equities give Anne-Marie a pullback? We will find out. Let's go ahead and take a brief look around. This is my first time really checking in the markets today, but we got the equities kind of finding a little bit of a bid here. As Anne-Marie said, kind of rolling away off lows. S&P made a low most recently about 25 minutes ago at around 68.35, now trading 68.57s, 58s now trading out. So about a little over a 20-point bounce so far off those recent 5-minute lows. NASDAQ trading 24,773s. Dow trading 48,955s. Will we make it above the 60-61s and potentially the 790s here in the ES and the NASDAQ, which would technically be the recent 5-minute high, 5-minute swing high from back around 10:30 Central. We got gold and silver kind of finding a bid here in the last 15, 20 minutes as well. Gold's trading 52.32.7. Got silver trading 86.75s. And crude, near the lows of session, just kind of consolidating right around 66.23. See what the tilt looks like here. Wow, we got about a 75% long tilt in the S&P, 70% long tilt in the NASDAQ, 53% long tilt in the crude. So equities definitely kind of building to the long side here. Longs are technically still underwater just a little bit in the NASDAQ. Average price 783 is currently trading 770s. And then the average price in the S&P for those longs is 68.55. So longs are a little bit in the money in the S&Ps, but underwater in the NASDAQ. That's a little bit interesting. Let's see what we got cooking. Yes, Anne-Marie, what's up?
The volume that we've had lately is really very tepid across the board. The ES volume, lower than normal. NQ volume, lower than normal. YM volume, lower than normal. So we're seeing all these lower participation levels, and it really begs the question, why? Because we know that big money is the one that brings in the bigger volume. And if they're sitting on the sidelines, what are they waiting for? Are they waiting for the interest rate response? Are they waiting for, the next thing on the tariff news? But what I've noticed is how traders have gotten so much more accustomed to uncertainty, right? Because if we had heard all this yammering like we did back in April or whatever, I mean, the market would have these unbelievably wild swings back and forth. And now the same sort of dramatic news hits us all the time. And, we've got our regular ATRs. Our ATRs aren't expanding. Do you know what I mean? What do you think about that, Dee? Have you noticed that? Would you say that you don't think that, or you're seeing something different? What would you say?
Interesting, because I'm noticing in this, and we've been having the days to have loans that
We can't hear you. You're chopping up terribly.
Yeah.
So it's my having a computer.
Crud.
I'll message you in Slack, but yeah, it's pretty bad. Maybe we can restart the computer.
No, that's not going to help.
I really want the answer to this one too.
Yeah, let's not. Yeah, let's into it. Yeah, I can.
Sign language. Use sign language. Pictogram. What is that? What is that? What is that game where people Pictionary? There we go. Pictionary hour with the markets. I think we got something going. I think we got charades.
I am terrible at that game, so I would probably not do very well in this hour if we're going to play Pictionary with our answers.
Yeah. All right, we can do charades. That's our new
Dee
show.
said, up days have lower volume and down days have larger volume. That's what she messaged me in Slack.
Okay, so that's I do see that. I do see that. And we do know exit liquidity is a thing. We do know that we're seeing bigger traders exit, but at the same time, we're just not losing support. And so structurally, we're in this no man's land. And if you're somebody like me that has different kinds of investments going, and you use the broad indices to hedge, you really are sitting in a space going, wait, where is everybody participating? And so that just means we have these lower pockets of, okay, I'm going to take this trade for 3 days rather than 3 weeks, or what I would normally do, a quarter, just like, what they're doing with the JP Morgan collar that we talk about once in a while. Are we back, Steve?
I know you and I are here. I know Deanna is in the background. We're waiting for her frames to stabilize a little bit. We'll see.
Okay. All right. So, do I want to take a short here?
I mean, it's the high of the 5-minute range. I mean, you basically, last time we've seen this level was about 3 hours ago. Well,
Yeah.
3, 4, 2 hours ago, excuse me.
The
2 hours ago
problem
was the last
is,
time we saw these highs.
yeah, we got a low volume node right here. So we could either jam right through it and head up to the value area, which is much further ahead, or we fade. And so because momentum looks like this, it looks like a short is a bad idea. Let's go to a 500, see if we see something different. Oh, yeah. I don't think a short's a good idea here at all. Maybe pull back and see if we get a long.
I mean, we haven't seen a red bar in about 25 minutes here in a 5-minute chart. At least in the minis, we have not seen a red bar.
Do you like trading a 5-minute?
No.
How do you like
I mean,
that?
yes and no. I like shorter time frames for sure. I've been trying to get out of using the 1 minute so much. I still find myself gravitating to the one quite a bit. But I might be looking at like a 1 minute for more precise location, but a 5-minute is really I've been trying to use the 5 and the 15 to help give me a little bit more conviction in like body closes above a high or below a low. So instead of using a 1 minute breakout of a high or a low, I'm waiting for a little bit more time to validate the potential, let's say, breakdown, just to help myself with structure. Not so much entry location, but mainly confirming structural changes and shifts from higher highs and higher lows to lower highs and lower lows. Because I'm a very simple structure and zone trader, but that's kind of what I've been gravitating to. But still, 1 minute is usually my time frame for refining the location of my entry, maybe to manage risk a little bit easier, to get a little bit more clarity on a zone. But anyway, we are getting that continuation that you were looking at. I like the kind of the lack of short execution there. You definitely are correct. We're seeing some good momentum. We'll see if we can maybe get that 5-minute candle body closure above. This would technically, the candle that we're forming now on the 5-minute chart, we get about 3 minutes left here. This would be the first candle to potentially close above that 5-minute high from 10:30. So we'll have to give it a little bit more time here, but let's see what buyers do here.
Yeah, I have my short set at 68.65. I think I'm gonna. I like I'm probably being greedy right there. It should not test that zone, but my stop would be somewhere around 72 per se. But my gut says it's going to break here. So what I want to look for, I like to zoom in and see if we have a failed retest. If it comes down into that 61-ish, 60-ish area and then bounces and gives us a lower high, I'll jump in after that. But that's what I'm staring at. I'm looking at the 1,000 tick. I've I've always been a minutes person, but now all of a sudden I'm digging the tick. And so that's my story. Here's the break. So let's see if it bounces and gives me a lower high. Let's do it. Otherwise, it's going to lay me in the dust again.
I like it though. The 65s, I know you were saying, I like the 65 level as well. I think we could maybe get a little bit further room up to the 68s, 67s. I mean, you did have the previous low from the overnight.
Yeah.
So if we can maybe stay under the overnight low, that would be ideal maybe for a short. But if we break back into the overnight range and maintain above maybe 68, 70s, then I like the 72, 73 invalidation just to kind of manage my risk fairly, keep it fairly tight. If I was to try to look for shorts for a continuation lower, but I mean, as soon as we stay above that 68, 70s, back inside that overnight low,
exactly,
then maybe we just go rebalance the range of the session of the New York and maybe get back into the 80s.
Yeah, and cumulative delta continues to rise. It's negative 4,200 now. D is back.
I see you. I see you. How you sounding? You want to say something?
I'm afraid to talk.
I don't want to ignore you.
Choppy? No, I know, but yeah.
Your voice is coming in clear.
Tricky.
Now.
Yeah, but you guys are chopping for me as well, and I'm chopping for you, which is like,
boo.
Yeah.
Frustrating. That was me all last week. My internet was going out constantly. I was so mad at my ISP last week. It was ridiculous. But we seem normal now this week for myself, which I'm happy about. But yeah, those tech gremlins are always the most annoying.
I know it.
Yeah. Just I said to James, beta block.
Yeah. All right, 5-minute candle has closed. Let's see. Did we get technically a body above? I don't think we did. In the S&P, we technically got a body above that recent 5-minute high from 1030, but in the NASDAQ, we did not. We're seeing a little bit of continuation here. A little uniqueness there between the two equities.
Yeah.
I haven't come back up and tagged those 65s yet. Go ahead, Anne-Marie.
Oh, no, nothing. No, I was just going to chat about that 5-minute continuation. Let's see. This is kind of like the VWAP staring down on the tick here, but this low volume node, I think they're trying to fill it in. Yeah. See if it comes in and gets that 65.
I like it though. I mean, it's where a lot of volume came in.
Yeah.
Like 950 central, like that next candle after that single. We had a little back and forth between 74s and 65s, a little indecision, some overlapping wicks, and then all of a sudden, you get the volume around 950, where we get 3 consecutive down bars, down closes in a row. I like it. I like the location of that potential little zone. Sure.
I think it's
and
a
the fact that it's above
fair
the range.
it's a fair assessment of motion, but it could easily just turn around and flip in the other direction simply because
100%.
we could be running stops here. Which here's what I did notice. I noticed my general frustration of missing the long and then trying to preempt the next trade by jumping into the short without letting it absolutely confirm direction for me, which is, that always annoys me. But I do have I have to fight impatience every day. It is my
same.
It is the bane of my existence. Truly the bane of my existence.
There's your 65s, and we got 810s right now in the NASDAQ as well. So a little bit of a run, little stop run potentially above the recent 5-minute high from 1030. Some people in chat saying some stops just popped. Definitely would not doubt it. And then you've also got Sagewise saying if NQ stays above that 1030 high, feel good about longs. Looking for a 15-minute close. I like it. We're getting some nice follow through here. Almost 820s here in the NASDAQ. Seeing a whole lot of size above us other than 20, 30 contracts at the most right now, at least in the NQ. And below, same thing. Fairly low, 20, 23 contracts is the largest bid underneath the market right now. See if the tilt's building heavier. 73% long tilt in the S&P, 69% long here in the NASDAQ. The markets are moving just a little bit right now. I would like to get to a question or two.
Let's do it.
What we got for today. Looks like JD highlighted a few for me. Shout out to JD. We got, let's see, Mohammed. Hey, coaches, how should we manage two XFAs? Would it be better to trade them separately or should we copy trade them? Looking forward to your thoughts. Wow. Yeah, it's a good question. I'd say it's a pretty common question is, copy trading versus trading accounts individually. I think it comes down like this is a very common answer, but let's just lay some framework out real quick. The it depends answer is always a great preface or prefacing answer to any depth that we provide about this, because I think it does. Some traders have multiple strategies, right? You might be doing two different strategies, maybe a shorter term scalping strategy and something that you're holding more intraday throughout the session. So, at that point, maybe it doesn't make sense to copy trade. Maybe you do need to trade accounts individually. There might be some traders who are looking to maybe not expose themselves to as much risk. Maybe, because think about it, if you copy trade, you're taking the same trades. And if you're not sizing down, you're increasing your risk and naturally doubling it essentially. So if you normally trade one mini and now you're trading two accounts, but taking the same trade, now you're taking, another mini on top of that. It's twice your normal size. So if you don't size down and compensate, and there's a lot that you could potentially break down in this. Anne-Marie, I'm curious about your thoughts about trading accounts separately versus copy trading.
Well,
especially
I'm
a
of
funded
the
account.
I'm of the mind that you stick with one, because as much as we would listen, if you are highly skilled and you don't make mistakes, you can copy trade all day long. Assuming that's not you, though, and you're just like Joe Normal, which is nothing's wrong with Joe Normal. Joe Normal is simply Joe Normal. And what that means is we tend to amplify psychological events when we are copy trading, meaning we have a great time looking for that long action. And what in the world just happened to my screen? Okay. Speaking of gremlins, I would just say do one at a time. That one at a time is one, because I only trade one of my live accounts at a time. If I am looking at my live portfolios in the market, there's no way I'm trading two or three of them at the same time. There's just no way. I just can't do it. Now, I've already told everybody that I'm a terrible multitasker. So you're going to go, yeah, lady, but you're old and I got more on the ball up here than you. So you could literally say that and it'd be right. And you can go, hey, I can do it. But in general, I would say put the other one on the side, work on one of them, and don't divide your energy. Don't divide your energy. If you are trying to work on new techniques or new strategies, use a combine for that. You keep your XFA in a space. You could trade one of them on Tuesday, one of them on Wednesday, but both of them at the same time is just, I don't think it's a good idea. Dee, what do you think?
I would say it depends on the trader and whether am I chopping?
No, you're good. You're actually clear right now.
Good. Yeah.
Okay.
Keep going.
Okay.
Quick.
All right. All right. Quickly. I would say it depends on the trader's experience. Like you said, Gabe, it depends, right? If somebody who has consistently taken outs and very confident in your strategy, I don't see a thing. But how people are going to be in that basket? Not many. So for most people, I would say use the multiple XFAs not for copy trading, but to test different approaches. Maybe designate one for Asia, then designate one for a mini and another one for like 3 to 4 micros, have different risk even if you're trading the same. And one performs better. People should be spending way longer time in a combine rather than get a funded account. Maintain that account, or you're going to get XFA and then start all over again with no data, no nothing, and having learned squat. So we want to avoid that. And the only way you're going to do that is if you designate separate accounts with different risk models, different position sizes, and you have to stick to that. So it depends, it truly does. But if you're a confident trader, you've had a few years under your belt, you can take a consistent payout without doing too many Muppet moments, because we all have them. It's just how you sanitize the Muppet moment, I suppose, would be the right way to put it. And then it's okay to effectively split the risk across several accounts. So are you in the scaling up phase, or are you still in the phase? That's the question that you need to answer.
I'm gonna be honest, D. We got about half of that, but I love the answer.
It was a good half.
It was a good half.
I was pulling them out too.
Yeah, it was a great half. I think we can put in bits and pieces of some of the other stuff, but overall, I like the answer in general, which I think the summary is
the same. Yeah,
they are.
We're pretty much saying the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can even see in chat. You've got a few mixtures of opinions and approaches, but for the most part, I think the common ground is if you copy trade, maybe size down, depending on your experience, just to compensate for the added risk. If you're essentially duplicating, and the more you consider how much you're risking, I think the better. As we always do, is manage risk, preserve capital. If I'm copy trading 5 combines or 5 XFAs, regardless, there's a cost, right? There's a fixed cost. So if I blow up these 5, whatever they are, combines or XFAs, there's an outcome to that decision. So if I want to give myself a higher probability of staying in those accounts longer, of course, I should probably be sizing down. I think that's the best approach. But ultimately, it comes down to your decision. If you have a bigger budget for costs up front, combines or XFAs, if you have a bigger budget, then obviously you might be a little bit more aggressive in those accounts. Some people take this route or take this path differently than others. Some people are a little bit more conservative. Some others are a little bit more aggressive. So it's not a cookie cutter, one size fits all solution. But ultimately, I think the summary is identical between the three of us, and a lot of those in chat agree. Well, are we getting a little 3-bar reversal here in the equities? We got a closure above their recent high in both markets now, NASDAQ included. NASDAQ trading just above 800, 804s. S&P's trading 68, 66s. Possible 3-bar reversal forming above this high. Maybe do we get a continuation back to the downside, or at least the lower extremities of this range? What will happen from here? Dow's also trading above 49,000, 49,052s. Let's see. Silver and gold. Silver's trying to actually make a new 5-minute high here. Trading just above 87.09. Gold consolidating around the 52.27s, 28s. And crude may be making an attempt here to break to a new session low, trading 66.20s right now.
That move right there in oil is very interesting to me. It tells me that, well, a couple of reasons. The primary one being that it tells me that those that are with their ears to the ground, we might easily get some news that says, we've had chats with Iran, they're going to do X, Y, or Z. So that broad group is maybe hearing chatter somewhere, because you really do see that the first place we find geopolitical risk, particularly with the Middle East and the Strait of Hormuz, is Iran. And the fact that oil is coming in, the fact that nat gas gave up so much under this incredible storm. I mean, this storm is really big, and Massachusetts has no nat gas storage because they all voted against it in something or the other. So there are things that are saying, hey, that should be popping a little bit, but it's not. And so I'm guessing we're going to hear some good news over the horizon. Although a lot of people are saying, listen, the war with them is inevitable. Well, it's not going to be today because oil is rolling over and so is nat gas. That's probably all we can say. It's not in the next hour. That's what we know.
Some interesting thoughts for sure. Deanna,
Yeah.
have anything to add to that? I know this is a market that you're typically pretty involved in.
Mm-hmm.
Spot on, Anne-Marie. Spot
Yeah,
on.
that's. I think so. Something else is something's cooking. The powers that be are in the know.
Well, we got a new question. This one's a good one. I like this one. Joseph. Shout out to Joseph. Joseph asks, is there a milestone in your trading journey that you would say is a good sign of being able to potentially do this full time as your main source of income? This is a packed or loaded question for sure. And I know that we've answered it a few different times from a few different people. But I think it's a relatively common question mark when people enter the trading space. Of course, a goal of a good portion of people is to eventually replace their income so they no longer have to work a traditional 9 to 5. That may not be everybody's goal. Some people are literally just here to add some supplemental income or to manage a retirement portfolio themselves instead of having to rely on advisors as paying fees. There's so many different reasons why people pursue trading. Some people just want to have a hobby. They just have an interest and they want something to keep their schedule, in their retirement years occupied, or fill their boredom. I know some people come to the markets because they're bored. There's so many different reasons, but for the most part, pursuing this as a full-time income, what that looks like. Anne-Marie, do you have anything that you would say to Joseph in terms of, is this a milestone thing to give yourself permission to maybe pursue this? Is there be a certain amount of money that you should have put back? Be able to even just give yourself the chance to try this full time? What would that look like to you personally in your own experience?
Okay, so I'll tell you what I did and why it was wrong. So, I really, because I don't mind what anybody has to say about me, because everybody's entitled to their own opinion. So I'm like, yeah, whatever. So I'm very open with the stupid things that I've done. And so one of the biggest things that I did that was really bad was I jumped in with a lot of money and very little skill, and then proceeded to destroy the savings that I'd built for 20 years. And so the number one thing is you got to at least know what you're doing. And the only way you know what you're doing is if you trade in practice and then you go to live and you consistently trade. But here is the problem. If we were machines, we could get up every day and go, you're going to trade this every single day exactly like this. But we're not. We get up some mornings and we're in a really bad mood, or we're really feeling sick, or we are absolutely over the moon because of something else, and it makes us overly optimistic about anything that we're seeing. And so this wave of how we live internally just pops out without a high degree of discipline. And so one of the hallmarks is you've got to have clear evidence of discipline. And you got to have boundaries on yourself, which is another reason why learning to trade with Topstep, and that's what I say these combines and XFAs really are for. It's a training ground to have you look at, how do I manage risk? How do I get upside down in a trade? How do I go on tilt? How do I bring myself back to center? All of these things are learning mechanics about yourself. And then you go, well, I believe I have a good strategy. Is it actually a good strategy? And can I replicate that day after day? And can I see when my strategy does not fit the market that I can sit back and go, you know what? Maybe I ought to have another tool in the toolbox. And so that answer is very hard. One, if you're scared and you have to make money, you're going to go broke, because you can't be scared and trade in the market. If you say, I only have this little amount to trade, also probably going to go broke, which is why these sorts of programs are very helpful for the trader. We have this idea that we can just go in and, do whatever and it's going to all come up roses, and I'm afraid it just doesn't work that way. And so, one, discipline. Two, evidence of repeatable, consistent behavior. And I'm going to tell you, 3 years is a good number to look at in terms of consistency and reliability. I know if you're thinking 5 months, whatever, I don't mean to sound like a wet blanket, but I've been here a long time, and you're going to have these, you come in up and down. Look at any fund manager. They have years when they do great. They have years when they don't do great. But what they learn to do is manage their risk on the downside. And that's the thing that a lot of traders really have trouble doing. And that's why we blow up combines and we blow up XFAs and we blow through live accounts. Granted, the parameters are very narrow, but if we can figure out how to work in those parameters most of the time, we're going to be in great shape. It's a great training ground.
I love it. Yeah, I know Deanna sent me a message because agreeing with the longer periods of time, right? Seeing consistency over a larger sample size. Deanna, while you're able, do you want to speak to that just a little bit?
Yeah, please.
Anything you want to add? Yeah.
I will try. I'm just going to add, let's start with keeping one account for 1 month, then 3. Then you've got something. But like Anne-Marie pointed out, here's really is the goal. So until you get there, you keep accounts, you're probably not there yet. Some would argue that the prop firm game is there to be played. I would disagree. I think it's trained a lot of people to trade the wrong way, effectively, to just churn and burn until payout.
Yes.
I disagree with that.
I feel the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The sample size of data. That's something that I know. I mean, the coach that I learned from, even to just evaluate my progress, required a minimum of 100 filled trades just to even give me a possible glimpse of whether there was even any pattern showing up in my trading yet. That was the bare minimum he required of me. I mean, think about if you go to a firm or a hedge fund and try to propose, like maybe you want to become a trader at a desk for a firm. You know how much data they're going to require you to give you access to their capital to trade with, to be a risk manager of somebody else's money? You know how much data they're actually going to require to even give them some sense of confidence that you have any track record that's worth giving you money. So, I mean, think about the opportunity that you have in prop in general, in the retail prop world. So here at Topstep or another prop in the space, to get pulled up or called up to live, you have a much better opportunity doing that here for a lower fixed cost than you do pursuing this in a traditional space that used to be the model, but is a little bit less, less available nowadays, or positions are a little bit less available because of computers. So think about what you have for opportunity here. For a lower fixed cost. Yeah, to Anne-Marie's point, it's a great training ground. Build the habits, develop the consistency. That data to get called up live will look much more attractive with a prop firm here in the retail space. Topstep, I mean, we're continuously trying to refine the way our live program works and how to incentivize it, but also to give people better parameters of like, hey, how will I or when will I get called up? What type of behaviors do I need to show? What type of data do I need to show? Because we're backing you with our capital, but it's the long game, right? Playing the long game. People have a hard time playing the long game, and I think that's because the perspective for most people is what they see online, which is a game of quick, large dollars.
Yeah.
Right. So
and a shell game essentially, because they go up big and then down
100%.
big, and so it is a shell game.
100%. But when should I go full time? The question, to get back to that question, I think it was Joseph. What milestone? I don't know if it's going to be a specific dollar amount of payouts that you've taken or money that you've actually taken out of the markets. I don't know if it's a specific bank account balance that's going to give you the peace of mind to say, hey, it's time for me to pursue this for a little bit to see how it goes. I don't think there's a clear answer that any of us are going to be able to give you on what's the right threshold for you. But hopefully the answers between the coaches and even myself would give you a little bit of insight as to what to consider. Personally, before I ever decide to go full time with my trading, I think I would want at least 2 years of personal expenses. One, I don't have any kids. I don't have a family to think about, right? It's just myself. So to provide for myself is much more affordable than it would be to potentially provide for a family, to have that additional pressure. But if it was just me still living on my lonesome, right? Me, myself, and I would probably want myself to have 2 years of personal expenses and savings. That would be rent, that would be food, that would be utilities, that would be the bare minimum essentials that I need to survive for 2 years. Because personally, I don't think it's going to happen over a course of 3 months for me to develop. If I haven't already developed the consistency, I don't think it's going to happen in 2 to 3 months. I think I'm going to need a minimum of a year, but personally, I would say I want 2 years of cushion, of room.
I would just say,
that's me.
You bow. That's also people don't think about.
Say that one more time, D.
Yeah.
Or message it to me. I think she's going to message it to me.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, so this one
bills grow.
Bills, yeah,
doesn't stay the same. Yeah.
Yep.
My water bill, my electricity bill isn't static at one particular price each month. It's variable.
Yeah.
Bills grow. The more people in your household you have, your expenses, food expenses grow. Rent, obviously, is a market that's not necessarily, unless you're locked into a long-term lease for the most part, or have a mortgage that's fixed and that's not going to increase with rate changes. There's some variable aspects to your bills each month for sure. Yeah. Also, Deanna said you start living the good life, right? Better quality food, vacations.
Oh, exactly.
You
want to talk about money creep.
Yeah.
You start looking, you're going, man, I'm making a ton of money. Where is
Lifestyle.
it going?
Yeah.
I've been there. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to be
I'm gonna
really
read the chat
careful.
here. Yeah, 100%. Anyway, so Joseph, there's a lot that we could probably continue to unpack with that. I know we're running low on time. Chat might have some answers on some other opinions or perspectives or just their own input from their own lives or experience. But for the most part, hope that gives you a little bit of perspective. These equities are finding a little bit of a bid here, by the way, as we close up this hour together. We just kind of tapped or bouncing off the 6860s here in the S&Ps. Kind of a retest of that previous 5-minute high from 1030. Same with the NASDAQ 780s, kind of holding right now as a line in the sand for buying coming in. We'll see if we do end up flushing and closing back under maybe the recent 5-minute high from 1030. Maybe breaking down to the bottom extremities of this range. We have, what do we got coming up next hour? I think we got Trade with Topstep. I think JD and Coach Hoop will be joining myself for an hour. See if the markets want to pick back up, get a little bit more volume. Something unique, though, about the metals. Silver did end up finding a nice little bid here in the last 25 minutes, back above 87.40 per ounce. And gold has been stagnant at the 52.29 level, been chopping around between the 25s and 30s for the last 25 minutes versus silver, where we've been committed to a singular direction, which is interesting. Not really following suit right now.
This could easily break out.
Highs of session in silver, 87, 86-ish on the micro silver SIL. 87, roughly. We'll just call it from about 845. Maybe it is poised for a breakout.
Yeah. Very. Plus, all of that inventory that just has been accumulating hour after hour after hour. Look at all this time just sitting here. It's traders, remember, traders collect inventory to sell it. So they're either buying so they can sell it at a higher price, or they're selling so they can buy it back at a higher price. I think Kathy Woods came out and told a bunch of people to sell their silver and go buy Bitcoin, which that's bananas at this juncture. I would say, please don't do that.
I don't know if I would take Kathy Woods' advice.
Wow. I mean,
personally,
she had some great years. She had some great years, but she really, wow. Anyways, so if this breaks, then all of the folks who've been trying to short the top are going to have to buy the cover, and all of the folks who were accumulating inventory and say, here we go, then they're going to, really move up. The interesting thing to see would be to find out if that 9:30 Eastern time candle is a weak high. Dee, can you tell if that's a weak high or not? Because if it's a weak high, then the probability, yes, for silver at that 9:30 peak.
No, we have an excess, actually, which we're going through right now.
Okay, so not so deliberate for upside move. The weak high would have given us that break to the north, but Dee's told us
it may still happen because of it might still happen. Commodities excess be chewed up because it's jumping.
Yeah.
Yep. Unfortunately.
Okay.
It's all right. We're about out of time, anyways. But yeah, we'll continue using Slack for now to get that across. But equities maybe find a new 5-minute low here. NASDAQ trading 770s. Yes, trading 68.57s. Gold seeing a little bit of a bid, finally getting above 52.30, 52.32 last trade here. Crude also popping in the last 5 minutes, 66.29 here in the crude. And let's see how the tilt's looking. Wow, we've calmed down quite a bit here. Equities about 52% long in the S&Ps, 51% short in the NASDAQ, 62% long tilt in the crude.
Yeah. We've started moving. Cumulative delta is starting to build negative again. See if we come down. See if this wick. Oh, here's another one, Dee. Tell us about the wick at 12:30 Eastern. Was
The
this
silver?
excess? No, now we're looking at the ES. Is this one excess or a week low?
Give me a second. That one is a small X, but it's small X, so not quite a week low.
Okay.
It's a B-shaped profile, though.
And so
B-shaped profile.
B is
it's
inventory building, correct?
It's long liquidating.
Long liquidating. Okay. And then the P is the short covering.
Yes.
Okay. So if that's long liquidation, yikes. I might need to move that down.
So you're looking to bid the extremities, the lows of this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I pulled the low. And you know what stinks is I had the long, missed me by a little bit, and I had the short, and I had the stop too tight. So before, I would want to throw something. Now I'm like, yeah, it happens. So
Didn't you say you're on the short on those 65s? Weren't you saying above 70, like 72 for a stop?
Yeah. Yes, but you know what I did?
You didn't put it at 72.
Knucklehead Fred. No. Knucklehead Fred. Me and Wreck-It Ralph were two of the same. So yeah, today I've noticed a very impatient rhythm to my trading. And so when I sort of noticed that, I noticed it a little bit earlier, and I said, all right, I'm going to back off. I'm not going to do anything there. And it showed up again in here. And some days I just have to go, you just don't have it. You know, like the pitcher that comes out and he can't find the plate. It's just one of those, it's one of those things. Only I'm not, making, some of these contracts, what? $400 million over 10 years or whatever it is that the newest guys get. We pay a lot to be entertained.
We do. We do. Speaking of paying a lot to be entertained, well, even though I should say this show is free, so you're you don't really have to pay anything to be here, but you're going to continue to be entertained because these markets aren't really doing a whole lot, but that's okay. Maybe we visit these lower extremities. Equities actually rolling over just a little bit. 730s here trading out in the NASDAQ, 6850 in the S&P. So maybe we will get some volume here into this 1 p.m. segment with JD, Hoop, and myself. We got trade with Topstep coming up next. Anne-Marie, Deanna, so grateful for you as well. Regardless of your connection, D, always love having you here. I'm hoping we'll get that resolved here soon. I know that that's definitely our intention, but we appreciate you and hope you both have a beautiful rest of your day. And we are going to take a brief 5-minute break, and we will be right back with Trade with Topstep, maybe less. We'll shoot for less than 5 minutes. We'll be right back.
Hey, good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time to trade with Topstep. We've got a couple of top steppers in the mix with us today. In the middle, the man in the middle, Mr. Gabe. He was just here for group coaching. He's itching to trade it up. And you guys all know Hoop, my other bookend over there. Mr. Hoop, head coach of the Pit Raiders, Topstep VIP. Let's talk about these markets, fellas. Gabe, I know you wanted to trade in that last hour. What were you seeing? What were you
I
watching?
did. Even somebody in chat was like, Gabe's itching to full port his account. I could see it in my face. But no, man, I'm liking the volume we're getting in the equities now. We're trading back to the lower extremity of this range. Just kind of looking at the general 1 hour. I know we've already kind of traded beneath the low from the 20th, so I really don't anticipate this market to roll heavily below those 700s. I think we might see another little inducement, maybe the downside. I'd like to see if I can pick a long from the bottoms. If we do break for some reason, if today on a Monday we get a huge flush into those 600s, I think look out below. Because at that point, we're looking at the low from the 17th for a potential target for me, which would be the 450s. I don't think that's going to happen today necessarily. We might be just kind of setting up for maybe a move in the later part of the week. But regardless, I do like more downside as long as we can close and stay under 670. So that's what I'd like to maybe see the market go reach for today. But I don't think if we're going to get continuation necessarily beneath that. Might be a good cheap long opportunity if we maintain the range.
There you have it. Buy it until it's time to sell it, right? This is not trading advice of any kind. They're simply opinion.
Buy it until you're ready to sell it. Well, it could go two directions, right, JD? It's either up, down, right?
Up or down, right? Pick a direction. Are there more buyers or more sellers in the market right now? You be the judge. Hoop, what are you seeing in the markets today? What have you done? What are you about to do? Tell us everything.
Well, the first thing I looked at was when they first showed Gabe, they had a hog chart up, and I'm like, if Gabe's starting to trade hogs, we might have to talk. For me, I traded gold overnight. Was looking for some extension of that big late day rally, post COMEX close. And then just recently, the hog and cattle market closed. So when the equities started to sell off today, cattle seemed to want to be in sync with them. So the cattle been hanging up here at like 244, 245 for a while, and we've broken the range today. We might have found some acceptance a little bit lower. So Coach Robert will probably be ecstatic that maybe the ribeyes get a little bit cheaper. But between that and trading the ES overnight, I've been trading on a 150K as opposed to a 50 to kind of, it's just hard to trade the agricultural and the markets in a 50K. So I expanded to a 150, and I've been going more, I hate to say it, of how I used to trade a lot, and that was more scalpy. And I mean, 1-to-1s, 1-to-2 tops. And, somebody was saying, I don't feel like Anne Marie said, you don't feel comfortable doing it. But for me, I've got a test of it now. This is going on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is day 9. And it's a lot more trading than I like. It takes up a ton of emotional capital, but it's working. And maybe that's more the market state we're in right now, is kind of what I'm leaning on. As long as I keep managing the risk inside here, I'm just going to keep doing it, So that's kind of me. It's scalp mode. I just don't think, for me, that's just where I'm finding success right now. And from watching Diamond Hand, take a little scalp there quick, that would have been the reversal challenge. So the markets are moving.
It was a sniper move for sure. I was here for it live.
Oh God!
But
that was
really,
beautiful.
You really piqued my interest about trading agricultural products on a 150K account instead of a 50K account. What is the feeling behind that? Do you want to take on more size for smaller moves? Is it
Well,
that kind of?
and maybe I should quantify a little bit, JD, and would say the meats more than ags, maybe. You know, $1 move in cattle is $400. So you might only get, like, looking at a cattle chart, you know, like if you get this break of VWAP and you take it and it goes, you know, 50, 75 cents against you, you know, that might be your risk capital for the day, right? So your trade location has to be really good. And in meats and ags, you know, grains are a little bit different because I think they're a lot more directional. But you can see it inside of cattle. I mean, it moves, but you know, these moves, you know, 240 to down where we ended up, you know, 240. That's $800 on one trade. So if you get good trade location and you let it, you know, the problem for me is let it marinate, right? Let it go a little bit and not say, oh, you know, I'm getting some consolidation here. We might go back and retest it, and then we rolled over more. So, yeah, that's the way I look at it. I just think in a 50K, you could use your capital up pretty quick inside of a day because there's no micro cattle yet.
Yep. Gabe, you on the other hand, you don't change it up too much, do you? You are an NQ man through and through.
Dude, when I tried trading silver, I lost myself. I lost myself. Yep.
Yeah.
I lost myself. Speaking of which, I'm short from 24,750. I got in one here on that pop.
Yep.
Look at this. Here we go.
Yeah.
I knew Gabe wanted
got
to
in on that little pop.
24,750.
I'm giving this a little bit of room. I got my stop up at the 85, so I'm risking about 35 points, seeing if we can get back down to those 680s. But I wanted to, you know, we got some nice momentum from that 800 level that held at about an 80-point drop. Looking to see if this momentum is going to continue kind of near the midpoint, unfortunately, of the recent 5-minute range. Trade in the middle. But we'll see.
5 and 15,
the best
right?
location.
Is that what you're using, right? To confluence together, the 5 and the 15?
1 minute for refining location of entry. So I got it on a recent little 1 minute pop. So essentially just trying to sell a little uptick. But the fact that we've gotten a 5-minute closure back underneath the recent 1030 high that we were talking about back in group coaching, and we're seeing good momentum. I'm trying to sell a 5-minute green candle essentially.
Got you.
At this point to see if this momentum continues. Just terrible location, unfortunately. So I'm sacrificing location, which means I'm probably not going to get into more than one contract. Just because I don't have the best location near the extremities, giving this a little bit of room to breathe. But yeah, seeing if we can get a little bit more follow through back at least to the 700 level. Will we get back to the lows of day? Maybe not, but I think 700 would be a good target for a little 50-point trade. But sellers do need to continue stepping in. Me to really like
Tilt
this
is
trade.
relatively flat right now. It's basically 50-50. So we're in the right zone, I think, right now. Oh, hey, everybody. Into the top of the chat right now. We've been having the trader-in-chief on pretty consistently the last couple of weeks, and I think he wants to come back on again this week. If you have a question for the founder and CEO of Topstep, Mr. MP, there's a form pinned to the top of the chat right now. Grab that link, fill out the form, click submit, and I guarantee you will have eyes on your question.
100%.
Just a heads up. He loves coming on and answering questions. Just the kind of guy
he does.
He loves to chat, man.
He does. He really does. No joke.
You're a trader or a troll?
Trader or a troll? What are you?
Trader or a
Identify
troll?
yourself.
You're a trader. You're welcome here.
All right.
You're a troll. Get the hell out.
Get out.
What are you doing here? Yeah. You don't want to trade? Why are you here? Go away. Anyway, let's get back into this trade.
Not seeing a lot of
Ticking up
follow
just a
through
little
here.
bit. Yeah, you're short right from 24,750, right?
Yeah, 750.
5 points into this move so far.
Yeah, I like this entry as long as we get another inside bar. As soon as we make a leg higher on a 5-minute time frame here, I'm going to be a little bit less optimistic about this. But we've essentially had, the top of the hour inside 5-minute bar, closure inside the previous 5-minute, range. Next candle, also the 05 candle, another inside bar, failure to really close above or below. So not like we're seeing a real clear 3-bar reversal. Prematurely, we might be getting a reversal here. But as soon as we make a leg higher, I'm going to bail. Because I really want to get that momentum, which means I don't want to see strong conviction from buyers here at this price, especially because of the lack of location.
I'm looking at a 5-minute chart of the NQ2, and I got some value bars down below. It looks like buying volume is really drying out. Well, volume in general has been drying out. But we had a little uptick in selling volume, and we're getting a pullback on drying up buying volume. I mean, it looks like you're on the right side for right now, but we would have to make a lower low. So yeah, that risk tight. This is not a position to fall in love with. For sure.
Nope, 100% not. This could be simply another higher 5-minute low.
Yep.
In which case, I don't want to be short from the middle of the range. This is like a now or never. The longer this takes to go lower, the less I'm going to like it.
Exactly. Oh, yeah.
Long 2 micro crude.
There we go. Hoops in the market. Yep. Crude. What are you doing to me?
Little news. And we're coming into the 9-month close. 66.17 2 times.
66.17. Mr. Hoop. Long, a pair of micro crude, 66.17. Looking at the crude chart right now. Man, this thing doesn't look like it wants to go anywhere.
Nope.
Look at this 5-minute chart. This thing is just stonewalling every breakout the last 2 hours. Hoop, I got to ask again. You said news. What's the news? Why do you want to be long on the close here?
Iran's not out of the way. That market's in bull mode. I know we've come back from the highs today. Pentagon flags risk of major operation against Iran. It's the news, JD, more than as long as I establish the risk for me, as long as I've traded that market, that's always been my over leverage and managing the risk. So I just look at here. Risk is a little bit below again lows. Market being bought up, and so.
All right. Heard.
Part of it.
Crude oil is a very headline-driven market right now. Headline risk is on in crude. Let's watch and see what happens. We got about 14 minutes until crude officially settles for the day. 1:30 p.m. Central Time. The exchange will establish settlement price for crude oil. Let's see how it works.
Oh, JD, this is what I wanted to see here. Exactly what I wanted to see. Another 5-minute inside bar. So we had 3. I love this pattern. So momentum dies. Buyers try to come in. You get a little 3 inside bars in a row. Nice little doji as the last inside bar. Let's see if this momentum can follow. But this is a clear possible continuation pattern. We got the first leg down. Here's that consolidation. Now I want to see, ideally, this pattern to really confirm itself. I would want to see a candle body close underneath the 719 low from 55. after last hour.
And here we go.
This is what I wanted to see.
$24,732 last trade. The NQ. We're getting a move here. We're poised for a move.
Looks good. Get these 720s. Stay under. About 2 minutes left on this 5-minute bar. Close. We get a 5-minute bar to close under that 720 low. I'm going to move my stop to break even. I need to be a little bit more aggressive with my potential risk on this poor location, knowing I'm getting the follow through. If I get the follow through, be a little bit more aggressive on the trail.
Trailing stops, locking in profits, actually cutting losses, managing risk. Continue to trail the stop. Will you continue to trail the stop? I made that as a statement when I should have asked the question. As we continue to move down, if we continue to move down, will you continue to trail the stop? Or will you just look for a profit target?
Honestly, because of the distance, the lack of room between that first low of 720 that I'm looking for to go break even, which is about 1-to-1, by the way. Because of the lack of available space, I don't think I'm going to have the opportunity to find new structure to trail my stop again. And I don't have as much experience. So Mandy is an example of somebody who trails her stop very aggressively and doesn't really, she's using a tick chart, like 100 tick chart, essentially.
Yeah, she's not looking for big moves. Big move for Mandy in the market is like 15 to 20 points, right? She's not in the market very long. 1 to 2 minutes tops. So, yeah, she's aggressively trailing stops to the tick. Tick by tick by tick. As it ticks up, she's trailing stops.
And that's not me. Yeah, so I'm going to be looking essentially for a profit target at this point. Once I go break even, I'm going to be looking for, I want to see continued momentum underneath 720 if we get the closure. We're about 15 seconds away from this 5-minute bar to close. I don't think I'm going to get that closure right now, which is unfortunate, but still could happen. But as soon as I get that 720 low close under, we'll go break even, and then from there, I'm just going to target 700.
Sounds good.
It's one contract.
We're in the 20s. We're in the 20s now. 28 last trade. Oop, how's the crude looking? Keep us informed.
Somebody needs to wake it up.
Yeah,
someone needs to wake up crude oil. We're 10 minutes away from settlement in crude oil. Somebody make the request for news for crude. Very headline driven market.
Oh,
very, very fundamentally driven market at the moment. Technicals are pretty much out the window in crude oil at the moment. Yeah. That market is so headline driven. All you can do is stare at the news and then pick a direction. Or pick a direction and then stare at the news. Manage your risk, right?
Yep. Maybe up to
what news just happened? There was no news. We're asking for news.
Yeah, I don't see any on the last 10 minutes at least.
Yeah.
Pentagon flags risk of a major operation against Iran. Excuse me. I keep wanting to say Iran, but that's such an American way of pronouncing that.
Mm-hmm.
Iran. Yeah, that's at what? 10-minute mark this hour?
Yep. Yeah.
Yes.
Outside of that, nothing. Oh, actually, I was mistaken. I don't know the source of this yet, but Financial Juice says Amazon to invest $12 billion in first data center campuses in Louisiana. Project creates 540. That might not be great for my short, to be honest with you. But the project creates 540 full-time data center jobs and supports 1,700 additional positions.
I was going to say, when I first saw that quote, the numbers didn't add up to me. $12 billion for 540 jobs, right? What are these data center guys? What are these data center guys making? How long is the shift?
And peeled one off, made 21 ticks on that. So I got one left.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Okay.
Oops, peeling out of Crude. He's on the right side of that trade. Gabe is on the right side of this NQ trade so far. Looks like we're poised for another leg lower, doesn't it? If we get below...
Looks like it.
If we get below 20, this could be new lows. We got to make a new low right now, though.
Yeah.
Got to make a new low right here, right now.
I agree.
Yep.
Phenom in the chat. I want one of those $100 million jobs. How do I get a $100 million job?
Me too. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
540 full-time data center jobs. $12 billion project. The math is off. The math isn't mathing.
That doesn't work. Man, gold went to sleep too. Wow.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Everything just died.
Everything just went night. Well, you know why
Buddha.
Still got the ES ladder up. There was some liquidity down below in the S&P earlier. It's pretty much dissipated. There's a couple 100 lots sprinkled in below, but we had a couple 500 lots in there earlier.
Yeah.
I do not believe they went to the market on them. I'll go all the way down to 67.52. There's a 300 lot. That's the biggest bid we see.
What's that? 68.10 was the big one, right? JD?
68.10. There was a 500 lot bid there. It pulled out.
Or something like that. Yeah.
I think some of it got sprinkled in on the market, and then just later in bids on the way up. But I was kind of thinking someone's showing their hand down below. Maybe we get a move there.
Who's that?
Didn't happen.
Somebody showing size?
Someone was showing size in the S&P earlier, and it has since pulled. You know, there's only a couple 100 lots sprinkled in down below. But, yeah, there was a...
Yeah. This is not a great 5-minute bar for me here right now. We just continue to see inside bar after inside bar. It's looking less and less attractive.
Mm-hmm. 24,735 last trade in the NQ. Let's check in on the tilt one more time. What is this telling us? Nothing. Everything is flat, guys. Everything is flat. 52% long in the S&P.
Literally nothing going on.
53% long in the NQ. Oh, we got 67% long in Crude. And Hoop happens to be long Crude. Let's take a look at these crude oil charts. Nice rip in Crude. Man, you were on the right side of that one. Nice entry, Hoop. Still got one on?
Still got a runner. Mm-hmm. Maybe looking for 40. Maybe if we get a push into the NYMEX close is kind of what. Once again, scalp mode.
Eat money, take money all day.
Yeah, once again, I've tried to get out of this mode and try and be more patient, be more, 2-to-1, 3-to-1. But man, once again, I just, as long as I can manage the risk, I'm kind of like, and I guess Mandy, that's why she's, you just look at why she was one of my VIPs in scalp mode. We kind of, clicked is we have this. I'm not quite a short time frame as she is, but yeah, it's just scalpy,
Yep.
Shorter.
Very, very
moves.
scalpy.
Yep.
We've got yesterday's or Friday's volume point of control right here, 66.29. We're sitting right on top of it right here, right now. It's gonna be a line on the sand going into the end of the day. We got a couple minutes left until settlement price is established for crude oil.
We're gonna get a little
1:30 p.m. Central Time. Once again.
Hey, Hoop, can you either have one of your domes to micro crude or put your chart on micro crude? We got to be able to see the position. You guys in back
sorry.
you guys in back are like, what the hell is he in right now?
Yeah.
The hell
you
is
took
he in?
one off.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm just looking at the crude dome to see if there's any volume plowing in here into the NYMEX close.
Yeah, I got you.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Yeah. Thank you.
A little selling in the micro. Contract right now. Got a 9-period EMA, 66.24. We're right on top of that, right here, right now. What were you thinking?
Said, it's just in that, that might have just been top of range when you really look at it, JD. I mean, we've been sitting in that range for the last 2 hours. That might have just been top and we hang in here. I'll be curious to see how we act at the bottom of the hour here. Let's see.
As am I.
Dolby player.
2 more minutes. 2 more minutes to the bottom of the hour. Bottom of the hour. We're going to see what happens.
Bottom of me hour.
Bottom of the hour.
Hi there, matey.
Hour.
Come on, sellers. I don't know.
Meow.
So, JD, what would have been the recommendations for Jay to go get something for lunch this morning? I didn't hear yours.
I tried to send him over to Luke's Italian Beef. He's in Chicago for a day.
There's my
downtown.
guy. Yeah.
Go to Luke's. Luke's is a great spot.
Yep.
Jack sent him to the basement of the Board of Trade, which is awesome. This is the greatest cafeteria in the city of Chicago, the basement of the Chicago.
100%, dude.
Fantastic, awesome.
100% is right.
The Turkey Club sandwich down there is unbeatable anywhere in America.
Here we go.
And then, of course,
boys.
And then, of course, there's series for cocktails after work, right?
Mm-hmm. All right. Is this the bar? I got 50 seconds left. Is this going to be the bar that maybe tries to clear these 720s out?
Oof. Some size coming on the offer.
Is this the move? Is this the move?
Is this the move?
24, 722. Here we go. We're getting closer to the 720 level.
1, 3, 4, 600 offered at Crude.
All right. We got to take it out.
All right. 720s.
It touched it. It traded.
It touched it. All right. We're below it.
Here we go. We're moving. We're moving.
Keep going, baby.
All right. Let's see if this.
There's your flush.
I'm moving my target a little bit further down. Let's see if this momentum carries. I'm going to start trailing my stop. We got about 7 seconds till this candle closes. Closure below will go break even. All right, there's the closure below. I'm going break even. See if we can get the momentum.
Going break even. 750.
Yep.
What's that, Hoop?
I'm just reading chat. It says Gabe is a mimosa guy.
I am nowhere near a mimosa guy.
I thought you said mimosa. I see the comment now. Gabe is a mimosa.
Yeah, it's in there. Yeah, I'm like Gabe's a mimosa.
Just give me the.
I didn't say that.
Yeah.
Just give me the champagne. If I'm having anything with champagne, I'm just drinking champagne by itself.
No orange juice in there.
Or orange juice by itself. I love me some fresh squeezed orange juice, but just give me either the champagne or the orange juice. No reason to mix them.
One or the other. One or the other.
All right. Well, fail on the follow through here. We're getting a retest of these 720s. 725. Let's see if we can fail here. I'm going to add one. And I'm still going break even. I'm short 2 from 36. Let's see if we can fail here. Will we get the follow through?
Trade. Let's do it.
Is this going to be the ad of the century?
You looking for evens?
I love it. Keep going.
I am looking for 700. I'm going to take one off at 700 for sure. Go ahead and put a bid in there at 700 and a quarter. And then my next contract is going to essentially take the rest off at around 677.
See if we can push through there.
Negative delta's increasing. Good. Negative delta's increasing. Ooh, what's the delta on the S&P and the Nasdaq? Hit us with it. What's the delta?
3,200 in the NASDAQ and 6,400 in the ES negative.
Ooh, exactly double. Both negative.
Yep.
So we're hovering around the lows with negative delta in the S&P and NASDAQ. It's kind of a good sign.
Not
Not
a fan, though. If we do close, really don't want to see us hang out back in the 720s. Like, we're retesting it. Let's just go.
Are we holding this trade a little too tight? Are we squeezing it a little too tight?
I mean, I for sure am squeezing this too tight, but that's also mainly because I just added more size.
Yeah.
Right. If I'm looking for momentum, I'm okay with a retest of the recent little breakout. But at the same time, I don't want to stay back in this range. And we're right back. The longer we stay in this range, the less I like it. Right. It's either going to go or it's not. If it doesn't go, I don't want to be in it. If it does go, I would love to be in it, and that's why I added a second one. But yeah, I'm not. With adding the second, I can no longer give it the breathing room that I did, which was the 780s. At that point, I might as well just look for better location and re-enter.
What a move!
And a little pullback now. We might be trading back under the 20s in just a second here. Here we go. We're trading back under 20 in the NQ. Last trade in the NASDAQ S&P 6844. A little bit of a tick lower. Ticking lower just a little bit. I want to see a nice close underneath 20 here.
Yeah, this is 100% what I'm looking for. Continued follow through. 43 seconds left in this 5-minute bar. Let's see if we can get another candle to close, maybe even underneath 708, which would take out the previous low of the last 5-minute candle. Let's get another leg instead of another inside bar.
We need it right here, right now. We got 30 seconds left in this 5-minute candle. We want to see a nice red bar with increasing red volume. That'll give us a little more confidence in this trade for sure.
100%. Target 1, 700 quarter. And target 2, 677 quarter. Not even looking for a new low of day. Just looking for a little stop run.
Oh, we just got some Fitch ratings out. Where did this come from? Fitch ratings. Global credit risk environment remains high. Oh, that's pretty good for your position, actually. Global credit risk remains high, despite broad credit resilience in 2025. A generally benign base case outlook for 2026. I think that supports your position, Gabe.
Don't need much more than this. Less than 10 points right now. About 10 points from target 1. Did you see that?
Even bid 50. I'm telling Dolby you said that. I'm copying. You're my chat comment of the day. Sending it. My good friend Dolby Time is gonna see what you said about him. He's gonna come in fired up for power hour.
Where's Dolby when we need liquidity?
That's so good. Oh man.
Sending a message to the rest of the team. You can hear me type
liquidity.
it at Dolby. Torture this guy during power hour. And I pasted the comment. There you go. Yeah. Torture this guy during power hour.
Oh, that's funny.
I can confirm JD did put that in the internal team chat.
Me too. Torture this individual.
All right. Less than 10 points.
That crude?
Here we go.
You're looking at natural gas. You're looking at nat gas. What happened in crude? Where's crude at?
I'm still the crude dome's in there. Anne Marie was talking about natural gas. And, a gap opened, and this was all because of the stuff that was going on in the East Coast. And, man, oops, that's why it's a futures market. But the thing that I was noticing, JD, is how much volume was traded on the close. If you can see, look at
Pull it up
that
right now.
volume bar on the close. That traded almost 4 times as much volume than any other bar all day. Wow.
Wow. Net
Very
gas on the
interesting.
close. Talk about respecting old school pit trading hours.
Oh,
Natural
big
gas.
time.
Yeah.
Big time.
Getting a little pop in crude oil too. Got overnight VWAP 66.38, trading just below there right now, 66.36. Oops, looking for a ripper in crude here. I think you're gonna get it. It looks poised for a move. Nice rounded bottom. Rounding bottom. Did I say that
Come on,
out
take
loud?
out these evens. Round.
Did I say that out loud?
Was
Yes,
that on mic?
indeed.
Yep.
To 2,743 people, JD.
They all know what I'm talking about. You want me to draw it? Let me pull out my drawing tools. I'm on fire today.
Carrillo in chat, man. Carrillo in chat. Wanders Futures. I think we all know what we're talking about.
Keep it clean, guys.
And my
Keep it
dog.
clean out there.
Delta Kilo said, and my dog heard it too. Oh my gosh. All right, come on. We're like 5 points away from this first target. Just take this 700 level. We are literally, I'm about to 10% this.
I'm looking at the dome. I need to look at the NQ dome right now.
Oops, looking at the dome. Is that the kiss of death for crude oil? Looking at the dome? There's nothing there.
No, I'm looking at the, I want to see if there's anything in the NQ to blow through these evens. And there's a little bit down there.
Siri, play Apple Bottom Jeans.
Hey, Alexis, turn on Topstep TV. Let me know if you got tagged on that. I said, hey, Alexis. Hey, Alexa. Play Topstep
Alexis.
Who's Alexis?
Oh.
Not appropriate for TV.
Totally appropriate for TV. We didn't cross any lines. We're talking charts.
Depends on what Alexis you're talking about. All right, there's the 700. Let's go. All right, so out of one.
All right.
Out of one.
Well done.
Looking good. This is a great trade. Oh,
That's patience, man.
I'm not supposed to say that anymore. I got to stop saying great trade. I like this trade. I like this trade.
See, that I'm okay with, JD. I like this trade too, as long as it stays green.
Yair Carrillo in the chat. Yes, send me your trade report. What's the best way for somebody in the chat to send a trade report to us here at Topstep TV?
Well, to be honest with you,
your dad's Discord.
Go to Discord. Yeah.
Yeah, Discord's usually what we tell guys to do. Yeah.
All right. I
many
think
fakes in
I'm going break even here, boys. Don't like the lack of follow through. Got 995 realized off that first contract. I'm going break even. Second. 20 points in the money. Can't let that second contract turn red on me.
Yep. Well, agreed. Looking good, Gabe. Locking in risk, trailing stops.
I like it.
All right. 693 is trading. Let's go. Pop this low. There's bound to be some stops underneath these lows today.
For sure.
How about people say we actually activated the phones with Hey Siri and Hey Alexa?
I might just be saying that.
Yeah, probably.
Just to make us feel good, like
we know how you guys operate.
See on the dome there and the ES, as we get lower, everybody's pulling their bids too. They're allowing this thing to go lower right now. There's a lot of 100 lots stacked in there towards the lows, and now they're just getting pulled. There's a couple of them still there, but
keep pulling.
I think they're going to I think they're, once again, could be one of those top of the hour, JD, Gabe, just push into it and then maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, yeah, we're just kind of eating the longs down here. Where's the delta at now?
Gabe, this
All
trade is
right.
looking better and better. We're
It's looking
approaching
better and better.
24,678 yesterday or Friday's low in the NQ. Nice little dump here in the NASDAQ.
Go
Supporting
now.
Gabe's position. Looking good. Do we continue to dump into power hour?
See, that's what
is down the momentum.
That's the question.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's got me thinking that a second target might need to just turn into a runner, to be honest with you.
JD, after seeing that bounce that Diamond Hands had, man, I'd just be cautious, right? I mean, he literally pegged the bottom. We rallied. ES rallied 20, almost 30 handles from there.
Right? You talk about a sniper exit.
Yeah.
He nailed that exit 10 minutes before the market even got there. He had that bid working. That bid was marinating. And he was trading in the live markets too. He was real liquidity. He had that bid marinating and he bottom ticked that bounce.
Yep.
Dan Evans says we activated a Siri. 100%. We will sparingly use that joke moving forward. Sparingly.
Yeah.
Who's collectible?
Get yourself some headphones.
Who said I'm a cooler today? He said Gabe should Venmo me money so don't go short and ruin his trade. I'm a cooler today. I've never heard anybody call themselves a cooler, but that's a good one.
It's a movie. We were talking about it a couple times, a couple days last week. We were talking about the movie
awesome.
The Cooler. Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Gabe, your homework tonight is to look
up the
movie The Cooler.
Yeah.
William H. Macy, Alec Baldwin.
Yep.
I think it's around 2003. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Something like that. Yeah. It's freaking priceless.
Excellent movie.
Yeah. If you ever heard somebody say you
Cooler.
think you're a jinx, there it is.
I'm not your cooler. I am not your cooler.
I'm not your cooler. Yeah.
I'm a cooler today. Goose Collectibles. What does Goose Collectibles mean?
Slowing down.
Reference?
Slowing down, moving my stop a little bit, locking in 4 points now.
Towards this friggin' highs.
Just a little bit.
Gold's gonna go to highs. Damn it.
Want to see follow through. No stall here.
24,700 basically. Let's call it 24,700 last trade in the NQ. Last trade in the ES 63. Where are we at? It's bouncing around.
Got some flagging going on in the gold.
68.40 last trade in the ES.
Gold's trying for the highs.
Pyramid into another one here in this pullback.
I mean, are you still trailing the stop?
I am, yeah.
I see it. Yeah.
Let's
My
scale
stop
down
at
to a 1 minute.
717.5 now.
I'll look at a 1 minute chart. Actually, hang it. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull up my my reversal challenge layout. Hang on a second. Oh, why don't pop up like I had it set up? Hang on a second.
All right, I'm working an offer. 705 quarter.
All right. Go ahead. Like you need my permission. Go ahead. Why did I say go ahead?
You got JD's blessing.
Thanks, JD. All right. There it is.
Go ahead. Yeah, fine. Go ahead.
There it is.
Getting a little,
I'm in
getting a little
2
pop
from
here.
713 half. I'm going break even though. I'm literally not taking any additional risk on with this.
No reason to take additional risk on this trade now.
No way. Mm-mm.
No, it's either going to go or it's not.
It's not.
We need lower lows. 100%. We need lower lows. We're not getting lower lows.
Getting 1 minute lower lows, which is good, but not 5 minute yet. We really got
What's the lowest time
pivot.
frame you look at, Gabe? Will you look into like a 10-second chart or a 5-second chart or a
30-second
chart?
30-second is typically the lowest.
You NASDAQ trader. I get it.
All right. Either come and get me, and I'm going to lock out at about $1,000 on the day in this combine, or flush this low.
Yeah, we're ripping. There it goes.
Yep.
See you later.
Bye-bye. Here's
Some
the stop.
aggressive buying.
Yeah. Here's the stop. Okay. All right. 1,041. Locking out. Let's get out of here.
All right. Good trade.
Didn't get the move.
Good trade.
Didn't get the move.
No, but you made money. Didn't get the move, but you made money. You know, that's the end of the day. That's all that really counts, right? Did you make money?
And by the way, Bitcoin's going for its lows too, by the way.
Where's Bitcoin trading?
64,400.
Is Bitcoin going to 8,000? We talked about this during the opening call. We talked about Bitcoin 8,000 during the opening call today.
Yeah.
Is that realistic?
What?
Is that for real?
I don't know, man. There's
I was buying
a lot of
fractional
liquidation
increments.
velocity, I bet.
Yeah, right. I was buying fractional increments of Bitcoin all the way down to 17,000 a couple years ago.
Oh, wow.
Like every 1,000 points, I was buying in $100 increments for like all the way down. I was just buying. Not a lot. I don't have a huge position in Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Just fractionals. And it took me probably 2 years to be back in the money, buying all the way down on Bitcoin. It was just that one big move, you know.
Were you surprised when it went to 120?
No, I mean, when I heard people talking about it too, I'm like, should I be trading this or should I just be letting it sit? You know, like what am I supposed to be doing up here? I didn't really know. I didn't touch it, so I'm still holding on. I did not trade it. I did not get out. If it gets down to 8,000, I'll probably buy some more. I don't think it's going to zero. Like, I don't think it's going to be wiped off the face of the earth either. You know, so
a lot of big institutions are in on this trade too. That's the scary part.
What does that mean? Like, they've covered positions, or they're shorting it?
You know, it's in a lot of. I think it's in a lot of portfolios, and at least now you can hedge it with options at the CBOE, the Chicago Board of Options Exchange. So at least you can limit the risk, which you couldn't do, right? 3 years ago with Bitcoin, forget it. That's it. You owned it or you sold it. That's it. So now at least, you know, there's some managing of risk for the larger institutions, but you know, the question is could you get like a big gold sell-off where you get like a 30-40% sell-off when everybody says, you know, I've had enough? I don't know. You know, it's feeling heavy. Let's just say that. When we didn't get back above 70 and now we're kind of drifting back to 60. Yeah.
50.
Yeah. It's kind of
50.
Yeah.
Gabe likes 50. Mark that down, folks.
48. Yeah.
I mean, hey, I like $1, but
right?
I don't think we're getting that low. 50 though,
No, probably
is
not.
the next round hole number, right?
What was the story about the guy that paid 10,000 Bitcoin for a Domino's pizza? Was that?
Yeah, some pizzas.
Right.
I do remember that.
Yeah.
It was I don't know how many pizzas it was, but I do remember the story.
Man,
Think that market. Look at that chart. Look at the 30-minute.
Can we
the 30-minute
call that? I'm gonna have to consult the AI Oracle gods to see what the most expensive pizza of all time is. But I think it's that guy that dropped 10,000 Bitcoin on a Domino's pizza. Was probably the most expensive pizza of all time.
Yeah. Oh, boys, we might be getting these 680s again.
Here we go.
I kind of figured the top of the hour would tell the.
Yeah.
I'm back on the S&P 1 minute chart. Looks like the EOS wants to roll over, kind of.
Yep.
Guess we'll find out in a few minutes. Can you get back in better on your trade right now, Gabe? Hang on, let's pull up an IQ chart. Let's do this.
Honestly, no, because I'm locked out.
Good man.
Locked myself out because I didn't want to go back. Get stuck trying to sell the lows and turn my Green Day red.
Hey, Dakota made money doing that today.
I understand.
You can do it, but I don't have a great habit or pattern of keeping a Green Day when I'm in terrible location. So
yeah, I get it. 100%. Yep.
Always the dollars. Always the dollars.
Do like an occasional caveman trade though, just plowing into something on the lows.
Oh, yeah.
When you feel like you got that heaviness to the market and it's just gonna swipe everything down at the lows.
For sure.
I don't know if we necessarily have that today.
Trading back below 700 in the NQ. S&P 6841. And we got sellers stepping in. We got sellers in this market. We're 1 minute away from Power Hour. Who's coming up next, you ask? Nobody asked the question, but I'm going to answer it anyway. It'll be time. And our man Mohammed will be here for Power Hour, taking us into the close today.
Mo.
Gabe. Mo. Right. Gabe Hoop, thank you for joining us here for Trade with Topstep. It was a fascinating hour. Thanks for putting on a trade, both of you.
Yep.
We'll catch up with you later tomorrow. We're going to step aside, folks. We got Power Hour coming up. As I said, Dolby Time Jack and our man Muhammad will be here live from Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. Mr. Mo is in the house. He's ready to trade. I see his face right now. Let's do it. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, esteemed gentlemen and gentlewomen of Topstep's chat section. This is Power Hour, presented by Topstep TV, and we have an awesome guest today. You know him, the hardest working man in Riyadh. Mohammed is here. How are you doing today?
Great, except that, usually in Ramadan, I don't, I trade the minimum that I can. Not because I don't like to trade, it's about my mental capability is not the same. I force trade because, it's iftar time and we have to go to eat. So you force trade before that time, or you come late. Schedule is totally different. I'm not complaining. It's our religion. We have to obey. However, but you have to adjust the other thing that you're doing. Like, it will not be the same. So I'm taking it easy. Doing my combine. Don't ask me how I did this 1,500 today. I was shorting something, and I went to sleep, and I wake up, and what the hell? How did I make 500? So it was a short after the open. I closed it. I went to sleep.
Excellent. Well, we also have Dolby with us, who's no stranger to fasting. Dolby, I'll never forget. I went to some company dinner you were at, and
was a Lira.
you were on like day 3 of a water fast.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that was hard, man.
Going to that dinner, I was like, that is psychotic behavior. Dolby's got that dog in him.
That was not planned. I felt like I should just knock out like a 3-day fast just because did not check the calendar. And turns out there was a team dinner that I had to sit through. Just drinking water. It was worth it for the challenge, though. Worth it for the challenge. I did end up going back to Lira. It was delicious. Food was very good. But
it certainly was. We can now focus our hunger for some tickies here. See if we can find something in this market. We're kind of knocking on the floor a third time in the ES right now. I presume that's what Mo will be trading. And Mo,
of course,
what do you think for above below today? Where are we going to
ES
finish?
or NQ?
ES is fine.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think that the market is eager to break these lows. It's buyers are trying, but they should try harder. They haven't tried stronger. You can see this 30 minutes after the opening range. They're creating this opening range of high 6,930, the low 6,890 almost. They closed below it. They couldn't get back above the 50% of the extension at least. And once they try very hard to do it here with this nice 3-bar reversal, it got rejected immediately. And that rejection is telling me that sellers will not sleep today before they break this low. So I'm looking to 6,817 to the close.
You say that price one more time.
6,817. It's the third extension.
6817. We'll throw that poll into the chat shortly. Dolby, what are you going to be trading with us today?
Probably the micro NASDAQ today. I think the price action's been pretty good. We're at a super interesting spot right now on the daily range. We're kind of testing into the lows here. So it could be setting up for a really nice V bounce. We do have NVIDIA on Wednesday. So it is a risky trade to go long because the market's already down 1.46%. But I do think a V bounce might be in store here unless this thing just really gets melted off. But I think there might be some good risk reward to be had here just because we do have NVIDIA on Wednesday. We're stuck in a range. Buyers might come back in and get this thing to at least VWAP, which would still be a hell of a trade. That's 838. That'd be 100 points from here.
Love to see it. Looking around the markets right now, our contrarian Apple is up 0.75%. NVIDIA is up 1/3%. Biggest losers there. Tesla's down 4%.
Damn.
Amazon's down 2.8%. Microsoft, The carnage continues. We're getting close. I actually did add a little bit. We're close to that 200-week moving average at 375. Microsoft is down 3.3% at the moment. I was kind of looking back to see some of these big companies and how big the drawdowns are, because we've talked about the dispersion this year where the indices haven't moved that much, but only 93, last I checked, companies in the S&P 500 were up or down less than 5%. Not among them. I just saw, Microsoft is 30% off its all-time highs. Oracle is 60% off its all-time highs. They're getting ham-boned today too. So that is the backdrop. Mo, I'm kind of with you where I see the path of least resistance taking us downward. The big line in the sand for me would be 68.14, which is around the 6,800 SPX.
Mm-hmm.
What do we got on the tilt? 68% long ES, 58% long NQ. And away we go.
Let's go. Let's go. Last time I was on, we had very, very poor price action. Let's see if that trend can change. Maybe we can get something good here. Had about a 30-point range at 11 o'clock out of nowhere. There's been some nice ranges today, though, just on smaller time frames. Tight ranges into just big breakouts, into tight ranges into big breakouts. Happen, see, 1, 2, 3. Run our fourth kind of really tight range here, like between like 30, 40 points. So let's kind of see how this plays out. Kind of thinking maybe we just
like Caveman.
Yeah, you like Caveman here? Just slam a short.
Yeah, it's the third or fourth time we're tapping on this in the ES, at least where I'm looking.
Let's see if we can find a spot to ride the wave then and get short here.
So one thing I would caution against, like if I were going to do this, I feel like I would really kind of caveman it, like try and get in around like 34 with like a sell stop. I mean, you have the key to the house account, but just so I can explain my thinking, it's like if this starts popping, if this starts popping, I don't think I want the short anymore, right?
Got it. You're not looking for a pullback.
You want take it out.
You like the momentum, like right here, right now. When do you know? When do you know? Let me know, and I'll just slam a sell on the MES here. We're trading 38s right now. Jack, when you are doing a caveman trade, what are you looking for exactly? Is it volume? Is it just general momentum? Something in the dome?
Usually looking at the dome, looking at what sort of levels and structure are below here. If we look at the wider, there's not a whole lot as far as the option stuff goes preventing us from really selling off here if we get through.
I see. So we're basically in between two big option levels. And so you think we're going to trade down to the lower end of the two. Is that kind of the gist?
Well, plus you put things it's a cheap trade, and really, like once you get within 3 points of a low of the day like this, it's unlikely that it won't trade unless you get really unlucky. And you're hoping you get stops here below the low of the day, and then selling begets selling.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Mo, what are you looking for here?
I'm looking for some kind of trap so we can short this. I'm looking for a short, but when you look at the 2000 tick chart, as you can see, it was a clean stair step to steps to the low. You don't see any kind of trap. So every high is not even tested. It's very clean. They didn't bother the short sellers, they didn't take out short sellers yet. So that scares me. Usually when this happens, it gives the V-shaped recovery. But having said that, what I want to see taking some stops for any swing high preferably in the ES 6,846, 6,849, and then I see kind of rejection to that level or that level. Any swing high level, I want to see a strong rejection with a strong green candle so I can short off and manage my risk above that candle. This is not happening. I mean, this is not happening. It happens once. They took the high here. It was so strong, making some kind of stop run that was so strong, and then gave the rejection later on there. But after then, they haven't done it yet. So I would wait for that kind of trap and then enter, or just watch the market going without me. Because shorting this low requires, I need to see buyers try and fail. They are not trying.
I would agree with you. At least not yet. It'd be nice to see like a
Not
big
yet.
volume come in. Maybe shoot down past these like 670s. But the volume.
Yeah, where's the risk?
For longs?
For shorts?
For shorts? I mean, probably above the previous kind of
Any swing high could be the stop. So it's an easy target for buyers. That's what I want to say.
Ah.
I will say too, if you wanted to go long, I'd prefer, because I think it is going to take out these lows, is you let it take out the lows, see if there's any liquidity to sweep, and then get long. Everyone seems very like against selling lows, but I mean, there's not a lot of structure below here, and obviously today, there were lows all over the place that you were rewarded for selling all the way down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I guess the reverse way to think about it is like, what are the odds that this is the low?
Right, and it's been doing a better job of going lower than it has been of going higher. So definitely a counter trend trade.
Yeah. For a long, it's clear buyers are setting up structure here. We have a structure, almost double or triple bottom here. So as Jack says, we want to see if you have some sort of long bias. So if this low is broken, and then we start seeing sellers try and fail, then we will buy. So the opposite side. If you want to buy, you want to see the sellers failing. If you want to sell, it's better to wait for buyers to fail. So you can easily get your targets from their stops.
Oh, I like that. You're like a predator, Mo. I'm just waiting.
But for now, the easy stop is the long. This is what I can see. The easy stop is the long. They will take stops for whoever trying to short this without clear structure. So it's easy to take their stops. The stops below, it could be huge, where you can see a strong stop run. So maybe at the low, this is caveman trade, you can short. I mean, your target should be at least 1-to-1 of the last swing. So let's say that I want to short here. I will not do it because this is not my style of trading. The stop should entry short should be 68.33. Your stop should be above 68.33. The stop should be 9 points of stop until now, because this is the last swing that we have. So you have to target 68.26. What do we have on the left? Nothing. That could help the trade. Actually, we have some sort of support here. We have support here at 68.25.
So Mo's got some.
It's a risky trade.
Levels. It is. We're getting a little bit of a bounce here in the ES, and I'm assuming the NQ as well. There it goes.
It didn't get down to like imminently touching that low of the day there.
No, which is kind of frustrating, Jack, to be honest, because if you're looking for cheap longs, you probably want to take them closer to 665, so you can kind of bet against that low of the day, kind of holding, but we bounced like 15 points above it. So a little bit frustrating, but maybe shorts come back in here and push this thing back down again. Be very interesting to see how strong shorts are after a move like this. There was volume on this on the 1 minute. This has been the highest volume 1 minute candle we had since 1140. So decent volume, but it's already sold off. So there we go.
Yeah, and
Sellers
like
back in the house.
the target is down to at least at like 68.14 if we can get it rolling.
Yes. Now, if we're looking for reversal patterns, Mo, you're probably looking for some sort of like range over range sort of pattern where you get some candlesticks over your moving averages and have them kind of settle down a little bit. Ooh, hoop covered.
Now I'm thinking to sell the reps. Might see a strong recovery. Yeah, strong recovery to 68.46, 68.50s. And then we see sort of strong rejection, as we said at the beginning. That would be less risky short trade. Because what is the risky trade? The most risky trade is the short. Because buying is kind of cheap trade.
It is. That's why I'm getting lured into it.
So once that cheap trade is gone, once it's not cheap anymore. When the price is at 68.50, now the long is not cheap. That's the point where sellers should come in because they have lucrative targets.
I mean,
well as we speak, Bitcoin is getting taken behind the woodshed. 63,933 in the spot market for Bitcoin.
That makes me just want to get short NASDAQ then. There's been a little bit of a correlation between Bitcoin and NASDAQ. I think Andre was on it.
Apart. Yeah, it was for a long time a very good correlation, but it's fallen apart recently with, Bitcoin's more than 50% off its highs. Let me check that really quick.
Just pain in crypto. Pain in crypto. But hey, metals. How about those metals, Jack? Yeah, it doesn't hurt till you sell it. Yeah, metals are doing great again.
So Bitcoin is down pretty much 50% exactly
Interesting.
at these current prices.
Interesting. Of course, someone is going to be, I'm sure, drawing that on their chart. Maybe Scottie Pippen has a 50% retracement on Bitcoin somewhere. Never know.
Mm-hmm.
It would be fun to get him on air, Jack, wouldn't it? That'd be really fun.
Miss all the shots we don't take. Let's ask him.
That's exactly right.
Just imagine how happy Andre would be doing the interview.
Oh, be thrilled. He would be absolutely thrilled. Would he do it though? Who would you? I think I would vote for Andre to do the interview, to do the Scottie Pippen interview. You have my vote. Either that or James Harden, and just have him be really confused. Yeah, we're gonna have James Harden interview you on Topstep TV. It's like, oh yeah, familiar with his work.
Spending a lot of time down here without making a move.
That's kind of what it's felt like. It's been sort of frustrating. We're not really getting like long trends. We get really tight ranges into breakouts, which I feel like is not the normal thing for NASDAQ recently. But like, look at this coil on the 1 minute here. We got like 15-point range. I think a dip and rip. I think dip and rip is the way to go.
All right.
That is what I'm speculating on. Let's see if we can get it. I want to see 670s for just crazy longs. Mostly just because of the daily. The daily looks pretty solid here. Had some support 1, 2, 3 times already. It's in the land of wicks. Maybe we can get some buyers coming in here. Jack, do you have any speculation as to why we're just down almost 1.5% today? Anything in the news? Was it what do we have this morning? We had a little bit of news this morning.
There was the tariff stuff over the weekend, and then there's been some world-class AI FUD that came out last night that's hitting some stocks. That'll do it. I mean, we're not down. I mean, what are we down today?
I'm getting a little heavy.
1.25% ES, 1.5% NQ. Russell, 1.87%. The move in bonds is more exciting to me because I'm a sicko. But yeah, 4.03 in the 10-year. As low as we've been since
4.03. So for all the
December.
bond noobs out there, we were trading as high as what? 4.2%? That was like the big number.
We got up to 4.3 just on the beginning of February.
Okay.
We've basically seen like a complete collective, what would you call it? Vibe switch is that the hot trade was being short bonds, sort of like a version of the basement trade or whatever else. Like the deficits are a problem, bond yields on the long end are gonna keep on going up, inflation's here, and now that's been taken over by the deflationary AI narrative.
There's a lot of moving parts here. A lot of moving parts in these markets.
Now, I don't completely buy that because it seems insane to me to think that we're going to have like deflationary AI stuff, and the government is not going to print a bunch of money to help out with that. But to each their own.
True. I mean, wouldn't the Russell in general be catching a bid if bond rates are going down? Or am I getting that mixed up?
Well, all things like held constant, yes, that would be good for them. But
Like
the
Series
reason
3 question.
the reason bond yields are going down, right, for this AI deflation stuff is going to murder, if it happens, a substantial portion of that index.
Oh, or RTY.
Yeah.
Market's not moving.
No, it's very frustrating. I think we're still going to get a big move. I just don't know when it's going to happen. Also, don't know if it's going to sustain. But it's been very tight ranges into big breakouts. I mean, even look at the sell-off we've had since like 1 p.m., Mo. Look how many little 1-minute ranges we've had on the way down. Just the slowest stair step of 50 points, 60 points of a sell-off. Unusual.
Usually when the market takes too long in a range, very slow movement, retail traders tend to increase risk. Adding to the size, get frustrated, taking their stop too high, because they waited too long, so they think patient will pay. But in this case, as long as they are increasing risk, patient will not pay. Patient will kill you. So there is a good patient, a bad patient. Be careful.
If trading wasn't hard enough, there's a good patience and a bad patience. Well, do you have some higher lows off the lows here?
Yeah, it's showing a little life.
Which can be a thing. Higher lows at lows, lower highs at highs. It can be a sign of a bottom. But of course, it doesn't always work that way. It does not always work that way. Still want to flush lows, though. I still don't feel super good about buying in here. Jack, would you look for any shorts in the MES? Like, that's not a caveman trade? Or I know you said earlier, like, if it retests a little bit higher, you think that might not be a good one.
The further we get away from these lows of the day, the more I feel comfortable buying it, actually. Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's getting, we have about a half hour left.
Oh, yeah. Let's see, nice. Okay. Chill a little bit here. See where this ends up going. Well, we got a ways to go, Mo, to your 68.17s. We got a ways to go. Let's see if we can hit them. Kind of coming up against the lower highs here.
8% of y'all said it would be above. You took the points.
Yeah. I expected the vote will go above.
Yeah, no kidding. Just
I will vote above.
Yeah, I think I voted above. I mean, we're kind of just stuck in a Dorito right now on the 15-minute and the ES. It probably looks very similar in the micro NASDAQ. Just a series of higher lows, lower highs, big time coiling.
VIX still 21.52.
Okay.
Bitcoin got back above 64,000 barely. Still down, 5% or something.
Wow.
That's in the spot. The futures start at a different time, I think.
Oh. Back under 700. So our sellers coming back in now. That is the question. Is this their opportunity? Finally slam this thing?
I don't see traps. It's a little trap here for sellers, but because as we can see here, after this low, sellers they successfully make a new low of these lows, and then they try again but failed. That's not a good sign for sellers. Unless we touch 68.45, so we let buyers take their objective, take the stops, and then we wait for the strong red candle. I'm still waiting for 68.46 for a better short position.
68.46. Nice. Mark that down here. 46.
Somebody asked what how far price would have to fall to get the VIX to 30. It's a little complicated question. It's kind of like reversing the order of how that happens. But for some quick back of the envelope math, if you take the VIX and divide it by 16, that gives you roughly what the implied move is for the day. All right. So if you take 30, this isn't perfect. We probably need to get down 1.9% in the SPX. It depends on how you get there, though. And that's just a rule of thumb.
Good question.
We've had relatively high volatility here. We've been in this range for 2 months, but the VIX has still been, pretty persistently above 20.
Well, some buyers stepping in here. Got a little bit of wiggle in the dome. Are we alive?
They took the stops now. First level of stops already taken.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm waiting for that strong red candle.
Let's see, Mo's got a plan. Mo is looking to get short here at 68.46, but you probably need a little something there.
Yeah. Going up. Taking more stops. That could be liquidity trending, as Dan Imon says. trend line liquidity. So let's see if this dries.
Let's see what we got here. Man, it's looking strong now off the bottoms.
What is our friend Silver doing? Like Silver up and to the right, trading 88.260 near the highs of the day.
Mm-hmm. We did have Speaker Johnson. Congress unlikely to find consensus to codify Trump tariffs. That was from the Juice. That was like 3 minutes ago. See, Congress is unlikely to take up any legislation to codify President Donald Trump's tariff agenda after the Supreme Court struck down the administration's sweeping levies last week, Speaker Mike Johnson said Monday. Trump recently imposed 50% global tariffs, which will expire after 150 days. At that point, Congress would have to extend them. Senior Republicans privately said they won't have the support to do so, according to 3 people granted anonymity to share direct knowledge of the conversations.
Yeah.
Tariff
I mean,
news are back.
The numbers just aren't there to do it legislatively. I mean, with some retirements and what have you, I think the Republican edge in the House is like a couple seats, like 2 or something. And there's people that are a lot of, conservatives who are just anti-tariffs. So it's unlikely that would work.
It would be fun to have a job, Jack, where you can just vote to give yourself a raise, though, and just never have to retire either. Seems pretty cush.
It's nice.
Cush. Yeah. Yeah. Must be. I think I have to do like performance reviews, Jack, like twice a year.
Well,
Right?
yeah,
It's like
they're
congressional
elections.
HR. Oh, the elections.
Every 2 years you get that.
Chat, how we doing? How we trading today? Did you catch this bounce? This is a nice bounce we got going here. Up to about 50 points. 50-point bounce back into the initial balance low. I had it 24,738. Chad, is that correct? I do believe that is correct, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
Never.
Wrong all the time, Jack.
Well, while we wait for this to pump up a little bit, we do have a quick news break. We're talking about those snowstorms in New York. Hopefully Jay gets back tonight. If not, basement's still open, Jay. Let's take a look at this.
New York City is dealing with one of its biggest snowstorms ever. As of 1 p.m. Monday, Central Park had 19.7 inches of snow. That makes the storm the 9th snowiest since 1869. It's also the biggest snowstorm in over a decade. The biggest one happened in January 2016 when the Big Apple was buried under 27.5 inches. In Newark, New Jersey, more than 27 inches fell, ranking this accumulation as the second highest of all time, but close to the all-time record. The final tally will be taken at the end of the night. And in Providence, Rhode Island, the snow set an all-time record with 32.8 inches.
Damn. How about that? How about that Hardo taking a jog?
There's always.
I was just taking 19 inches of snow, just taking a jog.
There's always some freaking dude in shorts running during the dumbest weather I've ever seen. Always. There's always some guy. Can't miss my run. It's for my endorphins. Dude, there's like 10 feet of 10 feet of snow outside, blizzards, thunderstorms, every time. It's a good question. Where are they going to put the snow? I don't know. It's so much snow. There's some fun like weather YouTube channels that just live stream stuff. And the amount of snow in Rhode Island, they're up to like 20-something inches. It's just like stacks of like feet of snow on the highway. They can't even plow it. It's so dangerous. So dangerous. Stay safe, everybody. And Jay, don't leave Chicago. We love you. Chicago is just fine. Well, a little bit of a sell-off here now. All right.
Yep. That's a nice rejection that I was talking about. Nice rejection. Now let's see. Now, do we have wooden buyers, or those buyers will hold this pullback? So now buyers took control after this small rally. Now they are testing the moving average very quickly. Usually, this kind of rejection is not holding. Let's see. Now I want to see buyers try and fail at this area. Now we have big room to the low.
And so Mo, so I have here on my chart, you're looking for a short at 68.46. Now you're starting to look, you have your level, but now you're starting to look for some, like an indicator, some structure, a setup. Now your setup is
I want to see a setup. I want to read the buyer's behavior because I'm scared of strong buyers. I don't want to sell and there is strong buyers in the market. How would I know they are strong or not? By seeing them trying to make higher high and fail. If they can make higher highs, so there's no point of selling. They are strong. If they're unable to make higher highs, that means the low is a matter of time to be tested. They are weak. Especially when the market is moving very slowly like this, in a range, usually people tend to follow the new trend, thinking, oh, this is the breakout. Just wait. If the buyers are strong as they claim to be, they would show higher highs. If you want to sell, just wait until you see, is this just a stop run for those short weak hands, or this is a serious bottom that will never be visited and we will go higher. So we want to see at this level. Currently, I see them holding. They haven't tried yet. They just show strong green candle without passing the previous candle. As you can see, this is not right. This is just a reaction of this drop.
So Mo, what? All right, now we're back under your 34s. Or sorry, your 46s. How would you enter into a trade here? Would you use like a sell stop, like underneath, or would it be like a limit order?
Yeah, usually it will be a stop, market stop, or stop sell below the candle. So let's say that buyers try now, and then followed by my strong red candle. My sell stop will be below that candle. So I will sell here. My stop is just above that high.
Perfect.
Looking for at least 1-to-1, and we have big room there.
There we go. Perfect explanation. Let's see how this pans out. Feels like there's something in the cards here, Jack. This day is not quite done yet. Can we get a 100-point bounce?
10 minutes until MOC. 20 minutes left in this trading session.
That is it. Session just flies by.
Yeah, and we should not forget that we already have higher highs. So if you are bearish, think again. We make low, a high, higher low, and higher high. So for bearish bias to continue, this high should not hold, at least. And we should get back inside this range, which will make greater opportunity that we will visit the low. But if we hold this high, that means we don't have wooden buyers, actually. We have stronger buyers. As a short bias, you need to see weaker buyers at this area. So we are waiting. This might take some time.
If Mo's waiting, I'm waiting. Unless we get down to 67 here. 670? 67? Yeah, 670s. And the NASDAQ. Mo, your short one is looking pretty interesting. Not going to lie. Looks pretty interesting to see if maybe
Yeah.
shorts are hopping in here to drive this thing down to new lows.
Yeah, you can. If you, I mean, you can just sell it and put the stop there. I mean, you don't. Everybody has his own setup, but for me, especially at this power hour, with this slowness of the market, and I'm already in green, so I really don't have to trade.
Ooh, nice.
So, yeah, you can short this if you can bear this risk. What is this? This is about, from this price, this is 7-8 points in ES. And you have a room to get at least 1-to-1 before we make new low. So you're safe here. It's a cheap. Now we have a cheap short. Not a cheap long. Long is very expensive now.
I would agree with that. For sure. For sure. We've got Anne-Marie in chat. Delta continues to unwind. Now negative 2,000 in ES. Anne-Marie, where was it at? What was it unwinding from? Just for something to compare against. Let us know. Yeah, these shorts do look pretty interesting, Mo. It's starting to get pretty heavy here.
You can do it.
Negative 6K. Okay, unwound about 4,000.
It's gonna do it, isn't it?
It certainly feels like it. New lows on the close? Is it possible? Is it possible?
New lows, man. We're talking about 68 for 16.
Mm-hmm.
This is the start of the move.
John Doherty sound clip. New lows on the close.
Yep. Love me some JD. He's got some sayings. He has got some sayings. Well, I don't know if I like a short right here right now. I like Mo's level for a short because we've been up 5 points on the money already.
Well, that's easy to
Let's
say.
just wait for the buyers to try. I would like to see buyers try and fail. The problem here, they are not trying.
They're not. I don't know if anyone's really trying to do anything right now.
Eventually, they will try.
Chat, are we going to get a 100-point move in NASDAQ into the close? Put it in. Just put it in there. I don't have to run a poll. Just a little vibe check. And if we think we're going to get a 100-pointer, I'm going to say like 30-70. Probably not. Doesn't seem like it.
That's a try. Now the buyers are trying. As you can see here, we are seeing it candle by candle. Now they pass by the previous candle. So this is a try. Now the buyers are trying. Now show me sellers, strong red candle. That's red candle is my signal to go short.
Okay, we got Mo's condition to get short.
Because that will confirm not only we have weak buyers, we also have strong sellers. We are getting that momentum to continue down. I want to see that momentum in one candle. That's it. That's all what I'm asking. One candle. If they are unable to show me that, that means either my timing is wrong, or even my level could be wrong.
What if you ask the market really, really nicely, Mo? Really, really nicely. Well, we got a stair step here, Mo.
Range for a long?
Range above. Yes, range over range to the upside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you liked that, looking
because
for 7
also
to bounce.
Because if sellers also failed here to continue down, buyers will protect that low. See, now this is a strong red candle, very nice entry short. My short will be 68.43. I'm not taking this, I don't have to. 68.43 is my short. Just make it a paper trade here. The trigger is not happening yet. I still need to see a trigger 68.43. The price has to go below that strong red candle.
All right, let's see.
Yet.
Let's see. And we are really just.
That's the last condition.
Rock fight.
Last condition. You show me strong red candle. Now, shoot. Give me a trigger. This is the easiest support for you sellers. This is the easiest support for you sellers. If you cannot do it, I'm not selling.
You have MOC in 4 minutes. Maybe this will dislodge us a little bit.
Well, before we get to MOC, because we could have some fun in the last 10 minutes. James is back. He's got the hashtag Power Hour content ready to go. James, let's do the thing.
Let's do the thing. It's not quite the thing that Hogue does, that dance. We're still working on that one. But here is the thing. And by thing, I mean hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour. Earlier in the show, we asked you to take the Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, really any social media, tag us and share your trader wins, your trader setups, and anything else you want to show us. And here's what you brought to the table today, starting with Future Nerd. Caught a nice scalp on that reversal, hit the lock button back tomorrow to push into another XFA path, the first payout. Future Nerd, you put in the work in. I hope you do get that first payout, and I hope that when it hits your bank account, it feels so good because you are jabbing away in your account. And you're using the risk management features in Topstep X. They're helping you build your way to a better lifestyle. Moving on from Dom Trades, 100 point short on the NQ, was aiming lower, but my trailing stop loss snagged me. Halfway there to max payout at Topstep. Everyone seems to got payouts on the mind, and that is a good thing. We love when you are thinking about taking your payouts. It means that you are putting in the work, and you are taking home the bacon. What's the point of bacon if you can't take it home? Next up, from LJ, another day on my Topstep account, really enjoying mobile trading, something I was completely against, but it works for my lifestyle. That's right, guys, don't forget, Topstep X is mobile friendly in your web browser. There is no dedicated app yet, but for now, you can go to Topstep X in any of your web browsers, and it is designed to work there. Now, please trade on your mobile device strategically, trade with caution. Remember, always use it as a backup. Keep your trading centralized to your computer when you can help it. But all good to you all the same. Up next from I'm Zion. I can do this all day. I heard you, Captain America, and I see you chipping away, putting in those green days on your trading calendar here on the journal features within Topstep X. We love seeing those streaks of green. Keep it up. And I hope that your streak continues. Now, maybe we should bring back hot streaks one time. I kind of miss following the story of these guys who are just on those heaters. And finally, last but not least, Aaron, another Combine Pass with Topstep today, live on stream. And Aaron is sharing our new sleek-looking funded trader certificates. That's right, they have a facelift. Here it is. You're going to start seeing these more all over social media. And be sure to share yours if you got it by tagging us at Topstep and at Topstep TV on the X. Those have been your submissions for the day. Let's get back to the guys just in time for MOC.
Thank you, James. We got 40 seconds until MOC. We're pushing a little higher to the top of this range right now. Let me see what I got here for options.
There was no trigger, by the way. No trigger for that short.
Excellent.
They couldn't take that easy support. So no entry, which saves you from taking that short.
We're going to get a bid in here. It's 24/7/11. I want to see if we can sell off on MOC and catch a bounce.
Well, here it is. MOC coming at you right now.
Nope. No bounce to be had. Well, maybe. Let's see.
Well, now...
Maybe. Let's see if we get it. It'd be a very tight stop. I want to see if we can get 7-11s and do a stop at like 695. Maybe 90s. Just something to see if we can play sort of this range over range pattern. Test and then shoot up.
Still waiting for that MOC data.
Okay.
Not look
MOC?
world ending.
Short looks better now.
Plus nearly 2 billion buy side S&P 500. 1.5 billion Nasdaq to the plus side, 766 million to the Mag 7, and 392 million Dow.
Okay.
It's a big
Let's go.
positive MOC. People in there picking up some bargains.
Hey, if you loved it at, I don't know, 190s, that's NVIDIA. You'll love it at 189s. I guess they love it now. How is NVIDIA doing? It is thoroughly range bound on the weekly, stuck between 170s and 194s. Still and yet. It is kind of interesting, though, Jack, that now that I look at the NASDAQ, so NVIDIA, which has been driving the NASDAQ or has driven the NASDAQ, is basically quadruple topped at like 194s. And we're kind of there right now. The last high we had in NVIDIA was 212. That was Monday the 27th in October. Where's the NASDAQ at then?
Yeah, NVIDIA was at like 212 at that point.
Yeah. I'm just curious to see where was the NASDAQ at? Because what's going to happen if like NVIDIA starts pushing all-time highs again? Like, is NASDAQ just going to like teleport back up to like 26,000?
Possibly. It depends on if that means Microsoft's getting murdered, you know?
Yeah, okay. So we were at, or Microsoft, but also they deserve it. Like, what are you guys doing? Yeah, so NVIDIA and NASDAQ futures both hit all-time highs at the same time.
Makes sense. Right now, the NASDAQ is about 6.3% off its all-time high.
Yeah, and then this is interesting. Okay, so when the other high we had was at 26,350. That was at January 26th. And that is when NVIDIA hit 194. So we're off about, NVIDIA's like what, $3 away from 194s. And the NASDAQ is almost 1,500 points away from the equivalent.
Well, guys, we're missing. Perhaps we still get those new lows on the close. We're selling off here in the ES.
My bid still in? Oh, yes, it is. There we go. If we don't get filled by 55, we'll pull the order. Phenom, what did Softy do? I mean, their gaming division's trash now. Gamers have been complaining about the Xbox forever. They have no unique releases. They're ditching hardware, which probably makes sense now because all that hardware is going to AI, and Copilot's just terrible. Terrible. And Windows 11 is trash. Like, if Steam...
I now own Microsoft, so I will hear no such slander.
I know, right? But like imagine if Steam releases an OS. Like, what do you need? A gaming system with a browser? Like, that covers a lot of bases for some people.
All I'm saying, over the last couple of years, buying what do they call it, the Lag 7 has been a good trade.
The Lag 7, I like that.
Yeah.
What's in the Lag 7?
It's whatever company in the Mag 7 is the most on its all-time high. Lagging, right? So like that's how, like, you know, Google's more than doubled since it was the Lag 7. Facebook did it earlier this year after that huge earnings. They're a little bit back to earth now. Right now, the Mag 7 leader in the clubhouse is Microsoft.
Nice. We are in 7-Elevens. We are in 7-Elevens.
Bold trade, Dolby.
Buyers, where you at?
6 points from the lows of the day.
Let's get that short covering. Let's see some short covering. Can we get above 750s? Yeah, James Harden, Microsoft, the company that fumbled the Halo franchise. And yes, Climb Higher, the 30% discount code is going to be active until tomorrow. Will be active until tomorrow.
I heard somewhere that like the only reason Microsoft even built Xbox is because they didn't like the idea of Sony having a monopoly on getting all these computers into people's homes. And then that's why the console wars essentially ended once it happened anyway with the iPhone. Like once smartphones became ubiquitous, there was no point in doing more.
That is true. Interesting take. I do miss the console wars though. That was a good time for American, just not American, but all consumers. It was great. You got Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft, PCs. Everyone got together, had a good time. Still in this trade. We're gonna take this to close or stop and see if we can get a big bounce here.
Yeah. I don't have the updated MOC data right now. So where are we in from, Dolby?
24, 7, 11 half. We've taken like 0 heat on this so far. I don't like crowning trades until we've taken profit, but so far so good. We all know how that works. This is a NASDAQ. Anything can happen at any time. Maybe we can get these 760s. That looks like probably the most we could get out of this. Another 30 points here
in the last minute or two.
Oh, yeah.
Big movement today.
I'm just looking at the chart. It's like, maybe we just go up and touch some of these 1 hour wicks that we had to the upside. Like, I don't know if we're going to get like a full blast off up until like these 800s. Ooh, good question, Jack. Do you know what's happening with at the buzzer with Jay?
I do not. Jay said earlier. James, do you want to figure out, do we have at the buzzer today?
That's a good question, chat. Our beloved Jay is trying to get back home.
He's been shanghaied in Chicago.
Could be worse. There could be worse places to be shanghaied. We'll go to break even. Actually, let's not go to break even. Let's go to plus 18 points here, 18.5. So we get something. I think that gets us back to break even on the day. Yeah, it does.
Market close in the middle of this range.
Yeah.
Nice momentum.
1 minute left.
Still at the same level as we started the power hour. Nothing happened, really.
Nothing ever happens, Mo. Ooh, big sell-off. That's a 55? No, not the 55. That's already passed. Well, we might just get our base hit here for 18 points, unless buyers come in all of a sudden. Almost stopped us out. Lovely rally. Let's walk this up to plus 27 points, because we got seconds left here. Ooh, buyers, let's go. Let's lock in 34 points. Just move the stop up. All right.
Hey.
We'll keep this going.
Let it run.
Nice.
Yeah, let this go. All right. Plus
Nice
42
breakout
points.
you have here.
Plus 42 points. We're just going to manage this off the 1 minute. Okay, another big bounce. Can we go to plus 50? Yes. Plus 50.
Nice trade, Dolby.
And that's it. That's it. We're done. There we go. About $100 on that. Nice. Hell yeah.
Oh, well, that was a lovely little trade at the end there, Dolby. Muhammad, thank you so much for playing hungry today and being a wonderful guest as always. Hope you have a great
you're the best.
Thank you very much.
Dolby, great trade at the end there. Always a pleasure. All right, well, that's it for us. I'm going to send it back one more time to Dr. Volatility, and then we can all go home. This is Topstep TV. See you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Mohammed. Thank you, Dolby, for a wonderful power hour. And thank you to everybody at home who's been with us bell to bell. You were here at opening call. You saw Jessica Inskip. You stuck around for fast markets. You watched Dakota traded up with the guys. And now here you are on power hour, and you are eagerly awaiting at the buzzer. But I do have bad news, friends. There is no at the buzzer. Coach Jay is traveling. He's in the throes of this winter storm, but he will be back ready to go by tomorrow. So no at the buzzer today, and we'll see Coach Jay again tomorrow. What that means for you, the viewer, it means you're off the hook. Get out of here, scamp. Go run outside. Grab your bike. Play with the neighborhood kids. And then be back here later on tonight because at 7:30 p.m. Central Time, Coach Dakota is going live with Slow Markets. That's right, Slow Markets. And I'm going to tell you, the markets haven't always been so slow. So maybe it's fast markets at night. Either way, Coach Dakota will be here at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. So if you have yet to see an episode of Slow Markets, tonight is a great night to start. Then tomorrow morning at 1:30 a.m., Aaron Trades will be hosting the London Open. And that's all before Deanna is back with Metal Markets at her new time of 5:30 a.m. Central Time. That's right. If you haven't heard, Deanna's Euro Trade is now Metal Markets, and it's moved up from 3:30 a.m. to 5:30 a.m. So if you're here in the States, 3:30 a.m. was a little too early for you, well, you're in luck. You can catch Deanna bright and early right before we're back here for another episode of Topstep TV at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. Guys, it's only been Monday. There are still 4 amazing trading days ahead of us. So stay with the channel that gives you breaking news as it happens, along with any market commentary live. I'm, of course, talking about Topstep TV. But for now, get out there, you scamps. Have a fun afternoon, and we'll see you later for Slow Markets. I'm James Harden. You're the chat. And as always, this is Topstep TV. Let's go.